I want a laptop. I'm the best coach, first of all, on this desk. But we're gonna move on.
I wouldn't be flaunting that right now, like risky business.
We don't know what he got locked away for.
We're gonna put up our Pacific moments. We got Pacific moments here. I think there's one happening right now, but we
この
got
タイミングで飛
one
び
from
入
our
りで
fans,
囚
and
人
we
の
got
格
the
好してるのやばい
Binder
な。
Bear taking a photo with
That's a
Dan the
collection.
Penguin, Tacti Bear, and I don't know who the little guy is.
I know, but it's cute.
We're gonna call him Morgan.
Yeah. I mean, that,
Why would we do that?
Small.
that is definitely a better looking
YouTube
desk than we've got going on here. I mean, the
What's,
plushies are locking it down. We got Princess Penguin over there.
Yeah, we got the whole thing going on.
This is my son, Pingu. He
Pingu?
was an actor before this on a
できて
very
るかな
well-known show, but now he's
あ、
retired
できたっぽい、できた
to
っぽい。
support me emotionally on the desk.
He's gained some weight.
Him or me?
Him.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about me.
Dan is his Govy name. And guys, at the end of the show today, we're going to be having the draw show. We get to pull out the magical blue balls from the box and find out who is going to be
YouTube の方
grouped
で
with who.
Handling the blue balls.
And so this is going to be
あ、
happening at the end of the show.
見えた。
Good. So guys, stick
Hello.
around for that. You're going to find out who
YouTube
group
の皆さん、
two,
こんにちは。
stage 2 groups are going to be. Now, we got to talk about the brackets. It's
そう
been
韓国から配信してるんだけど、ツイッチログが残らなくて、録画
RRQ
今回 YouTube の方でも
yesterday, and Pilsky, you
配信
ended
つけよう
up
かなと。
predicting this.
珍しい。初めてかな。
predicted this actually, a 3-2 score line with RRQ.
Yeah, put some respect on RRQ's name. Honestly, like, I'm waiting for apologies, public apologies from all of you that didn't predict for them. No, honestly, the series did not go the way that I expected it to. RRQ barely scraped through that one. There were some very tight maps, but look, they are in the grand final against Gen.G, which is probably not the opponent they want to be playing.
Were you surprised, Bankai, by the results yesterday?
ポップアッ
By the time I could watch, I only could
Oh.
watch like the last two maps. But from what I watched, I felt like RRQ against Paper X, they had like a
プ。コメント欄が2つ
better
ある。
post plant in terms of how they
Hey.
wanted to like retake.
Mm.
Yeah, I felt it was a lot more synergized during
そした
their
ら、
defense when they were like retaking against Paper X. Like they had a game plan.
Yeah, well, it definitely paid off.
ツイートし
Clearly.
ます、これを。
So they're going to be playing Gen.G today, and like you said, Pilsky, this is not the matchup RRQ probably wants, or maybe they do want this revenge map. Now our 2024 Stage 2 champs are
どっち
back
勝
on
つか
the
な、
grand
さすがに
final
Gen.G
stage
か
again, Gen.G,
まあ、
and
この
they
間
might
の
have missed
昨日の試
kickoff
合
finals,
一昨日か、
but
一昨日見る感じは Gen.G 勝ちそうだよね。
with
でも RRQ は
Boss9
再戦だからね、どうなるかな。
Yeah, it's lovely to see them
これはまあ
back on
Gen.G
top four.
予想かな、今日は。
Finally, once again, back in the final. It's great to have them back here, and we know that their level is so high. It was just about them managing to achieve it, find that consistency that they couldn't quite get with that new roster from kickoff.
Yeah, they are undeniably the favorites going into this game, but they have a lot of momentum at the moment. They've really come into their own and built up better and better form. Ash is fitting better into the
YouTube
roster.
の方
Foxy 9
も
post the return, the numbers speak for themselves. And Texture's actually been really improved in terms of his form towards the latter stage of Stage 1 here. So Gen.G, a very difficult team for RRQ to be taking on today.
Absolutely. RRQ have made it this far, though. The momentum is fantastic. This is their
どっ
first
ち応援して
grand
ますか
finals after they
応
experienced
援
their first specified yesterday
いや、
against
同じぐらいだ
Paper
な。
X, no less. And yesterday the team
どっ
joked
ちもいい
about
選手いっ
Jemkin
ぱいいるんだよ
carrying
な。
because he's
Gen.G
monstrous
は
on the server. But do you
フォ
guys
クシ
know what this
ー、テ
monster
クスチャーか
thinks
な。
before going to matches? How he mental preps?
I
do
do
Karon.
know. How does he mental prep?
あと
He
マンチ、
said,
あとアッシュ。
I think nothing.
さすがにテクスチャーか。
I think nothing. I just go into the game and play. He's just
RRQ は
a chill
ジェムキーと
guy.
クッシ
He's
ーだ
like
ね。
a chill guy
I
giving
hate that
K-Frax a
answer.
hard
What
time.
do you mean you think
No
of something?
thought, only frags.
What did you think
Go
before?
kill.
What did you think before games, Ben? Was it that approach? Was it nothing?
I mean, all I could think about right now is how Jemkin kind of looks like myself. I mean, roommate.
Okay.
But he was a really nice guy. He
He was
was
a
really
nice guy.
chill, so I can see into that mentality that he has.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean it's
it's
good.
No
Sometimes,
expectations.
yeah, the empty head can be good. You don't work yourself up, get too caught in the storyline, focus on what you're there to do. So,
Yeah.
a lot of respect there. I can appreciate
How
that.
do you think RRQ is going to go today after playing a whole best of 5 yesterday, though? And also, they are coming from the lower bracket.
I mean, given Gen.G so many things to study, you know, like, and Solo's the kind of guy that will want to come prepared.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I feel like it's gonna be tough for
Yes.
RRQ. Like Paper X obviously showed that
映像も
RRQ
OK
has like some
カメラ
weaker
も
maps
OK
compared to the others, and Gen.G really has 2 map bans, so they could really easily take out 2 maps that they saw RRQ was pretty strong on yesterday.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it feels like RRQ has definitely like doesn't have the upper hand in this
Yeah.
matchup.
in Pacific, no, there have been 0 upsets when it comes to teams who advance directly to the finals. Probably to the point you're just making, Benkai, that they have the map veto advantage here. Now, we've been seeing this since year 1 of franchise, since 3 years ago, that these two have always come head-to-head, and Gen.G has usually knocked RRQ out. You know, you've been here the whole time, Benkai. Like, do you have any remarks on both? Has the teams changed a lot?
まあそれぞれ勝ってもおかしくなさそうだよね。試合内容はね。
Does RRQ finally have a chance?
First off, you're right. I have been here the whole time. Not anywhere else.
でも YouTube の方も
Most importantly.
Yeah. I just need to like put it out there.
Yeah.
I do think they did grow a lot from the time that I've been here, and I'm just glad that they stuck with like building the core properly instead of just entirely swapping out the whole roster.
You're talking about RQ or Gen.G? Because it's
Both,
kind of applies both.
Yeah, it applies to both teams, I guess. I guess that's why you kind of see them succeeding more as compared to other teams, because they decided to like keep a core and just like build upon that.
結局ね、ツイッチ上アーカイブ残んないね。韓国からだとしょうがない。まあフル HD 1080p 出てるから、まあいいかなでも。
That's a great point. Global esports definitely doesn't do it that way. They love to just bomb it all and start all over again every single year. Yeah, now you guys are on the desk talents.
I've had this all year.
えっとね、
Constant hate.
1抜けは
The whole year. But no, we do have to say, I think both Gen.G and RRQ have built their teams very, very well.
グループステージ免除でそのままプレイオフ行くみたいな感じ。で、各地域の2位と3位で上位4チーム1回決める。
Two of those games for Gen.G I don't really think counts towards the matchup. It's only Xfero remaining from those particular matchups in 23, but from 24 onwards, it's pretty much a core 3 for both teams that do play at least 6 of these best of 3s.
So, yeah, so for the best of 3s, Gen.G beat RQ just 2 days ago, 2-0ing them. But in the interview, Ewok yesterday said that he thinks best of 5s, even though it was their very first one here in Pacific, worked better for them because it gave them more time to work on the best of 5. They like best of 5s. Do you think this is normal?
I mean, it's a little strange considering how little experience they have with best of 5. But I can definitely understand that some teams like to adapt in the game.
韓国ってさ、この飲み物売ってるとこいっぱいあって、これを会場の下にカフェができてて、そこで買ったんだけど、めっちゃ美味しい。
So I think there must be some truth to that.
Yeah, potentially so. We'll see how it works out for them today because they're playing a different best of 5 today. They're playing you immediately get 2 maps banned out. The other team picks the first map and you're already playing from behind. So it's not necessarily a fair best of 5 today compared to what they played yesterday. Texture and Jemkin though head to head going to be 2 strongest Duelist players in this Pacific stage, but they play very different styles. Jemkin plays a lot of Yoru, so many games on Yoru, little bit of Jet, little bit of Brim ISO. Texture mostly playing Neon. Actually, his agent pool reflects more strongly with what Monyet plays on the secondary duelist. He doesn't really share much of an agent pool with Jemkin, actually.
Yeah, very different styles. I am curious.
データで見ても一番だよね。
Which one of these duelists would you rather have on your team? Which one would you want to be setting up?
I feel like Texture has like a better like understanding of how he can adapt his teammates to help him get those entries and get the space that he needs. Yeah, and I feel like Jemkin kind of takes like more risks, but I feel like they're both on par, to be honest. I feel like they both have a good understanding of like what they need from the team.
これは会場の上だね。後ろのライトわかる？これここの下で今選手たちがプレイしてる。
Like Jemkin definitely doesn't op nearly as much as Texture does. Jemkin is more of kind of like a rifle-based duelist. Does do you have any experience like kind of with duelists who prefer to op and don't prefer to op?
It's kind of 2 different sides of like the same sword, right? Because yesterday we saw the kind of difference between Something and Jemkin. We have Something like opping compared to Jemkin, and there were rounds where it was kind of a
Texture Jemkin 2トップだ。マジでナンバーワンデュエリスト決まるぞこれ。
Because I feel like there's less risk involved when you're opping, and you can just get away with like the Yoru and the Jet so quickly.
Now we're looking at the map data here from both of these teams over the course of stage 1. What are your expectations then coming into this map draft?
Well, I think I think we will almost certainly see Fracture go out from Gen.G. You know, of course, Gen.G getting both of these bans, so then I think they're going to look to target one of them towards RRQ perhaps. So I'm curious what you think here, Pusky.
Yeah, usually that's the case. You ban a strength of your opponent. You usually ban a weakness of your own, and then you get to pick the first map as well. So we'll see what they actually end up going for. They have banned Fracture quite a bit so far in this stage, although both of these teams have kind of changed
we have to go
their bans and map pool as we went on.
Yeah, I will say, I think the biggest part about this is that because it's only Gen.G targeting those bans, they will almost certainly get to play Haven, get to play Lotus, the two maps where they are the most comfortable. So I think this already makes it a real uphill battle for RRQ.
Yeah, no one has overcome the double ban from the upper bracket. It's such a huge advantage, right?
Yeah, and if what Coach Ewok said was true, in which they feel like they get better as the BO5 goes on, but I feel like there's a problem with that because they first have to get past all the way to the end, right?
Yes.
If they lose in like the first 3 maps, then they can't really like adapt in time.
Yes, map order is very, very important. So look, we've seen Gen.G take out Fracture as we expect. Pearl's gone out as well. Haven is the first pick for Gen.G. I actually thought they would go to Lotus, but that ends up being the third map. I see Gen.G's Lotus as being more solid than their Haven, and we've seen some okay games for RRQ on Haven.
Yeah, I think both those maps are very good. I'm curious as to why they start with Haven, but Gen.G love this Haven. They play that unique Viper style. RRQ picking Ascent for that second map, where we saw them absolutely dominate in map 5 yesterday. Just look at this run. I think these first 4 maps are very telling. Haven, Ascent, and then Lotus and Icebox, the 2 maps that they lost on when they played before. So I think things get trickier and trickier for RRQ.
I mean, it could be a kind of different matchup in like playstyles, you know, like the way that Paper X plays is so much different as compared to Gen.G. So maybe what RRQ has is kind of catered more towards Gen.G's playstyle. So maybe they wouldn't get smacked as hard as they did against Paper X yesterday.
Okay.
I'm getting another announcement. Oh. It's not an emergency this time, but it's about Dongjin from the Korean broadcast.
Okay.
Winning an award, and we got the final scores. Pilsky, I think you're familiar with the scores here, so I got about 800. Oh, there they are.
I just want to say, this is a great injustice. Dongjin got 805 points. I got 820. The Korean desk is freeload. This is absolutely ridiculous. He gets an Acer Predator laptop. I wanted Acer. I'm taking this home. Like, honestly, this is ridiculous. This is mine by right. I diffed the Korean desk. Vic diffed the Korean desk.
That's right.
Korea
I should get them both.
is freeload. You can say Korea is freeload, right?
No, but if you want the laptop, I can just.
Oh, okay. Got some connections. Yeah, I'll leave this one here.
Benkai knows a guy. He knows a guy.
Later on, you can store that for me. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, when Benkai helps us, get a couple things done. Yeah, you should stay here. Get us a couple things done. You also get your birthday wish. You got another analyst and toss big time over the side there.
For sure, he's
you wouldn't do anything like that though, would you? We're best friends.
We actually go further back than you and Benkai.
That's true.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't know.
He likes me more.
He probably does.
Let's talk about predictions.
Yeah.
Let's see who's going to be right today.
Benkai,
do you have a prediction for today? Gen.G, RRQ, and what the score is?
Ooh, I just feel like Gen.G is going to take it 3-1.
Ah, okay.
I feel like RRQ will still like take a map, but I still feel like Gen.G will get like the upper hand just coming straight out of the gate.
Okay, so you think they're going to take Haven like straight off the rip?
Yeah.
I assume you
think
similar.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard for them to overcome the upper bracket. I definitely think that RRQ is a very solid team in Pacific. I expect them to do quite well in Toronto, to be honest, but overcoming this matchup, the upper bracket disadvantage, the fact that Gen.G gets to ban out the maps and pick, I think RRQ is at least good enough to win 1 or 2 maps in this series, but Gen.G should be taking this every day of the week. And look, RRQ, as you mentioned, did look a little bit shaky yesterday, so I don't know if PRX has exposed some weakness there.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we are going to be sending down to the stage very soon. You can see here with Haven being the very first map, but we do need to send Benkai off. Benkai, do you have any score predictions for Haven?
Haven, I'll give it like a 13-7 for Gen.G.
Okay.
Yeah.
7 for...
That's for... I mean, if you need it.
Yeah.
What do you need it for?
No reason.
You don't have the reason.
Are you cold or is there?
Yeah.
There we go.
やりたい放題だな、
Something you're
弁
trying to
解。
conceal?
Get out
も
of
う
the
な
building.
何も弁解を止めるもんないもん。
I'll meet you later in the hallway, Ben. I'll be needing a laptop.
上
You
着
know
かっ
what
さら
I'm
ってる
saying?
けど。
Yep, yep.
And the Dongjin guy, he's got to
All
go.
right. All right. Well, as we get ready
ね、
to
今
send
何
it
してん
down
だろ
to
うね。
the
わかんないん
stage,
だよな。
RRQ said they
ま
have
あ特
what
に
it
発
takes,
言
but
とかも
what
して
we're gonna
な
have
い
to
は
find
ず。
out is
その
who has more
引退し
resilience,
ま
is
すとかも言ってないし。
GenG or RRQ in this grand finals.
何やってるんだろう
Let's send
ね。
it down to the stage.
ストリーマーやってんのかな。ペパレのモデルをやってる。ストリーマーやってたら俺多分気づいてると思うんだけどね。LFT なのかな。いや LFT じゃないと思うよ。前回なんで受刑者の格好して前回だからで。謎。お手ついては LFT まんま。LFT スって感じか。さあ、もう始まろうかな。コーチとかやろうとして LFT 出してるの見つかってないっぽい。
그때 경기가 끝나고 주변이 보래지면서 웰컴부터 마스터즈 젠지 딱 뜨는 순간 지금까지 노력해왔던 시간들이 정말 머릿속에 많이 스쳐 지나가면서 해냈구나 라는 생각에 감정이 복받쳐 오르더라고요.
일본字幕と 한국어 流れてたけど
처음 데뷔했을 땐 진짜 자신 있었어요.
試合終わった後のね
실제로 제가 뛰어본
스크린이
무대는 좀 많이 다르더라고요.
ウェルカム
그때
マスターズ
솔직히
トロント
많이
ジェン
웃고
ジって流れた
있었는데
り
속으로는 좀 많이 끙끙 앓고 있었던 것 같아요. DRX에서 나오고
エモいなち
선수
ょっと
생활을 계속 이어갈 수 있을까라는 의문을 품었을 때 이제 그때 형들이 저를 불러줘서 젠지에 합류하게 됐는데 작년엔 젠지가 엄청난 성과를 이뤄낸 팀이잖아요. 잘해야 된다는
で
감각이
ボクシーもね
너무
DRX から
그러다
젠지
보니
때네
잘 못해서 결국 결승전에도 못 가고 그땐 정말
세계大会
나
は
때문에 못 가는 건가라는 생각에 사로잡혔던 것 같아요.
出てたっけボクシー何
My dream was always to become the best player in Pacific. I still remember my Pacific debut against GenG.
チャンピオン
I
セン
was
ターが
nervous,
去年
but I couldn't really show my full potential, and we lost the game. After that, I made the promise to myself.
一応
Next time,
23
I
年
will
で
show my
DRX
true
出てるな
And
世界
I
大会は
did
まだ
pretty well. I thought that as long as my individual performance is gonna be fine, it will be satisfying.
まだいい結果出てないか
But it
ボ
didn't.
クシーうわでも
That's when I
ジェン
realized
ジマジでいい
what
とこ
matters
行きそうだよ
more than my
な
own performance is team victory. No matter how good your stats are, if the team loses, none of it matters.
스테이지 1 개막전 선발 명단에서 제외됐을 때 그때가 돼서야 정신
DRX サブロースタ
이제 그리고
ー
그때
なんか入れ替わりつつやってたんだよね
눈치 보지 말고
最終的に世界大会出てたはず
This stage 1, the team has gone through a huge change.
な去年松葉でついてたそういえば
Crazy guy coming in, and we're also able to aim for higher goals
yeah,
than
so
before.
이제는 나 때문에 우승을 못했다라는 그런 자책하는 게 아닌 내가 우승을 만들어냈다고 스스로를 칭찬해주고 싶고 형들도 그렇게 생각하게 만들고 싶어요.
Making it to Masters, playing in the finals, everything is a first for us, and we're climbing higher together.
결승전까지 온 이상
RRQ も
후회
ね
없이 저의 모든 거를 보여드리겠습니다.
そもそもこういう場所決勝戦に出すのが初だもんな世界大会も初だし
In the Pacific history. We're here to claim
우승 트로피는
うわ RRQ も GenG もストーリーあるなお来た始まるね
Rise Pacific. Finals.
来た。映像が変わってる。あ、トロフィー飾ってあるんだ。後ろのライティングやばい。かっこいいね、映像。後ろキラキラ。あ、BGM 変わった。
Gen.G.
It's the moment you've been waiting for, live in Seoul, South Korea. It's the grand finals of Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. And for the first time ever, we're seeing a completely new contender on the finalist board. It's RRQ's chance to secure the Stage 1 trophy. But look who's back! It's the Tiger Nation, Gen.G. They are one of our most decorated Pacific teams, holding a Master Shanghai trophy. And they're the winners from last year's kickoff and Stage 2. And RRQ are their opponents, and new face on the stage who come default with a crown. It's the King of Kings, RRQ. And of course, though, these two gentlemen on stage, this is not their first.
Just seeing
Texture and One come out there. These are two players that know each other so well. They actually lived together in the same apartment in 2023, so you can't get any closer than that. But fantastic to see them both here in the final.
Yeah, Jemkin, he is the Russian Terminator for me. This guy is just always coming at you, able to find those picks, able to have that fraggy impact in the server. One of the best duelists inside of VCT Pacific, but Ash has been a phenomenal up-and-comer. He's going to get a fist bump that he deserves. His ceiling has been phenomenal on this Ini role coming in from Gen.G Academy.
That's right. If Gen.G end up winning today, Ash is going to be joining the Royal Roaders as the rookie, winning a grand finals. And of course, these are very familiar faces. You know Munchkin and Crazy Guy. Now, Ewok has commended Crazy Guy as a steady voice in when it gets dark in the darkness for RRQ.
Yeah, since his addition in Stage 1, I feel like this team has gone from strength to strength. But both of these IGLs incredibly well respected by their teams. You see them lead from the middle roll of this chair, really steering that ship forward.
Yeah, Crazy Guy has been a fantastic addition. He is so loud on that stage. You hear him all the way up from a separate floor that we get to watch on from. Cushy, another fantastic addition and rookie, really making a name for himself in kickoff. And Foxy9, since his re-addition back into Gen.G, has been in phenomenal form.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, he's been going crazy since he rejoined. Oh, nice little cheer from him there. He's pumped up today, but he's been fantastic to watch, taking over on this Sentinel role. But Cushy, a real shot for Rookie of the Year.
Absolutely. We have a lot of rookies on stage having a fantastic performance. Speaking of rookies, Karen, our favorite rookie from last year, great showing, and he was one of the key figures in helping Gen.G secure all those trophies last year. And of course, X-Barrow, he is actually the original David. We call Divide David, but X-Barrow is our real David.
I feel like both these players are the real rock of their team, both always dependable, really showing up when you need them to, and there's no higher stakes than today for them to be as solid as ever.
And RRQ and Gen.G have coaches we've come to know, come to love. They've been fighting so hard every single year for these
Absolutely, Solo, an absolute legend of the TAC FPS scene. Ahead inside of Gen.G, going up against an Ewok who has steadily been improving RRQ over time, iterating incrementally, and they have finally reached a grand final here. I'm sure he's pretty much put everything he could possibly do on the line. He's probably pulled an all-nighter after the game against PRX yesterday.
Almost certainly. That match finished so late. They know they have to come in and play again today, and you have to prep 5 more maps from your opponents. I mean,
he said it though.
Knows?
He said he would be here. Ewok said it on the couch with you guys here at the desk. He said it in the interviews. He's like, I'm going to be here the next 2 days.
Ascent,
Lotus,
Icebox.
True to his words. But
Gen.G ヘイブンから
始
めるんだな。ベストマップは3マップ目ですか。
It's such a cursed history for RRQ against this organization. It feels like they're different people against Gen.G. We saw this in the upper finals. I thought that was some of the worst we'd seen RRQ look. It felt like a crumble against the Tiger Nation. And as it almost always is, this is a curse that they're trying to lift to be able to hoist that trophy today. But will they be well prepared enough?
Yeah, RRQ, they face an impossible task. They are at disadvantage in every sense of the word in this series. If they pull off this grand final victory, it would be nothing short of phenomenal.
We saw our predictions earlier. RQ has momentum right
マ
now,
ッ
and
プの取り
even
方はかなり
then,
予測
we
ずれたか
still
もね。
doubt them.
Yeah.
All of our
RRQ
predictions, I would say all of us are predicting Gen.G. Two of them were biased votes, so the SEA votes. How many times does RQ need to win for us
コース
to
に見て
believe
から
in
決め
them?
るわ。賢い。
I don't know. I will definitely
One
believe
more.
in them if
まあ
they
コー
win
ス
this.
で
I
も
already believe
この
that
タ
they're
イミン
going
グ
to
変わらん
do
か
damage
な。
to Toronto. I just think this is a very cursed matchup and a very cursed situation for them. And for Gen.G, they
1
were
日ぐらい
disappointed by not
練習
getting
期
the
間あったら
Masters,
帰れる
by
けど
getting a third place.
連日
Most
だからね、
happy
もう
with
ね。
a third place in Pacific, but for Gen.G, their standard is excellent. So nothing short of smashing RRQ in this
RRQ
grand
優
final
勝し
will
た
be
ことないからって意
acceptable
味で
for
も優
them.
勝
I
して
mean,
ほ
the
しい。
big reason I went for Gen.G, it wasn't
ここまで
because
来て
I
るのが
think
ね
they're necessarily better players
RRQ
or
も
even a better
結構
run
主人
team
公ルー
than
ト
the
なんだよ
side of RRQ. I just think the deck is so stacked in their favor today. The double veto, the first map pick, the prep advantage, and the rest advantage. It all goes their way today, as you say. I'm really rooting for RRQ. I would love to see them snatch a win here, but there's no doubt it's an incredibly hard uphill battle. They have to
いやでもね
jog up Everest to win today.
Yeah,
上り調
as
子
we
で
were
すから
talking
RRQ も
about the
GenG もすご
scoreline,
いけ
how
ど
everything is
し
in
かも
the
再戦
favor
です
for
から
GenG, and we say in Valorant
もう
anything
対
can
策
happen,
対
but
策
what
で
is a Korean team who has that advantage?
今まで
Like
の
you were
結果
saying,
とは
Pilsky, Korean teams strive for
違
perfection
う
and
結果になりやすいか
Yeah,
らね。こ
absolutely.
の
They've
試合
got
は
a
ね。
star-studded coaching staff, as do pretty much all of the Korean organizations. Gen.G, DRX, some absolute legends, mixed in with some great coaching
いや
staff to support
3-0
them.
とかもあるかも。
So give them
そんぐらい昨
plenty
日
of
圧倒的だ
days
った
of
からね。
prep.
一昨日
Make
か。
RRQ run the gauntlet
マジで
all the
強かっ
way
たから
through
ね。
Paper X and show everything that they had.
どうなるかな。
Show their flaws, show their weaknesses on some maps, show some of their strengths so that you can be able to have all of that information, all of that data, and prep yourself for a really good grand finals day today.
Now, both of these teams have had roster shuffles at the beginning of the season and mid-season, and I want to talk about
でこれは
Crazy
トロントい
Guy
けるよ。
again.
そ
So
の
this
時は確定してる。
it seems to be a missing piece that RRQ really needed for this really wild group of guys here, and that they were saying yesterday there were times when the team starts to lose faith. You know, when you're really down on the count there. Crazy Guy apparently ended up taking over. He's like, guys, let me just do all the calls. You know, just listen to my voice. Let me do this until everyone's back in form.
You see it in the mid to late round. I've seen him get one beat 5 seconds into the round, and he is micromanaging the post plan. He's saying, smoke this, drone, you wait. He's micromanaging everything. He's making sure that he's getting the call correct to maximize RRQ's potential of success in these rounds. And he is such a loud voice in the arena. Gen.G will be roaring. These guys love to get loud as well.
去年の壁アウトかエンジンしすぎてさ、後半喋ることなくなってて。
Gen.G on the other side, running that Viper. This is exactly where they want to be. Now, RRQ, when they run this double Duelist, I want to know your opinion, Pilsky. Do you like Monya on the Yoru with Jemkin on the ISO? Or for me personally, I feel like they should go the other way around. I think Jemkin's Yoru is fantastic.
個性的には RRQ がメタだけどね。アイス最近減ったよね。1分ぐらいしか見なくなった。
Slow and measured. He likes to set up those aim duels. He likes to play very positionally. Whereas Monya is definitely that entering force, and that's what you need to be. You need to be mobile on this Yoru, on this map. For this particular comp. So that's
夜アイスを多分昔は夜がモネットのがなくて、ジェムキンがそんな好きじゃなくて夜ね。アイス出るならジェムキンやったっぽいんだけど、今もう死ぬほど上手くなっちゃったからな、ジェムキン。夜とアイスの入れ替わりは全然ありだね。それこそマスターズでワンチャン見れるかもしれない。
And to take us through the grand finals, it's none other than Achilles and Paperthin.
夜とかのこのエントリーデュエはメインデュエがやってる印象ある。マジでむずいから。他のチームはね。
GenG versus RRQ, a matchup as old as time at this point, a matchup as old as you are. These guys have clashed over and over again. 7-1, the scoreline in favor of GenG. Today, RRQ might be able to turn that tide just a bit, but in the biggest way possible by taking them down in a best of
いい
5
試合になるん
and
じゃ
netting
ね。
themselves
RRQ が食らいついて、それこそオーバータイムとかで1マップ2マップ取って、なんだかんだGenGが勝ちきるみたいな感じになりそう。
Trophies, not just here in Pacific, but internationally as well.
現地韓国だよ。
For RRQ, a lot to
OT
prove.
強かったな、RRQ な。
Best of 5 win in the
OT 一覧とも
partnership
取って
era
ない昨日。
yesterday. Can they take it another step further
俺の忘れだっ
and
て
get
る。
their first Pacific trophy, or is it going to be
パイパーの
another
カーテン対す
one
る。
in
割
the
れない割れない。
case for Gen.G?
Let's go.
We are about to find out. Barriers about to drop. RRQ here on the attack to start GenG. Coming into this obviously with the ban advantage.
RRQ はいつもの失策と。 アイスコースみんなこれだな。
Fracture and Pearl. They start things off here on Haven. We suspect that they are going to be strong.
Yeah.
Munchkin
Ooh.
is already able to find one just through the poison orb as Vonyet is going to be taken out.
That's kind of interesting. Some early spam there. GenG being really reactive on the map right now. Something RRQ was doing a lot in their last matchup just a couple days ago. Was trying to sell fakes one way, bouncing to a different direction on these pistols. So GenG trying to be as reactive as they can.
ガレージドローンで取り返して、これ A 行くよね。でもガレージの片来からこれ A の人数少ない。テクチャー、出番。
Alone here in this position, peeks in, finds
お
one.
ー、でも倒した。なんかしれっとガレージで死んでる。
Himself alive, so Jemkin is able to collect the kill. Foxy9 at the same time, however, finding another. Is she gone? Orb going to be snatched up. Ash
クレイジー
arriving
ガイ
here
ジェム
at
キン、こ
Heaven.
れは
There's a couple shots
相
out,
当
but
ナイスプレーが
also
ない
does
と
have
きついで
salvos
す。
for the delay on the plant. As you have 3 players from
ジ
GenG
ェムキンならちょっとやっちゃいそうだけ
rallying
ど
in around the back. Salvos get flung out.
いけるのか。
Position here just below.
You still got a little bit of util to work with.
さすがにきついか。
Still have a snake bite. So
クレイジー
GenG
ガイは
clear some space. Well, we could just get it done with the
こ
guns.
れはきついな。
We'll just find a timing there, crazy guy. Eyes set forward.
おおで当てるんだ頭。
Bounding around the corner, drawing the
強いね。
attention of the Russian Terminator. And Ash is there to throw him down into the magma. Defuse will come through, and that's going to be GenG taking the opening pistol.
Yeah, just really
結構マ
solid
ンチがジャ
discipline
ンプチ
stuff.
ェッ
Obviously
クして
getting
からこっちが
the kill through the
出た
smoke
ね
there.
細けいけど順
Very
番
nice to
完
start,
璧だ
but
な
you're
ラーキーは
expecting a lot of,
ええ
you know, contention for the
ー、キル起
orbs,
きてたの。
especially with running the double duelist, especially with the duelist being Yoru and Iso, with 2 of the most valuable ults you're going to find in the game potentially. You're really going to be expecting RRQ to be trying to secure every single one of those that they can. And GenG already showing us that they have a little bit of a game plan early, a good counter strat to the drone through the doors to make sure Foxy9 is safe. They get the kill over there. Texture gets his.
パンチエ
And
ッコ
it's pretty smooth
GenG が
sledding
セリフバイだ。
GenG the rest of the way. Ooh, some damage done to Cushy there.
Yeah, Munchkin
クシが崩れてる。
always goes for this Guardian, always likes to
ゲ
spam
ンジ
through
の場合
in the
弱気
window.
弱気っていうかまあセカンドバイケアでしょ
Getting
これ
caught
は
a little bit off guard by that, but already
スティンガーバイやってハンドガン
rush
でいか
play
れる
coming through
やる
onto
と
the site tap
ボコボコ
of
され
the
るから
plant.
え
Still in hand here for Monyet.
あプラントーン出してあえて残ったぞ
Back away. As now the push gets ready to come through. Munchkin once again just going to be backpedaling. Monyet now sticking for the plant. Nothing to really dissuade. Jumps around the corner. Shield raised, but Jemkin's still going to fall. Munchkin able to collect it to the end. Wall
ちょっと
now.
ナイフに見せたのに
Raised up the tap. Just trying to see what they can
まあ
beat
2人ぐら
out
い
here.
削れたら
Util
最
out
高
of the way.
プラントできたし
Only have to worry about the class
やばい
on
ち
the
ょっとず
opposite
つ
side.
削れて
So
る
much
お
damage already suffered. Crazy guy able to find one. That will be a weapon left on the floor.
なんかエリン
Texture
から
collecting two. It's coming online.
Oh.
Turns his sights over to a link. The Phoenix Pharaoh and Cushy will fall. 2-0 start. One casualty here in the second round.
Yeah, just phenomenal
Tari
patience being
kezette.
shown here by Munchkin.
マンチ倒し
Getting
て
forward a little bit,
プラント
finding
か
some
まあ十分
info,
かな
knowing they had it fully committed to B. That wasn't, you know, made it so that the rest of his team was able to kind of cover the other angles, cover the other sites. And then he kind of swarms in. He pays the price, but Texture picks up a 3K along the way. Texture, by the way,
日本
in
に気が
terms
集まっ
of
たあと
statistical
2キル
performances so
この
far
ラウ
in
ンド
the
は
Pacific playoffs for stage 1, he is topping literally every category. Literally every single one. It is Texture ahead.
So
Jemkin right
Tamanaso.
behind him, very, very close.
あ
But
RRQ
Texture has
最
been
初のバイ
absolutely insane
映画コントロールする
so
か
far, averaging a kill per round, which is crazy good.
遅れよけてゆっくり展
Been
開か
looking
な
a lot more like his old self, his last year self. His last
なん
couple
かスモ
series.
クリコンの位置
RQ
が
though
かぶっ
looking
ちゃ
at
ったね
themselves
今
on the board. Munchkin, let's go
フ
ahead.
ラッシュの使ってコントロー
Reinforces
ル
the one
完
lost
了
weapon slot with a stinger. Still a good amount of firepower in hand here for GenG. So we'll see how RQ looks to get themselves into an advantageous position here in the anti-bonus.
We know what they're like with these Guardians. We know what they can do when they're on weaker buys. We saw it so much last year. Yes, a slightly different roster this year, but still almost just as dangerous with
で
those
コントロ
one-tap
ールして
weapons.
からガレー
So
ジ
you have
コ
to
ントロール
be
まあ
extremely
エイとガレー
cautious.
ジはコントロールした
Bit
そう
of
だ
an
なこれ
exploration. Let's see if this is going to be a commit or just a
エ
fish
メイン以
for
上取ったね今
some util.
うわすげえマシンがエメイン一
Come
人
out
で取って
as
る
well.
Clone right here down below,
Javier
and
da.
that's going to be Texture spotted, quickly having to reposition
Oh,
as the shots come flying. Checked up a
Javier.
little bit as Foxy9 tries to hold the door here at Garage, but
Oh.
RQ poking and prodding.
バイパーと
They're
思い
opting
出
to
場
back
所にいるん
away.
だけど
Munchkin has since swapped that stinger
それ
off
取り
over
返
to
し
Ash's hands.
これ
Has
トライ
the
かな
Guardian here.
何キルできるか。
He's going to look to try to hold the line versus the lion's share of RRQ players. Finds himself a second, looks for the third, can't quite make it happen. Crazy guy dancing around his texture about to get timing. Learn from Xpero.
最高の仕事してる。
Managing to find one as the turret gets cleared out. And now it's going to be RQ trying to ship the spike across the
残
map
り20秒。
with 18 seconds remaining. Already, players have arrived at the C site.
2人ついちゃった。
Tejo
90
here,
秒
you've
で
got the salvos, they can play delay.
The sun's coming through. They have
残
the
り10秒。
salvos on the exit of garage. They're going to have to disrespect it, try to run over this, and they're just going to get absolutely mauled as they exit out.
ああ、時間切れた。
The time is already gone. The round is already over. This bonus is converted. RRQ losing the plot, losing the clock. Gen.G
よく C がロー
3-0
トできた
start.
ね。あのタイミングで
That's just
バイ
great
パーが A メイン
coordination
の情報を
there
取ったとき
from Ash and Foxy9, the two new additions to Gen.G for
C 戻るのめっちゃ
2025.
むずそうだけどな。
Great job by Munchkin. This off angle he takes catches his opponents just a bit off guard. Usually he's tucked in or somebody's tucked in
フェイリ
in
ン
the
グ
far corner
カ
there,
ロンがちょっ
trying
と
to
聞
make
こ
it
え
a
たのかな
90-degree
メイン
angle.
かってこと。
Instead, he gets just a little bit ahead of it,
よく
finds
通
two
知したわ
kills.
これ。
Like I mentioned,
マップマジ
they
で裁
are
判式。
deadly with those one-tap guns. Karan's still going to be holding the Guardian a weaker buy, just the hero rifle for Cushy. A couple stingers, a couple sheriffs otherwise.
なんでロートしてんの ?C 倒したから、すべてカテクシャを倒したから、後ろの人間が A 寄ってそうに見えたんで、カテクシャが情報取ってるから、A ロートしてる読み。で、それをラックが倒したから、
I don't want to mess with that too much. But it's a rose that has many thorns for Gen.G.
ゆっくりだね。
Everybody on this team can
ライ
frag
フル
out.
がクッシーが持ってるね。
So you have to be so careful, and that's something that's been haunting RRQ sometimes this year, where you just have to rely on Jemkin to get those kills. You need some of these other players to step up. Texture just shutting him down.
I mean, gonna have to start considering popping the shield at every single corner here when the Gen.G players are fragging like that. Kill contract is going to be online for the next buy round. See if it comes into play as stun the try to delay. It's going to be that clone pushing forward. It's a gate crash across as Lurk attempts here in the mid. Going to be shut down by Munchkin. Does suffer a good amount of damage, but ultimately does survive. Karen up over the top, swinging. Guardian finding. Crazy guy now going to be taken down. Nano gets the pop here in garage. And they're just going to storm their way out onto the site. Quick little turn there, quick little to tap. Foxy9 will secure the flawless as Gen.G start off in flawless fashion.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Foxy9 on Haven with the way he is able to lock down C and Garage. He has really found a lot of success in his side anchoring as of late. Really an improved part of his game that the Gen.G coaching staff has called upon him to do. And despite a minor setback for him temporarily being benched, he has bounced back incredibly well in a lot of different ways. And that's something I'm going to be keeping my eye on as this defender side rolls on. You have to think for Foxy9 how huge this win would be. Never able to find one before, despite being on DRX in the past. Love to get that trophy.
ゆっくりだな。なんかミッド早。
嘘。 早ラウンド1の。
保護されてる。
Set up the call to go for a crunch. It's so damn fast. I barely have time to get the words out
A
of my
も取れ
mouth.
ねえし、時
We're
間
gonna
か
have
け
a
ようと思った
timeout.
ら、
We'll take a look at the
捨
replay
てき
here.
たんだけど。
See what really happened.
ほんと手のひらの上って感
Walk
じ。
out there. I mean, Karan just gets window for free, and he just keeps taking space. And RRQ there just struggling to recover. They got two players trapped up on the garden corner. And even though Jemkin gets the shield and is able to get one, there's just overwhelming odds for the side of Gen.G. And they cannot slow down their momentum. And this is already looking very scary for RRQ. And Ewok, of course, you know, he said one of the things that he felt like this team needed to improve on today was just they needed to shoot back. They just needed to shoot back, and we haven't
エ
seen
リア
it
ファイ
yet.
トテンポいるけど、日本ネオンだけど、そんな強く
We
ないし
have
ね。
been seeing these
ブリーチ内部。
soft starts for RRQ.
サイト中防衛
It's a
は
little while to
かな
really
り
get
固め。
the
ハイ
adrenaline
パー構成
pumping, the blood flowing. That's not something that when you're in a best of 5
Hey,
in a final and your opponent has had full reign when it comes down to the draft. It's not something that you can really afford to have those
GenG
weaker
得意マップは
starts.
別格に強い
We'll
な、プレイ
see
スタイ
after this timeout if they can go ahead
一
and
番
kick
強いのロー
things
タス
into
だから
gear
ね、
a
これ
bit,
で。
because especially starting on this attacker side with this double duelist composition, that's where the bread should be buttered.
これピックは、
And especially you know, with Gen.G only having one quote-unquote flash, and that's the paranoia, you've got to find ways to get Monyet involved and get those flashes to connect to break into sites. You know, but like you said earlier, Kilios, they've been getting shut down before they can even use or pop some of their utility. Gen.G's a step ahead of them. Clear the dart by Ash.
開幕 A コントロールか。
It's the sole player over at Long A right now.
でもスキルだけでエリア取れたと。
Everybody's stacking up for a
その
big
しい。
C site hit. Well, I was giving
なんか
Foxy
真
9
剣
a
にいい
lot
位
of
置にアロボがある
flowers
ね。
for the way he was
あ。
playing this site anchoring. He's gonna have to step up or just get out in this case potentially if he's going in.
Oh,
He's
he put it
be
up.
cleared, but right, he's going to be grabbed up here by the kill contract. Will be dead even if he wins this fight. You would suspect.
Oh,
will
that's
take it down. Texture, you
Ooh.
will find Monyet. At the same time, Crazy
Ah.
Guy keeping in the back of sight comes away with 2 kills. The next barrel finds Munchkin. Suddenly, weapons are going to be
クレイジーガイ
upgraded.
テレポ早っ。
Ash, now revealed by the Neural, is asked to clutch this out. Some wild spray across, some
いや
damage.
いいウル
still.
ト入ったなジムキン。
Jimkin down to 51.
タイマーだけ A コントロールスキルだけ入れてし。
Pressed here for the moment.
A コントロールスキルだけ入れてで取れるかどうかの判断
See what Ash
難
is
しい
able
よ
to
ね。前々の
pull
ラウ
off
ンド
here
の
for the
傾
team.
向とか
Swing
で
out,
見せられ
nothing.
たから。
Headshot there from
完
Jemkin.
璧やん。
We'll get RRQ on the
うまいな
board. The
タイムアウ
timeout, working a treat.
And you're seeing exactly why that ISO ult is
会
so
場韓国だよこれ。
important. Because maybe there's a world where Foxy 9 gets 1 or 2 in that kind of unusual position where he pushes forward into the smoke, but that opens up all this space. That allows Crazy Guy to TP farther forward. That allows them to just scale aggressively to the back of sight, start knocking players down. Unable to hold on there for the end. Nice play called, nice timeout for RRQ. Dialing up a set play, a bit of aggression is the coaching staff, but now you've got Texture with the operator. Got a lockdown for Foxy. You do have the neural, or excuse me, the dimensional drift for Monyet, so some things to consider.
Do you have any way
Uy,
to track
ichiro.
Bail out? The answer is
Uso.
realistically no. Jemkin finds a headshot there on a Foxy 9.
あ、シールドか。
One
残ったの
falling
か。
right here at the front of the site. And RRQ more than happy to go
アイ
ahead
スの
and
シール
take
ド
that
残って
away.
たから。めっちゃ強いポジションいた
That's
け
a
ど、
huge first find.
上だしね。
That
入
makes
ら
it
ざ
a
るを得な
lot
かっ
harder for Gen.G because they have to commit extra resources to the C side of the map.
And they should also know from where the fast lane came from that that's one of Texture's setups for the operators. And now they should know that he has that in play. For
た。ガレー
dimensional
ジ
drift going to
ウ
be
ルト
called
起
in.
動を。
Charon unchecked, but
うわー、
right
外
swung
した。
on by Jemkin.
ジェムキンがワイドスイングしてるのおもろいな。
Two-player advantage now here for the side of RRQ. Ash alone on the site, waiting for some reinforcements, but going to be overwhelmed and surrounded very swiftly. Texture's bound his way across here towards this A site, but given that he has the operator in play, you have to
後続に味方が結構いっぱいいる
exit
か
as
ら、
quickly as he
1人目
arrived.
がワイドピークした方がいいっていう。
Yeah, I feel like this should absolutely be a save.
味方用ワイドピークだ
There's
と。
not much left you can do at this point.
相変わらず夜のウルトの情報の取り具合バグって
Craziest
んな。
plays you've ever seen. So wisely, Texture just gonna peace out. Munchkin gonna try to tuck into a corner, see if he can catch someone from RRQ going
仕
for
上が
their
ってますね、
hunt.
ジェムキンは。
The X Pharaoh out early, looking for that valuable piece of weaponry. Just a question of whether he'll get there or not. Jemkin.
ええ
What?
強い。
Okay, the answer is
は
no regarding Munchkin, but what a swing from Jemkin. That is
早すぎだろ、当てんの。
Did he stop? Like he did that so fast. That
早
was
すぎて。
crazy.
hell.
ピクシの球外れたから今。
That's unbelievable.
Okay, we'll have to see it back. Both of our jaws pretty much on the floor after that one.
God.
What a shot to
ステ
hit.
ップうま。
Oh,
Oh!
my God.
外れたな、頭。
And that's what we were talking about. When the timeout was called,
まず
we're
雪玉転
seeing
がってる。ウル
those
ト
kinds
あ
of
れ
shots, those kinds of plays
ウルトさっき使ってなかっ
coming
た。
out of Jemkin in particular, but from the rest of the team as well. And 2
始ま
rounds
って
in
る。
a row here for the side of RRQ. See just how far they can take this.
Well, and now the bank accounts of Gen.G are starting to dwindle.
ああ、かわした。う
Nice
ま。
Missed.
Yeah,
かわすのうま。
bit of a whip there. Ain't gonna be spotted out. Nano pumps the clone,
バイ
so
パー
Foxy
とキ
doesn't
ルト
even
シ
have
ー
to
かな、
worry
今の
about
は
it.。
バイパーの位置は分かったねか。キルトシーなのかくて。
See Foxy tucked a little bit further back. Doesn't want to try to challenge that long C angle. Out in the open. Got bested previously. Probably learned that
ウルトクッシュがあるのか。で、防衛サイトもウルトいっぱいあるね。
texture. On the
お
corner
お、
with
タイミング
timing.
完璧。
Finds one. Surveil himself
Oh,
out. The pass lane will be there to cover the escape.
5対4に
One
され
shot there in
て
the、back of the leg.
これ振り回されて
There's the
も、
Achilles heel.
ハードローテしな
He's
けれ
gonna
ば
be able to get Scott out, get
勝て
out
るね、バイ
Scott
パー
free.
構成はね。 アイスバイパー行って、じゃあ、夜アイス相手、
Some of the game plan here
かなり強そうだな、
really
バイパーポ
feels
ーズで。
like if you see texture, don't go that way.
お
But Foxy,
ワングルで。
nice kill.
Trying to get back to his anchoring waves. He's gonna tug forward. The poison orb turns out, swings, looks for Xparrow, cannot find it. But Munchkin catching a glimpse. He's able to take him down through the Cypher Zone cage. Crazy guy. Now left to his own devices. Headshot. And then sprayed down. Gen.G putting an end to the monsters run back here from the side of RRQ. Will guarantee themselves 6 of the half.
Yeah, they're still sitting on some ultimates too. So they've got a lot of flexibility coming up. Yeah, I mean, I think almost every round that we've seen, once Texture's position has been revealed, RRQ has gone the other way. I think almost every time. And I don't blame them. Again, best player in Pacific right now. If you just look at the raw stats. And look what he does in game.
地味に打てそうだね、シールド割れちゃってね。
Absolutely out of control. It is definitely spring season again for Gen.G, just like it was in 2024. They just hit this hot streak. They're already quickly rotating over towards A. A little bit of util sent over that way. Has them thinking that maybe RRQ is going to try to dial up another fast hit.
まあ、前よりは安定感出てるね。
Flash clear util.
もともと爆発タイプだと思うよ。
Foxy still in the window. Karan.
Spotting out multiple players. Paranoia immediately going to be sent out.
めちゃめちゃいい選手になってる。
But too shallow to catch, but RRQ aren't looking to scale off of this
タ
pressure.
レットぶっ壊してコントロール完了。
It's a huge win for them. They get the
最
paranoia.
初はこのタイミングで A 取り返しいってるけど、取り返し相場のドローンだけで。
Getting clustered up. Drone sent over towards A to try to sell a bit of presence there. Karan looking for a timing. Slides down the line. Collects 2.
30 HP で潰れちゃった。
Strike in from behind, but Karan now sight turned back over towards main. The drift out. Xparrow able to find the one. Foxy still here on the site. The spike now dropped outside of garage. Foxy swooping in from behind, and it's going to be with City as Cushy turns back, finds a headshot, but still eats an immense amount of damage. Overdrive now going to be popped here from Texture. Looking for targets, but they've been split up. The time, however, getting away from RRQ. Cushy pushes his way back in towards C, but the time is just not there. You know the Texture's around the corner. It's the last player you really want to face in toward. And he will get taken down. Round advantage now secured. Gen.G up to 7 with 3 more to be played out in the half. I can do that.
Good job.
Thanks.
Proud of you.
タイムアウトもう一回、
What an
2
adjustment
回
here
目もあ
from
るんじゃない
Karan, though.
まだ取らない
Just loses that early battle up from Platt, and then just steps up closer, finds a perfect timing with a little help from Foxy9, getting the glimpse into the garage from window, setting things up nicely, and hey, nice watch.
The sponsors setting up some watch parties across Asia for you.
We love that. Love to see that. All right, now there's that early spam. And I mean, I'm curious again if Gen.G is going to try to put some pressure towards window. With that early spam, trying to condition RRQ that they can't have that space. And that's why I assume Crazy Guy trying to hold that angle just in case that is what all that spam is for. Meanwhile, pushing out with the drone. Karan revealed, and he doesn't clear the drone, but...
なんか A 触んなくなったな、もう。突撃するんじゃねこれ。
No reposition. No smoke here, but Paranoia holding them back. Paranoia now going to be coming through his timing pump on the ultimate, but Foxy9 takes him down. Here on the cross angle, able to find Champion, breaks his shield, puts the spike on the floor for a brief little moment, but Monyet quickly trades it back and maintains the advantage here for the side of RRQ. For the stun there off the relay, but Monyet out wide, able to find one. Munchkin trades out another. His pick going to be invested right here in front.
あるぞ今。
Recon
気にさせないし。
on the side of RRQ.
抜くしかないなもう。
Few starting to be held.
おおピカピカ。
The recon
神リコやった。
Ash going to be taking down the spike, not taking up the half. And with the counter spray, they will be able to fish him out. So Pit going to be lost. RRQ find themselves a 3rd round win.
Once again, able to find some success.
なんか
On
箱
toward
の
that C site.
C メインから見て左側に。
Get Monyet
左側の側面に貼っつける。
Foxy9 was trying to wait this Hunter's Fury out so he could
こ
place
の
the
ところの
lockdown
僕抜きも安定す
safely.
るけど。
Did do so,
前
but the
側
cost
に
of
貼る
his
と
life.
さ、
But still
排除
enough
範囲が
for
広くなって
RRQ
ね。
to scale forward, and you can see that Gen.G
め
wanted
っ
to
ちゃ
get
解除
ahead
取っちゃう印象あ
of
る
the
け
end
ど。
of that lockdown to see if they could catch RRQ as they were having to retreat outside of the danger zone. Didn't work though. Monyet just stood his ground, got a kill.
神リコンやった。
Good entries as well. Let's see if RRQ can keep it up, get a couple more, make it a 7-5.
8筋って言うとあそこからウルト起動して
Teho util
ワンチャン解除を狙うしかなかった。
in, but Monyet pretty far pushed up already. Cyber cage to
守りのバイパーウルト。
block his
いやもうここで
He
マンチのこの使い方に関しては マンチキンス
Likely gonna try to play for
ス
this
ペシャ
one.
ルでしょ。
Sparrow
バイ
straight
そもそもヘイブンでバイパー使ってるやつが
rushing
誰もおらん。
forward. And Texture says, well, I can hear you. I
こ
can
の人
see
たち
you. I
ず
can
ーっと
shoot
使ってる
you.
からね。
Clean opening kill here. As the rest of the team held at bay, Paranoia goes across, catching on to them. So Monyet has to put the mask on. Goes forward,
Oh,
shield
it's off.
broken, but Jemkin still firing.
モロト
Does
もい
find
けるんだ。
Khan. As Monyet duking it out here with Munchkin, who tucks forward. Push out of the smoke though.
Oh.
Getting carved up.
Eh.
Quickly Finds two, and Jemkin just
バイ
hits
パー
one
のモロ
right
を
through
普
the
通に通
smoke
り抜
on
け
the
てぶっ倒してね
texture.
やべえだろ。
Right between the eyes. And Foxy says, yep, I want nothing to do with this. Up unsavable. We'll just be looking to hold on to this Phantom.
Yeah, those are those explosive entries you're looking for with the double duelists. And it was as soon as Xpharaoh got killed by Texture, that's when they pulled the trigger.
GenG 相手はセーフティー
They
に行
knew
くよ
that
り俺
op
カスは
wasn't
ついちゃ
there.
った
They
方が
knew they had
良さそうだよ
that。dimensional drift as well. And they could just storm their way through into
ま
sight.
たウルト上がる
The Gen.G
3回
players,
目
maybe a few missteps in terms of their positioning. I think Ash might want to take back that swing out of the smoke, but
Both of them.
yeah, for both of them, Cushy was so ready for that. But regardless, RRQ doing a really nice job there. Combining their util, they should be able to get Jemkin's ult most likely. Coming into
モロで甘われて
final
るの
round,
か。
that's going to be a
弱体だか
huge
ら
piece for them. We've already seen what he can
ダ
do
メ
with
ー
it
ジ
when
2
he
倍だ
gets
から
to
ね
land.
食らうダメ
Might
ー
add
ジ
one whiffy one. That's okay. But the buy also is going to be interesting for Gen.G. Going to be a little bit weak. Just
でもウルトはで
disrespecting
も
that
止まり
snake
ま
bite
くっ
as
てるよ
well. Whew, Cushy.
強っ
That first one was
おう
quite good. And that's just, you just assume they're there.
I mean, Jemkin's understanding. He says, okay, he's playing a Neon. He's
昔
got
セ
an
ッテンのだった
operator.
のがネオ
He's
ンにな
going
っ
to
て
fast
そういうのなんと
rotate.
かなりそうだ
This
っ
is
た
the
ああ
angle that he's
そう
going
だ
to
ね
be lined up
守
on.
りもメインのファイト硬くなったんでオペがちょっと出しづらくなってるけど
Might as well.
スメンもだいぶまあこのその分テクスチャーへの負担
Bulldog
が
behind these
おかしいけ
Phantoms
ど
and a Vandal. Weapon advantage here for the set of RRQ.
ワンデュエワンイニシの
7-5.
ネオンって
Rescuing the half considering how
本当に
things
辛
have
そうだけどね
started.
これもテク
Still
スチャー
not
ス
going
ペ
to
シャ
be
ル
the
だね
greatest feeling given the comp
全 G にしかできない
starting on the attack side, but gives him an opportunity. Certainly rescued this map even further.
守りの方が強いか
Got
な、う
cleared.
ん、
Did the drone, but Gen.G reading this well.
基本的には守りの方が
Not
強い
showing their
バイパー
hand.
がね特殊なん
Teho's
だよ
been here
な
literally every single time, so
あ
that
の
drone
ステッ
doesn't
プにや
mean
ってくる
much.
相手にはバイパー超
Back
強い
here,
お
Texture trying to get out.
My
Karn
Gストレート
able to find one. Ash going to be taken out at the same time. Texture does manage to evacuate, but tag down to 46.
まあまあもうサイトなんかさっきの崩れ方したら
Only
普通
Munchkin
にサイト
still
守り
with
はし
just
ない
the
で
stinger.
逆走
As that's going to be the grab of the orb. They're looking to try to spray it
Point
out.
is
Texture
that
finds in the
comeback
ult now. A non-factor here in the round. Jemkin just slowly trying to crouch away. Pays the iron price.
Get the neural theft here. Maybe sell a fake. But that he needs smokes to do so.
30 seconds left.
Doesn't have it up. Oh, he found the angle. Nice.
Seeing that it's clear, look at the reping here on Foxy. Know that he's the one player.
本当強いなサイトあると起動で
Sparrow
きればラカ
trying
残っ
to
てんだ
slot in behind these players. Knife now.
大事だな
Spike
これ
planted
エクスペロ
across the map. The quick pivot. They're not gonna get the angles here.
おーシティ
Sparrow's
った
not
タレ
gonna
ット
be
も
able
ない
to
とこ
find
だ
him quite just yet, but as
あ
long
る
as
ぞ
the rest of the team can try to hold on to the site,
Haran just got
gonna
out.
be able to find
Oh.
value as Monyet here in front of Platt. Mo's down two.
Oh.
Karan finding that, but now the backstab gets ready to come in. Forward into the smoke. Xpharaoh getting closer and closer. Finds the first, the shorty, drawn out, knows that he's going to be low HP, but Karan dips
Oh.
in. Finds a headshot.
あ
Swings
あ
out
すげえ
and takes down Crazy Guy.
えー
The 4K Red Bull clutch. Karan secures an 8-4 score for Gen.G at the half. What a
うますぎる
round.
Well, the ult could not have come at a better time there for Karan. He TP's in behind Platt right before Xpharaoh's about to get to him at defender side spawn. Monyet just knocks down a couple players. Karan's had enough.
もうこの
Sets
順
up
番
the
も
smoke. Oh, poor Xpharaoh.
会場に出
Expects
す
him to be
順番も
closer to
完
the
璧
spike,
すぎるな
maybe
ちょ
on
っ
the
と
other
な
side of the box. What a flick there from Karan. And the swing to seal the deal. Woo!
焦るもうハーフいっちゃってるからもう僕抜くしかないんだよね
This is a player that has been
全て分かって
kicking his own ass.
Yes.
やってる
To
ワンオ
not
ン
mince
2
words. He has been, well, here's
最
our,
初
yeah,
の
one of our Korean casters
僕
who
出して会場
won
に
a
出して
lovely Ace of Predator laptop
裏の
earlier.
シティベースから来たラークの倒し方もね
That's not true. I know that's not true. No, I'm just kidding.
完璧すぎるわちょっと
Yeah, it's definitely true. But
But he did win the laptop. So.
he did win the laptop. But for Karan, he's been kicking his own ass when it comes down to his performances so far here in kickoff, with him not being able to make it over to international competition, and at the start of stage 1, because he was not looking like the clutch god, this guy who has just such crisp, clean mechanics and aim. But these last couple series here in the playoffs, Karan has come alive. Yeah. This guy has been resurrected and maybe even ascended even higher than he was before.
少人数戦の勝率高すぎ
It's plays like that.
GenG がね、まあ得意な選手が集まってるよね
Pull off with regularity that impress us so very much.
Well, you could almost see the look on his face after that clutch, that it was relief. It wasn't, you know, that old Karan where he's screaming his head off and losing his mind after stuff like that. Just, you know, just a sigh. And moments like that are, you know, why
ピストル勝
he
率
was rookie of the year last year.
8位かだいぶ低いな
Starting to
RRQ
look better and better, as are all of Gen.G. On yet in trouble potentially.
Pinned into the corner. The quick
from
Texture, but cannot realign fast enough. Mon yet
2度目
collecting that kill. RRQ needing this opening pistol. Trying to get themselves back into a winning position. Close this gap down. Cut of the noise here from the side of Gen.G, but everyone clustered at main. It's going to be a swing out. Kills exchange here on both sides. Karan with one, Foxy with another. Jemkin and Cushy fighting back. Now
お
brings
もろいな
it
で
into
も
a
エロン4人
2v3.
でアウト
Spike
ラ
on
イン
the
みん
floor.
なで戦うんだ
On the opposite side of this smoke.
Well, now you got to figure out a way to get back to that spike.
C はリテイクでいい B とガレージも情報ない
RRQ
か
is going to
ら
opt to just
みんなで
hold it
逆プッ
down,
シ
throw the paranoia.
ュ RRQ 視点はもうエリンクとか怖いから
What is the game plan here?
進むしかな
They
さ
have
そうだよ
40
ね
seconds. They're going to go around the world, but then they still have to fight their way
ス
down
パイクが落ちてる
into
ぞ
Long A.
Yeah.
There's a smoke already set up. Granted, it might expire by the time they get there, but there's only 33 seconds remaining. At the end of the day, this is round. It's going to have to end in a scuffle rather than a plan, it feels like.
No, you're absolutely correct.
16
It has to be
25
kills.
間に合う
Maybe Munchkin just
めっちゃ警戒して
anticipated
る
that they were just going to hold the site since they had the angle from the ramp.
時間ないよ
They're going to have to push down soon.
バレた
Shot to the shoulder. 12 seconds remaining. I mean, if you're Jemkin, you can just have him run away. Unless this last little kill comes in and he runs out of bullets, and Crazy Guy will go ahead and collect it. Well, things got a little bit silly. And RRQ give themselves their first pistol win.
珍
So
しい
the gap now, 3 rounds separating the teams.
Yeah, that one looked a little bit wanting. I mean, Texture,
How
I
about that
could
on
have
shot?
sworn saw Monyet when he first ran.
I think he did, but then he panicked, slid into the wall, and couldn't get his gun out.
I think you're right. But
めっちゃ笑ってる
it's kind of an odd situation there. Not anticipating.
めっちゃ笑ってる
RRQ having a lot of fun after that one. Outlaw, couple Bulldog, Spectre, Ghost for Xpero. Is now Gen.G just thinking about some kind of fast hit. Paranoia at the ready.
Trying to up the pace. EP back flat here from Crazy Guy. Karan. Ooh, diving
聞こえてねなんかナノで2人倒してんだけど
What is going on?
何
What is this half? What is this grand final?
何事
What is Gen.G doing?
CPS
And
ナノ
how
と
are they doing it?
モロトフが入ってて
Nothing makes sense.
カロンの知らせ電話は消えてたね今音かぶったかなんかでわかんないけど
I am
何事
speechless again.
そんなことある
Can't even begin to describe what happened there.
Cushy will find one against Munchkin, but he cannot find the round.
まあいきなりで
He
も
cannot find
ねバイパー
the
使
gap
ってる相手も
close.
いないからさ普段
Ash will pick
い
up
き
the
なり
weapon.
アイステーションで
And I am
ナノとモロが CT ベースだったら食らっちゃうのかもね
Yeah.
I'm losing my damn mind.
Yep.
これ CT だねリプレイ流れる
Well,
は
I mean,
ず
I know what happened with Karan. I don't know what happened with the Nanos.
Yeah. I mean, it had to be
一瞬どっちが行くのかわけわかんない
snake
から
bite combo on Nano. You can
あれ
do a
一
lot
瞬
of
ファース
damage.
ト
But how did he get
あ
two
れファースト終わったよなって
Both of them were over on the right-hand side of the site, if you're looking from the map, by the boxes, but
キルが一瞬過ぎたね
see it again. Karan TP's first up on top and then in the back.
あー、ネオンのカーテン音でも消えてんのか。えぐ。
Two people just, oh, it's right at the entrance.
うわ。
Oh, the poison cloud and, oh, yep. Okay.
バイパーなのヒルジョイモロにバイパーモークもあったんだわ。
Great start to absolute tragedy here for the side
一瞬で解けたな、だから。
GenG now.
シティレス、お目目じゃないんだね。
9 to 5 is cushy. Okay. Solid start. The one weapon that they have in hand.
なんだこの試合は。
It's a good use as Munchkin gets taken down. Foxy is going to be juggling. Guns away, making sure they give nothing over these remaining RQ players for free.
And not really much damage done there to Cushy. So he's
オフライン会議は前待ってるかな、これは。
He's the only one with any kind of firepower here. It's just classics
まあもう
otherwise
聞けるけどね、音
for
は。
RRQ.
まあちょっと雑音はやっぱ流れるからな。
Going to
家に
continue
比
to
べ
go
てね。
through towards A. I mean, all of a
多め
sudden
の
now
知らせてほん
GenG
と消えるときあるんだ
playing
よ
very
な。
cautious, just sitting back towards their spawn, wondering where the heck is RRQ? Are they going to be barreling in behind us? But you've got that KJ util behind your back, so you're going to feel a little bit comfortable. The problem is, this is
a heavy stack.
Yeah.
あるか、クラシック4人だからもうプッシュ次第だわ。
here for RRQ, especially if Cushy is able to come away with some value here. Texture at the ready. Sprints forward.
フラッシュ。
Texture is
あ、
able to
フ
find
ラッシ
one.
ュ。
Sparrow swinging out. Does manage to go ahead, take it down. Weapon going to be
味方の
advantage
か
there
今の。
within the site. The bulldog as well can
味
get
方の
scooped
か。
up.
あ、だ
So
武器2本取れたわ。
firepower
十
here
分十
for
分
the。side of RRQ, and it's going to be a very fast pivot for the side of GenG. Camera set up on B. Their sights set on C, however. Turn out the back. Trip gets cleared. Crazy guy going to look to try to buy some time. Stun, not going to connect.
おお。
Foxy 9 breaks the shield with the first. Collapse them both with a second. And now, just Xpharaoh with that Phantom in hand. Crazy guy already forward committed here into the site, taken down by Ash.
これはきつい。
Xpharaoh looking to be the hero, finds the first, spots the second.
嘘。
It's the transfer, but now up against
今度は。
Karan.
お。
Swings out of the cage, and Karan is good for it as ever. 10 to 5. Solid effort from the side of RRQ to pull off the thrifty. They cannot answer back in kind.
That's just a hell of a read here.
いいよ。
Just walking out there, hitting a nasty bulldog.
今ので2発頭
Of
に来た
course,
ぞ。
walking right into the meat grinder of GenG. Foxy 9 there, able to find a perfect timing. And then Xpharaoh with that gun upgrade that he scooped off of Texture's
いや、え
body.
ぐいな。
Almost able to turn this round around, but again, it is Karan who comes up big. Finds a huge kill. Monyet with the op though. Crazy guy with just a bulldog. So they want to try to
GenG から実際と。A はね、パンチに任せとけば勝手にコントロールしてくれるからな。ガレージだけ強めに取っとけば。エリアコントロール完璧。お、いい位置に置けるね。
Baits him forward, op now confirmed. TP immediately across over to A link. Monyet starting to poke and prod forward here on this B site, and Foxy is going to be another casualty. Monyet now
こんなん
dictating
音
the
の位
pace
置
and
わ
running
か
the
らん
map.
よ。
This is what you needed for RRQ.
ちょっとずつ死んでいくわ。もう
Needed the map control.
選択肢がありすぎるよ、この
GenG
一発撃たれた後の。
scrambling now to figure out what
シ
the
ド
heck
サ
to
ー
do.
クル
This
使わ
may
れ
just be
て
one of those
A もあるし
let
B もあるし
Munchkin
ガレージとかもあるしな。
make some noise over at A. Everybody else try to find an opening somewhere. Could just be end up being maybe a bit of a save, but
あ、なんか
money's okay. You don't need to.
C の情報取れたからか A 側人数寄せて
Try to press forward. Crazy guy right back
お
here.
お
Ash just shuts him down.
強 A のスモーク1個
Cam
で
gets the tap. Crazy guy
め
trying
っちゃ寄った
to
な
swing
今
out punish, but falls to the wayside. Cam retoggled. Look at this, just continue to keep Karan revealed here at all times. Dimensional drift going to be used. Monyet pushing forward, ensures that the
面白い
site
けど
is cleared out. Xpharaoh now
A
going to be
フェイクとか
noted.
もスモークでめっ
As
ちゃ
the
寄
swing
る
out,
もんな
Karan's still going to be good for one,
お
but Cushy comes away with two.
おお
The flash connects.
めちゃめちゃいいフラッシュ入った今
Xpharaoh can
無理
go
だったか
ahead and secure that. So RRQ answering back, not allowing this to get even further away. Still though, down by 4
めちゃめ
rounds.
ちゃいいフラッシュ入っ
But
た
you're
みんな
seeing
真っ白
some
だっ
of
た
the
ね今
problems that RRQ was actually having in the first half, where GenG is just kind of dry peeking some of these angles, and they're being held by somebody. In this case, it's Monyet 2 times. Ash may have been able to get something going, but
おエイム強
Munchkin
切り切れ
decided
たない
with
か
that window he wanted to control those doors a little bit better. And kind of opened up a little bit extra space, I think, for RRQ. Of course, obviously having Jemkin there with the shield
夜の TP 範囲制限。
much easier ability to push forward.
まあどうなんだろうね。
That's another early kill for Jemkin.
最近ナイフ来たからウルトの。さらに調整すると消えそう。
Start here for Gen.G.
なんか死んだぞ。
Good news is I think they can get Ash the gun. Yep.
Everyone with a rifle now. Smoke cycles forward here.
マンチ FD 多いぞ。
Trying to beat texture.
FK も多いから。
Pushing forward. Clear out the trip, but they might be opting to pause for a second, wanting to really flood forward. Crazy guy though, pre-firing, but distracted by the nano
おお、なんか
swarm.
すげえ位置に。
Attention away as Texture now sprinting across, trying to dodge out this Hunter's Fury, but it's going to be two tags at the same time. So Texture Ash both down to 45 HP. Spike
さあ
gets
5
planted.
対4、2
Trying
人
to
に
fight
当
their
た
way
ってる。
out. Vulnerable comes across here behind
おお、
the box, cushy.
圧うま。
Locked in that shock dart, managing to find Texture, and Foxy9 gets taken down.
すごっ。
Ash trying to find a timing, but gets
強
revealed.
え。
Jemkin gets the
さ
headshot.
すがに無理だろこれは。
This count will be
お
dealt
お。
with. 4K here for
全部
Jemkin.
してきた
Well,
な。
not necessary. The fuse comes through, and RRQ are now just 3 rounds away.
Still, he threw a phenomenal vulnerable there. Was in a great position. Throw it right down
俺ね
link.
開幕のカー
Even
テン
though
抜きは
Gen.G fought back a bit,
ジムキンカー
he
倒した
just
の。
swoops in
シティベにいるの守るんだよ、そうだね。
with that shield to back him up as well. Yeah, does a timing there on the top of the toxic screen.
ショックだとうま。
Yeah, that vulnerable, really nicely positioned.
しれっとアイソの弱体と
Keep
ショ
resetting
ックダーツ合
double
ってるの
tap.
もすげえな。息ぴっ
That's
た
when
りだ。
things get real scary. You gotta start to
RRQ
wonder.
の FB 率高いね、そうだ
I was
ね。
just about to say. I think it's timeout. Timeout time for Gen.G.
Timeout
Gotta
だ。
figure out how to not lose these players early. That's really starting to kill you these
1回
last
目かで
couple
も
of
全
rounds.
治。2つ残ってるのでかいな。
You know, how are you going to win some of these angles? Are you going to be able to find the counter spams? Because a couple times you've just been red. You know, whether it be they give you that space for free and see garage, and Manyet's holding with the op,
懐かしい。
or they just wait for a timing through a
ジェムキン
long.
でも切るんだからね。
So the
誰でも
homework
来
being
ますよ
done
あ
by
れは。
RRQ despite a short turnaround from a long best of 5 yesterday.
さあ、言えてでも7の10だからね。
What the adjustments look like, I mean, when it's
7対10でタイムアウト2個残ってるの
just
強すぎるな
taps。through the smoke. Can be difficult.
実際の流れ変わるものですか。うん、そのままやるよりは圧倒的に変えやすい。
Game sense clearly is
なんで通らないとかとか整理しやすいし、ね。
these last couple days of play.
Well, you either got to commit some of the Teho utility early to try to push the positions where you're expecting the angle to be
そ
held,
れだけど会長ってとこ。
or just
パシ
run
フィックな
by
ん
it
で
quick as the
韓
neon
国で
and
す。
pray they don't do it to you again. But
オーディン刺さるか
there's an Odin to make things a little more challenging. Gen.G
出したがるな、オーディン。
to keep trying to push
おもろい
towards
な。
B. It is weaker weaponry and a ton of space gained here. So
知る
RRQ,
Bit of a correct call here as
yeah.
Crazy guy chipping back over
おー、すらして
position to try to go for the spray.
あ、いや、
Hard
ビセット
TPs.
だ。
Knows that Karan is going to be in the
高橋
site somewhere, but
ス
can't
ピ
quite
ン
identify
が
that
2
position.
本。ライ
Plant
フル
now
2
in here
本。
from Ash. Has that Armageddon for the post plant.
武器差はあるけど、
Karan's
そこまでいけた。
lingering here for the moment. Sends it out. He's going to TP to safety.
え
Lockdown.
Not wanting to really
Oh,
try his
no.
luck. Yep, lockdown is in play now. Xfero
こうせない
backpedaling
こうせない
texture, scaling
こう
forward.
せない
Jemkin
こうせ
also
ない
being
あれ
able to find one. Foxy9 going to be taken down, but Ash
あれ
finds Jemkin texture,
おー、
gets
びっくりした。
Xfero. Lockdown ends up getting destroyed, but now
遅延
the
や
red
ば。
carpet gets rolled out. Armageddon across the
Hydro.
paranoia, not hitting the lion's share of players. The defuse now
Ah,
held
hit
to
that.
half.
Oh.
It's being stuck.
Oh.
They're just going to stick it the
お
whole
ー、取
way.
った。怖っ。
As Gen.G tries to reflood, but they are far too late. Monyet
でか、オーメンとキルジョイと、テンポ乗ると全部使って落としたぞ、ラウン
holds
ド
on。to the operator.
よく取れたな、
So
RRQ。
much investment from Gen.G.
会場取った。
All undone by one guy sticking to the defuse.
That's brutal for Gen.G,
Big
but
hawk.
this Odin, really annoying in this situation. Able to just hold it
この
down.
シチュエーションで
Karan
オーディン
assumes
っぱなし
they
が
had
乗
pulled
る
off.
ぜ。
They had not.
刺さる。
Monyet, happy to just get into there and let fate decide.
Unbelievable.
Ooh, that was close.
Let's a cigar on the
あれ、
spray.
サルボ
Let him know.
残っ
Yep,
てた
still
会
got
場音聞
this.
こえなかったか、別のスキルが入ってたかって感じ
Line
だ
up。another one. They know that that op was saved as well.
見せたか、サルボ。
Does that round end up being
前に出たあら
the death sentence here for Gen.G?
Oh my god.
ちょっと痛いね
Texture spammed down to 17 health.
GenG は時間かけなかったらガレージ取るだけでいい
Well, it's just
fun and interactive.
That's right.
Great to watch.
Well, you know, the thing is, for Gen.G, it's a pretty similar start to the previous round, so you're kind of playing with fire there. Not really exploring the map.
A ショットのワイヤー
Expect them to.
おもろいよね。自分が C 行くときも A ショットにヒッテンっていうのワイヤーめっちゃ刺さってる。あーカバーやはいやカバー
finishes the job set up and started by Crazy Guy.
He's gonna read this.
あ
The spot. C
Oh,
side
no.
now broken open. Bit of a hero lurk here from the side of Foxy9. It's Crazy Guy pushing forward down in towards mid turret. Believes in range. Yep, does get cleared out.
ラーカー殺しで
ISO ult set. Jimkin trying to get a catch over towards Garage, but no one there to receive it. So it's going to be another whip. Munchkin now. Defensive pit in play
タイ
here
ミン
on
グ
the
まああ
site.
そこ壁近だからな張り付いてると起きる
Traded out from Foxy9.
Oh, the jump.
Jump up over the top, but Jemkin has to drop down, and Munchkin's right there, ready and waiting. The scale
Oh.
forward, Cushy, blocked out by the
Oh,
one-way
good.
smoke.
うわー今のガレー
Crazy
ジ
Guy
痛
now
い
forced
な
to backpedal, and Gen.G
映画はめちゃめちゃいいネオンの
able
トス
to
からできたんだけ
recover
ど
after the tragedy of the previous round. They'll move up to
痛め
11. Still just 3 rounds separating, though. RRQ. Decent money here on several of the players. Still with an opportunity to turn this around.
That's just a massive lurk from Foxy9. That kill right there might have caught Xpharaoh right as he was toggling between the camera. And that is probably a huge sigh of relief for Gen.G and the Gen.G faithful. Because that looked like it might be bad. I mean, Jemkin here, the timing's so good. And then on the other side of the map, you know, RRQ had leaned heavily back towards A off of Texture's attempted entry. They left quite a bit of space open on the other side, just kind of hoping that Xpharaoh's util would buy them a little bit of time and info. And instead it's going to be a timeout for RRQ. Last one here for Haven.
意外ね
They try to see
どこ
if
で
they
打って
can
たガレージ
start stringing some more rounds together. It started to look so good on this defender side. It looked like they really had great reads. They had good
GenG は絶
ideas.
対取りたいねヘブンはね
The Odin,
RRQ が取れたら
early to do some damage. You know,
そうってか
Jemkin's
そう
covering the drone. All these, you know, getting all these first picks. Like their initial stage
GenG が
is really
ロ
really
タス
good.
ヘブン抜けてるのは分かってるだろうしな抜けて強いのは
Can they keep following through?
Some problems converting.
Yeah.
Well, final timeout
タイ
call.
マと
See what magic it can work. Able to
Come on,
win
listen.
the follow-up 2 rounds were RRQ in the first half.
誰の方向行ったんだろうクレイ
The
ジーガイ
back
か
of this, we'll see if that can paint a similar story. Would put them within touching distance of tying this up.
木箱の裏って強いんですかまあクリアリング
You have to imagine mounting.
クリアリング難しい時は強いあと味方がいる時
On
強い
both sides.
Yeah. I mean, for the core
け
of
ど待ってるだけだ
Gen.G,
と基本的に
familiar territory.
先見えするからガレージの敵に
Foxy,
かな
Ash,
り弱い
they're going to be dealing with similar, you know, a similar
Yes.
situation.
マジ
Here
で
we
か
go
わいそう
1, 2, 3. Cushy sends out the shots and
どう
texture.
してそんな不憫なの
Just
死に
not
方が
catching a break.
死に方不憫なのに
I mean, you
0.21 って
have
どうい
the
うことなの
salvos for Ash still in
I feel
hand,
so
so they again neglected this angle and they pay the price. You've got to find a way to clear that, whether it be smokes or util.
Paranoia, don't think quite connected on to Cushy. No, it
Ooh.
absolutely did not. He's going to be able to find another one. Kara now taken down.
1ストレート4対3うわだプラントまでいけるとワンチャンある
To
ぞ
the
これ
side of RRQ, Xpharaoh swooping
ちょい
around
パイ
from
パーですから
behind.
ね
Alarm
残ってるのが
bot
ね
set up.
繰り返しマジで強いとなる
But now Gen.G has
いい
to
パラ
split their attention in so many different
あーやばい
directions.
クリアリングあー3つだクリアリング
But now it's going to be Munchkin.
うわー
Foxy finding one apiece. Now everyone getting a piece of the pie as Ash comes away with the kill on him on. Yep.
うわー落
Munchkin
書きチェッ
will
クできな
spray
かっ
down
た
Crazy Guy. Just when it starts looking good for RRQ,
いやー
Gen.G,
これは
something just clicks.
最後の一撃になる可能性がここ
They
ね
hit their shots.
Come
And
on, check
now
it again,
they're up
Alpha.
to map point.
めちゃめちゃいい
That got a little
ク
bit
レイジーガイの
awkward
パラ入
there.
ったんだけどね
Judge in hand for Xpharaoh. Cushy,
なんか割れてたな後続と
2 for 1 for him. Ash able to get the kill. Munchkin is watching that
最後
lurk.
裏回り
Beautifully done. And then the crossfires are fantastic between Ash and
Yes, you are.
Foxy9 right on the site.
あの人数しかいなか
You
っ
were
た。
talking about Karon
There he
looking
goes.
sighing at the end of that
いやー
first
きつい
half.
武器が。もう
He's geared up
全
now.
部金にお願いするしかない。
Zavos
あ
are
ー
gonna be sense and texture this time. The one that survives. Monyet left on the floor. Frantically, desperately wanting that orb to try to get that dimensional drift online, but Gen.G know exactly what he's going to be trying to do.
That's exactly when they needed to dial up that use of the util right at that position. It's been a pain point for them, and they hit a great timing. So first kill, falling the way of Gen.G. Texture down to half health, has the overdrive. That's about the only ult that's going to come into play for them. Cushy one away from a Hunter's Fury, though.
これじゃジャッジが待ち構えてる。
If he finds a kill, maybe able
残
to
り
get
1
back
分。
off a site if there is an execute
あ、
towards
見え
A.
た。
Hello.
Found you.
Spots out Karon. Foxy for now still watching behind. Double pressure coming his way. This crazy guy. It's a nice check. Goes in. Finds 3. Foxy though pushing forward. Turret spotting. And he continues to hold this line but cannot find the shot. Still though, the call to pivot seemingly being made. There's 2 players have been noted on this side of the map, but it seems like OK Munchkin says, well, let's just split the difference, go right into the center of the map. Overdrive now going to be popped. Texture try to clear some space. A Judge
どうすんだこれ行くのかな。
waiting
いてて
over
て
on
て
this
て
big link, but Xpharaoh eats so much damage. Jump around the plant. Being stuck, the double face push, looking for the transfer. Here is Jemkin, and he nearly finds it, but Munchkin survives, 75 health remaining. A stun in, but have they realized that Cushy got in ahead of this? Crazy guy can go swooping forward, Ash able to readjust. Cushy
う
now
わー、シニックの目的
needing
一つ
to
で。
try to rely
あー、
on
出た。
act as a prize here, but goes swooping around, finds the headshot. Gets lost in the sauce for a brief little moment. The paranoia now expiring. The tap of the defuse. Munchkin around the back looking for the timing now has been noted. 4 bullets left here in the mag.
おー、GG。
Put him down. 13 to 8. Opening
Ma,
round
ma, ma.
here, the grand final of stage 1 goes
Ma,
the
ma.
way of Gen.G.
Their map pick
さすがにヘイブンも
fall into
全
their
然庭です
hands,
から。
but it at
オシラ
times
どうかった
didn't
な。
look great, and it
RRQ
required
の。
some crazy good clutches for them to come through.
まあヘイブ
So
ン
certainly
がGenG の庭とはいえ、
RRQ
こ
come
の
out
ままだ
swinging
と
today. They look
本当
pretty well primed, in my opinion. A rough early
アッパー
start.
ファイナルの
Those
二の舞
first
になりそう
5
だな、
rounds,
GG。
wipe those off the
でマ
board,
ッ
and
プ
this
1
is
勝っ
basically
た
an
の
even
は 69% の GenG でした。
Overall promise
Yes.
from the side of RRQ. Hope that this is going to be
なんか
a
起きねえかな。
contentious series and one that they absolutely can win.
何か。
As we go deeper into it, we're going to have their map pick of Ascent coming up. They've looked quite strong there. Gen.G have certainly had their ups and downs with their Yoru composition that they've
こ
been
のま
bringing
ま終わる
out.
かもしれない。
We'll see how they fare though. RRQ should be favored moving forward into that one. See if they can give us tight up set right off the rip and guarantee us more than
あ
just
そ
3
こ前
maps.
プームに
I
12
think
の
so.
テロしてなかった。
I really do.
しました。
I mean, I think Gen.G looks a little bit off balance today. I don't feel like Munchkin has gotten into
no
that
boom,
groove
I
with the IGLing. I feel like he was a little simplistic here on Haven.
12 の
Maybe
テロ
that's
かま
just
してま
part
し
of
た
their。game plan. Maybe they feel like that's all they need to do, and they might have been right. But they're going to have to be much more creative on Ascent, because that's a map where we know that RRQ can do some real damage.
We're starting to see the ramp up here as well from a lot
ちな
of
みに
players.
相棒も
RRQ,
超強かった。
Cushy, Jemkin, as well as Monyet having some fantastic moments throughout. Need to see
やば
a
そ
bit
う。
more of that, and I think we shall on Ascent. But that is going to be map 1 wrapped up. We're going to come back for Ascent, but for now, myself and Paper Tip will pass it back over to the analyst desk to break down the action from Haven.
Thank you, casters.
で
Haven,
も消えた。こ
Gen.G
の環
wins
境だったら
Haven.
全然強化じゃない。
As we expected.
トロン
And
ト
you guys
は
called it.
こ
All
れ何
three
個
of
だ
you
っ
guys
け
called
な。
it.
This is what happens
Hunter
when you have
Power
that
there.
advantage in the best of 5. You go and you ban both maps, you pick this first map. And when we saw these two teams play in the upper bracket, RRQ banned out Haven
Ah,
first,
so
so they
pick
didn't
ね。
have to play it.
そ
Gen.G
んなに
know
手を
what
出して
they're
ないけ
doing
ど、
by picking
アッ
this
シュが
map first. They're
ソーバ
trying
ー
to
使う
get
のかって話
RRQ
だ
up
も
on
ん。
a bad spot, and they get themselves this 1-0 up, which is massive.
Yeah, it's worked well for them. I thought they were going
Yeah,
for
they make
Lotus
it
first,
better.
but they have gone for the Haven
Hey,
despite the
what's
fact that
out of the
RRQ has shown some promise at times on this map.
That's
There are
so
strong
bad.
points of their comp. The fact that Jemkin can play the ISO, I'm starting to, that's
Yeah,
starting to grow on me a little bit.
どうすんだろう、
Cushy
RRQ.
on the Sova has been such a staple. It's great to see him back on that
Good
agent, because in the
Gen.G.
current meta, you don't get much of an opportunity to play it, and you can see exactly why you want him on it. 4 first bloods as well on the Sova, and that is just down to how strong his individual mechanics are. He is so good at, with that first bullet accuracy, at being able to take some of those opening duels. But Gen.G, I tend to agree with Paper
paper thin. I think that overall, macro-wise, I wasn't seeing anything I was wowed by, but the individuals are really what won this for Gen.G for me.
I mean, this is the way Gen.G have played Haven for a long time, right? We've been saying this about Gen.G all season, is you know what you're going to see, but can you stop it?
Yes.
Right? They have very, very rigid game plans, but they're very, very good at executing them. This is just their style. This is what they want. So I don't think they're going to feel too worried. I get it wasn't the most creative of setups, but if it works, if it gets you across that line, that's what really matters.
Yeah, and we talk about timeouts, and last year we talked a lot about which coaches have called timeouts where they win the round after.
Yeah.
But there's so much more to timeouts than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have a little highlight about the timeouts here, and it's interesting there is a little bit of a difference between these two coaches' approaches in timeouts and how many they actually take.
Yeah, we see a big difference in the number of timeouts taken. Gen.G on 13, RRQ on 35. Which is a colossal difference. So different coaches will have different approaches, you know, Gen.G, that much more slower style, and if your players can already adapt, you might not need to take as much.
Yeah, RRQ, they love to take, I mean, this timeout, you see the strength of this comp. Multiple big impact ults online. The Yoru and the ISO ult is the central focus of this comp. And you can have so many strong attacking side strats off the back of that, that even though the other team has time to prepare for it, you aren't necessarily able to stop it. Starts with a really nice ISO ult there. You're able to find the opening pick, and even only with a half buy, you can see RRQ crashing into that C site that actually, in most of the rounds, Gen.G was very adept at defending.
Yeah, I mean those ults are able to force you basically able to go wherever you want. So it's a smart timeout. I think that's Ewok taking the timeout saying, hey guys, I know we're down 0-5, but I can get this is how we play it. And you get your guys on the board, and you get that ball rolling.
Those rounds kind of play themselves with the ISO Yoru comp. It's a big strength of it, and you can see why you know, you from Jemkin onto the ISO. Similar skill set to that Meteor, with on the ISO, and I said it in the pre-show as well. This guy loves to just take straight aim duels. He loves to play positionally. You add a shield to that, and the fact that he's able to just take a 1v1 aim duel versus you, you're not going to be winning that.
Yeah, and you guys have mentioned how the entire squad of Gen.G just completely stepped up, and they were just playing absolutely phenomenally here. Munchkin and Foxy9 and how they played and how they used their utility was a big part of this.
These two are the secret to their Haven, and especially on this defense, is they don't give you space for free. They will fight you everywhere. Munchkin, especially on this Viper, is rotating into sight. Here we see Foxy9, he's a killjoy. He could go play retake, but he's not going to do it. They're in your face constantly, and they're battling you the whole way through. I think it's just such a unique comp that they're so good at executing, and you know, we don't see anyone else play the Viper quite like that.
You see them disrupting RRQ before they could really get rolling in a lot of these attacking-sided rounds. And this is, you know, I'm sick of this narrative that Sentinel players need to play passive. I love the fact that he gets aggressive, that he's confident to take the off angles. You see the util combos as well. That was absolutely disgusting with the nano inside of the Toxic Orb. They use the Toxic Orb and the Decay so well. Like, you have to retake into a Toxic Orb. And this is just such a win condition for Gen.G. Foxy9 on the Senti, Munchkin on the Viper on defense, and Charon on an Omen. These are three players that are just the goods on the multi-frags. If you're running into a site against any of them, they are going to multi-frag you.
Now, RRQ, though, I have to say, they did have some really good ideas on Haven, and we're kind of wondering where they got some of these good ideas. I think you guys spotted something out.
Yeah, I think we have a tweet we can pull up.
Yeah.
Here. This is something I remember from the off-season. So when RRQ were looking for an assistant coach, they ran these open applications, and one part of these open applications was an anti-strat of Gen.G's Haven. So Ewok has had to look through hundreds and hundreds of anti-strats of this Viper composition. It's such a shame they couldn't get it over the line today, but I think it obviously highlights the strength of Gen.G of being able to play this same comp and mix some stuff up.
Yeah, they haven't really changed too much. They've implemented the new Teo into the composition.
Are you getting signed?
Obviously, whoever applied needs to be replaced, so I'm just making sure that we look good. I look good in the RRQ jacket.
It's the orange. Warbirds.
Yeah, sorry, Evan.
I thought he's done quite well.
Sorry, Warbirds.
That's crazy hate.
I mean,
he did pretty good, but he didn't secure it. It wasn't enough. How do I look? Do I look RRQ?
You look great.
Very RRQ.
You won the build diff as
I
well.
did.
You are the best coach on the desk by far. So
that's how you get hired.
Actually,
assistant coach right here, Chubby Ninja.
I think that could definitely work out well for them. You need to get downstairs quick though. They got another map starting.
But they got Ascent. Ascent is the next map, and they already got Ascent down. I have to say, Warbirds and Ewok have done brilliantly with this map. When it was the 5th map yesterday against Paper X, I kind of knew it was over. You know, their Ascent's just so good.
This is all about this first half for me. You see, recently, both of these teams having games on Ascent. You did see the last game of Gen.G, a 12-0 defense against Boom, and then the opening half, what you saw from RRQ was a 9-3 attack against Paper X, and that's going to be the opening half of this Ascent game. Gen.G have opted to start out on the defense, so both of these teams, despite the poor win rate for Gen.G and the great win rate for RRQ, they said it going into the 5th map of that series. We had Jemkin in the interview say, we're quite confident in our Ascent as the 5th map of the series. The rest of the series was actually a lot shakier than the 5th and final finishing map, so I can see why they've picked it as their first pick into this series against Gen.G here.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I honestly feel like it's probably their best map, even before that lower final yesterday. As you say, when that was the map 5, you know they were feeling good. I'm excited to see Jemkin come back to that Yoru. I feel like his Yoru is so good. I think his ISO is fine on the Haven, but it's not quite as prominent, I want to say.
I mean, it's just
I'm not scared of it.
He's spamming Yoru all the time. So, look, I think at the end of the day, you're seeing the old meta and the new meta of Ascent. I think RRQ have really defined this meta of running the Yoru as well as the Sova Teo. I really like their comp on this map. They played excellently on the attacking side against Paper X yesterday, but over on the side of Gen.G, they don't like change. They like to just play the meta comp, and hey, it worked very well for them against Boom the second time they played it. So let's see if they stick to that today.
It does absolutely work for them here. Now, we were talking about our predictions. I think, yeah, we all predicted Gen.G here. We had different scoreline. I think if they're going to win one map, I would assume this is probably the one map they win. But how are you guys feeling now? Morgan, we both went for a 3-0 prediction. I think this is an RRQ thing on.
I said 3-0 because I felt like it was just such a mountain to climb. But I think this is where the best of 5 really starts for them. This is where they can get the momentum. But they need a win on this map if they're going to try and upset in this best of 5.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think as well they might have to kind of change up their approach a little bit, because I felt like Paper X yesterday, they were set up to defend a lot of the kind of mid splits on their defense, and that was where RRQ did a great job on the attack, slamming sites a lot more. They were a lot more focused in the mains, but that is now something that Gen.G has seen. They've seen that Cajun to B main and the A main contest, and the way that RRQ like to pace their attacking side. So Solo will have seen that. He's going to be able to play around that, and playing this meta comp on Ascent, you're going to see GenG get in their face, disrupt things. You're going to see that flash plays from Ashkan. I love the way he plays the KO, but let's see which one of these teams is going to get their hands on that trophy.
Yeah, I mean, if the compositions come out like we expect here, watch for Xpero on this side. This is what I'm waiting for, and not many changes here.
Yeah, over on the side of GenG, once again, you're going to see Foxy9 on the Killjoy. He was absolutely phenomenal on that agent just in the last map of Haven. Loved how aggressive he was, but GenG, this is all of these players on signature agents.
RRQ, exactly what we would expect. Look for the fight in the game. Xpero did such a good job yesterday of shutting that down. He has to do that again today.
Alright, well, we are going to go into the second map of this grand finals here in VCT Pacific. We're going to send it back to our casters, Kilios and Paper.
Here we go, map number 2. We got RRQ's first selection here in this best of 5 grand final to see if they can tie up the scoreline, guarantee us a bit more here in this series. We're GenG. Let's mind a little pivot here. Going back to classics. Texture on the Jet. If they're going to be able to get a 2-0 lead and up to match point off the ring.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense for GenG. Just go back to what's comfortable. Like you and I were just talking about, I wouldn't be surprised if they're just also kind of getting a little ready for Toronto when the Teo nurse might come through.
Shallow 0 point, just rush here off the corner, and Jemkin collecting 2 quick kills.
4人か
Shrugs off the suppress, the flashes, everything.
モネットがすげえ散る
Ash just sending out some shots here from Market. Tripwire ready to get set up on this top mid lurk. Finds Foxy9. And suddenly, GenG scratching their heads, wondering, well, how do we even try to get back into this pistol? Swing onto the corner, and Market wins the fight.
この人たちなんでこのクラシック
Takes
強い
down Charon. Now it is all on Ash.
I think Monyet might have had something to say there after he won
何
that
が起きて
too.
るんだ
Or he was looking
この無理を
across
武
the
器に
stage at him. Well, maybe we'll hear some of it in a replay. See if Ash can get any kind of damage, any kind of charge. Get that ult online. Swing on the corner though. Eventually finds the chest shot to go ahead and finish him off. But Crazy Guy out wide and switch. We'll go ahead, strike him down, and that's going to be RRQ finding their second pistol win. Taking the lead nice and early here on Ascent.
Yeah, and I mean, you almost feel like a broken record sometimes with RRQ. Oh, Jemkin gets 2 opening kills for you. And then the round just kind of snowballs in your favor. A few great shots from Monyet as well with the classic. Crazy guy there for the finish. And still some good spirits on RRQ. Another thing that they're going to have to keep up today. Already a map down, but great start. Couple Vandals, Guardian, and a couple pistols. RRQ trying to get through this, keep 2 or 3 of those rifles over, and then have a really strong bonus. Once again, pushing very aggressively, but RRQ doesn't care too much about that. They got the trap wire, they got the camera, they got Xferro. Completely ready for that. Instead, it's a switch over towards mid. So it's just going to come down here for RRQ to just get through Munchkin cleanly. And everything probably not going to be too difficult.
Back stealth drone going to try to shut the door. Quickly broken open, so no real chance of escape and no real chance to do too much damage. Jemkin just going to be tagged to 72 as after the plant comes out. Salvos will expire and Gen.G start rotating.
You've got a Sheriff on texture. It's the only buy up to speak of, so are they going to try to commit that to go for some kills? Or is this just going to be a die to the spike? For the side of Gen.G is the real question. Assumption is you'd prefer to probably just mostly die to the spike.
Might send texture, try to get a couple 1-taps here with the Sheriff.
I'm about it.
As well. Noted there by Monyet. With the damaging, it seems like they will stay back. RRQ like they're going to send a couple players forward. Granted, they do have 2 with just pistols, so may as well try to go for a bit of a fight here. McCarron, now over onto that flank angle, finds Jemkin, shuts him down. He's now going to be 1 away from having that ult online as Cushy will get Karen here on the back end. 2 remaining players from Gen.G go down to the spike, so very clean here for the side of RRQ. And all they need now is just that 1 orb. They'll have a dimensional drift to try to get a bonus conversion.
Yep, and they're going to have pretty fearsome weaponry coming into this round as well. Able to get all those Vandals and the Guardian over. And the real question is how much more do they want to invest behind that? Oh, a great reveal there for Cushy. Off of Xferro's utility. Cushy just having a grand old time. And it is going to be just that 1 Guardian, otherwise it's all rifles, half armors. Gen.G, of course, in there by. Not much info off of that. There's a couple players over here. Yeah, there's that dim door.
Okay.
Do you not play Dungeons and Dragons?
No, I do not.
Yeah.
Okay. See.
It's a Dungeons and Dragons.
A little bit lost on me, but crazy guy finding texture who was lost in mid. Struck down. Spike going to be spotted. As Munchkin tries to hold things down over here at Cat. Trying to buy a little bit of time. Actually, he will fall, but Karn covering fire back here onto the A side. Goes off the kill. Foxy snappy on the readjust. Comes out of the smoke. Monyet, similar scenes. Takes down 2, and already, even if Monyet does not win this round, the damage is dealt. Just Ash surviving here for the moment. Spike still not picked up, and Monyet looking to do something relatively unexpected as he pushes up into heaven.
It's a nice 1v3 clutch for Monyet.
Does he take down? He's going around the world here. But Ash still at risk, still stuck into the corner. Swinging out even wider. Making it all the easier for Monyet with 3, gets the Red Bull clutch, and of course he's on his feet. Bonus conversion, damage dealt, RRQ. Off to a roaring start.
Oh man, this is just insane. Great opener for Crazy Guy in mid. Outdueling texture, that's huge. I mean, Munchkin knows they got to start coming for that spike, and a lot of pressure being applied by Jemkin. Throwing out the clone, throwing out the flashes. Able to clear him. But man, oh man, Monyet. That is filthy. Just some clean rifling. That is a huge bonus for RRQ on this attacker side on Ascent.
Swing out, and Jemkin has got players behind him as well. Still is going to be good for the kill, so Foxy9 dead. Stinger not going to be able to find too much. Is thrown. Well, they've already been noted. Jemkin continues to just rip off heads. Texture now dead. Timing attempt to mash. It will be felled very swiftly as RRQ. Go ahead and flawlessly brush aside this thrifty attempt from Gen.G.
でもタイムアウトは取らなそう。チーム内で完結しそうだよな、このチームだ。
Every little trick that Gen.G tries to throw their way is just shut down.
ウルトあと2ポイントなんだから。
on point.
あんたさっき使ってなかったか、ウルト。
Just leading the charge.
おかしいおかしい。
See if any damage can be done with these stingers, but there's a trap wire
4ラウンド目の呪いもありません。
Very, very difficult to get through. So.
おでよ。
Karen able to find one, so flawless avoided. I was gonna say, well, Chimkin's only got 950. He did. Monyet's got cash cap. That's 6,000 credits. Munchkin will just go down to the spike here. Breaks the door to make sure that he can, but Xfero lingers long enough to go ahead and find the execution. And that is going to be a 4-0 start for the side of RRQ. Question is, do we get a timeout call from Gen.G? Timer continues to tick.
Yeah,
負け中いると
maybe.
壁割れなくてあっち届かなくて死なねえみたいになるから早めに割ったんだけど地面にいたね。
Few RR tricks that clone that time kind of gave it away for Texture. He fired
やら
out
れ
of
ちゃってる
that
ね。
first. Monyet 6-0.
まあでもここからでしょ、全チーは。
They keep
パラ
just
込めてラストこ
hammering
れ。
away at this B site.
そう
Extra
すぎ
reinforcements now. Texture with the operator. Has to back off because of that drone. Gets cleared. Turret. Helping out a little bit, but now another dimensional
お
drift.
お、早い。
Sprinting forward, Texture trying to go for the flick, but they are far too close. Chemkin's still here on his heels, trying to guide them forward. As Texture does eventually go ahead, get the shot out. Push into the smoke, and
4 人目の早っ。
timing
おー、いい楽。
Same thing happens to Munchkin here in mid as
これ
Xfero
ビツ
comes
確定だ
lurking
からワンチャンい
forward.
くかも。あ、いったいったい
Just
ったいった。
absolute chaos around this B
カロ
side.
ン大事だぞ。
As Karan pushing all the way.
詰めでトップ間に合うかこれショット。
Here's some of this movement here.
どっ
I
ち
think he realizes he's not going to be able to
あっち
swing
の
that
情報が
corner
取れた
fast
か
enough
ら
to try to
見
find
たけ
a
ど取っと
punish,
い
so
て
instead has to pivot back into main.
これは A だな。
This is tough for RRQ. They have not much info.
B が
By
ロー
not
テでき
much
ねえ。多すぎる
zero
ミッド。
what was going on this side of the map. So it took
お、
a bit
な
of
ん
a
かそっちだ。
gamble, able to find their way through.
Planted.
But
エミ取れ
Karan
てない
has
けど
that
ドア
extra angle
閉めれた
created.
ね。
Just needs to find the right time. Seemingly RRQ kind of suspecting with those salvos sent towards wine.
さあどうな
Something
る
might be
オペが重い
amiss
な
in
りて
that
くな
part of the map.
ちらちら
Uncleared. Paranoia.
うわーいいパラ
Catching on a crazy guy. Texture now, though. Under pressure. Dashing
Oh.
back. And has the pincer maneuver from the side. Does
あ
Xfero.
るのか中設置だ
Toggle on the cam. Karan desperately trying to chip away to get that headshot. Can
Yeah,
it make
camera
it happen?
pin up
Swings
and
out a
feels
little
it.
bit wider. Tucks back time. Starting to get away. Challenges in for the fight. But Xfero stands tall. 5-0 now. RRQ will not have any survivors, but they've got cash aplenty. And they have the exact same start that we saw from Gen.G on the previous map.
ヘブン回ったのもおかげで取れたぞ
5-0
今
to kick things off.
Oh my gosh, again.
エリアきつかったか
The
ら
information utility so good for RRQ,
Yeah,
getting the
right.
spots and making it easy for their players to shoot through walls. Karan, just not much he could do at that point. Just a great hold on the site. Gen.G here going to finally pull the trigger, and RRQ has just done to Gen.G. Gen.G did to them on Haven, a 5-0
タイムアウト
start.
だ GenG
Force that timeout.
5-0 か
Trying to figure out what
ここ
exactly
エコ
is going wrong.
金なし
It's-
か
I mean,
GenG
these
は
entries for
Get it,
RRQ
right.
are so explosive. They're just doing a
さっき
great
のヘ
job
ブン
of
とか
clearing
って
util.
めちゃめちゃ押して
Obviously,
る
you
な
have a couple dimensional drifts pretty quickly because of Chemkin. That makes things very easy as well. So you got to find a way to stop this and stop it now. And you already lost your operator, which is one of your biggest win conditions oftentimes on this map for Gen.G. Get Texture, at least on the defender side, get Texture that operator and let him just shut players out. But that Yoru is making it very, very difficult to do. They need to find a new answer to this. I don't know. Good luck.
Well, here's the answer. A judge two sheriffs
最近アセント
and
攻め間になってない
The
いや
judge actually
守りだね今原稿あるマップだから一番守りマップだよファールに続いて
to push towards that angle.
ファールよりさらに
Not.
守りマップ
RQ continuing to favor this side of the map. least to try to clear out some of that early position util here. Munchkin moving forward, catches one. GenG quickly trades it back out.
Flash.
Ash with just that sheriff. Forced back into alley as the drone goes up and over the top. Texture. Tailwind here at the ready. Karan now repositions. He's in the boats. Has that judge in hand. Timing is mud yet. Comes around from behind. Locked off there and Market. Dead. As the Nero Depth reveals all. Foxy9. He's dead to rights. Ash trying to see if he can do anything else. He cannot. And RRQ have done what GenG could not in that opening map. Just now move up 6-0. The dominance continues, but now we get into another buy round here for GenG.
Well, I think GenG is rotating away from this when Munchkin starts to get under pressure, but another kind of point of contention here for me with GenG right now is they're relying on contact duels, not on utility, whereas RRQ is able to either get info or, you know, if a player dies, it's an immediate follow-up with util of their own, kind of deal with their problems. So Salvo's out to make sure they've got this orb. Crazy guy now has the Armageddon. You have a Hunter's Fury. Yeah, you've got the Operator, you got the Blade Storm, you got Munchkin's ult. But I don't know.
How to avoid it at every twist and turn.
Yep.
RRQ 視点はジェットに一番わかんない。
I say,
ミッドもあるし、ビ
start
ングもある
rotating
し。
back. Texture's been given up this space awarded to him, but stealth drone
おー、いいドローン。
can force him back. Tailwind, not yet popped. Drone trying to lead it. Now he's getting suppressed. And he's going to be stuck in here. Flash turned away from. Shot goes right over GenG's shoulder.
ドローンの役説。
A big reveal from Ash. Lets him know, oh yeah, there's plenty of targets in here, but you're not getting the opportunity for any of them.
飛べない、ジャンプできない。
Again, just great util usage. Causes GenG some big problems. Not yet even TPing. Oh,
Karan waiting for the timing there, and because of that, they play it patiently.
入るタイミングうまい、クレイジーが。飛び切れる瞬間
Every
に勝った。
single layer peeled back. Ash does manage to find one here on the flank. Sparrow maybe thinking that everyone had already corralled forward into that A site, but it seems like Munchkin was already calling to go for the save. They can rotate back into B main, grab this operator, but that is about it. GenG still going to be winless here in the half.
It's just so well thought out right now for RRQ. They're just beating them at every twist and turn.
Jemkin's about to have his
GenG は引き続きソバ KO のクラシックなコス使ってんだもんな。
You're correct.
At round
手を出さなかったんだよね。
Could have 4, no problem. And I mean, and you didn't even have to use the Armageddon or the. Oh, okay, Munchkin kill GenG, but pays the price.
Trade it out. They know that Ash is going to be holding the operator. Cuts one down. Looks for a little bit more, but cannot get the shot onto Cushy. Everything taken from GenG.
また夜ルート上がったぞ。
7-0. Now with the dimensional drift and the Hunter's Fury behind it.
タイムアウトはなしだね。
RQ might not be stopped anytime soon.
No, this is just crazy. And again, you have 2 huge ultimates still in the bank. Not counting the dimensional drift that GenG just got, because he just deposited that. So this is extremely challenging. And I mean, RRQ would be fine just not using him here at this point, other than this one. This one you're happy to cycle.
Knives pop. GenG immediately
ヨールルトスタート、A ショーからの A 攻めか
A
メインドローンチェック、A ショートから A サイト。うわ、うまー、てか無理だわ、もう夜。夜そばウルタ無理だわ。
It is just absolutely gorgeously read, gorgeously prepped. And they are now looking at a flawless first half. I'm gonna knock on wood. Because goddamn,
いや、ちょっとジェットよりも夜のが。
Yeah, this is something special right here.
やばそうだ
GenG
な。
gonna ping out for his Sova. The Hunter's Fury connects, clears it out. The salvos are perfectly placed.
やべ、最強デュエリストの顔好きになってる。
Anybody can do on GenG. Texture shut down, GenG frying. They have no ability to control this orb because of the salvos. They have no
トロント
response.
楽しみだな、RRQ。
That just allows RRQ to keep cycling ults. This is actually kind of starting to be a glaring weakness with this comp for Gen.G is they can't control these orbs unless they throw bodies at the problem. And RRQ's happy with that because they can either just use the util to bully you away or just they're winning the fight. And everything's starting to snowball out of control. Gen.G money starting to dwindle again, obviously.
Yeah, it
just keeps going back and forth.
Round over round as the pendulum swings. I mean, Foxy's trying to get a lockdown online.
It'd
be nice.
Hasn't been able to get that.
No. I don't even know when Munchkin used his ult. No idea. These rounds are so fast.
I think he tried to use it and then just died immediately. Munchkin, speaking of which, trying to hold things out. Market re-swings, double phase. Foxy does manage to find a kill, and that does give him now the lockdown. Has that available. RRQ though, pivoting. Start working across towards A. Dead Xpharaoh on that lurk. Texture creeping back, try to flush this out so they can keep their attention paid forward onto the site, and he will be able to do so. Could she find Karon? Ash dead, and now it's just Texture. It'll 1v3.
10 seconds left.
They're not tagged up. There's an Armageddon on the other side. The drone reveals the drop down, the swing. 9-0.
9-0 ですって。
Ult not even necessary. Jemkin
この間12の0かかった。あ、これはブームか。
Oh, he's getting it this round.
His fourth.
He's getting it this round. I mean, again though, Munchkin just trying to hold his ground.
本当に強い。
And sure, he might be able to get some damage, but it's not really winning. He's not able to buy extra time using utility or anything. He's just taking these dry fights and losing. Or at best, getting one and done. And then the coordination on that A execute is so good from RRQ. Clearing the space at the front of A with the salvos, crunching together at the right time between short and A main. Extremely well drilled. And you do have a little bit of weaponry to speak of for Gen.G. A couple Guardians, Texture as a Phantom. Foxy with that Sheriff though.
Oh,
dead.
Same thing.
Karon. Just managed to find one. Paranoia going to be sent out, repositions. This time Texture out in the mid, able to intercept the flanker, so Xpharaoh ends up falling down. Ash trying to see what he can possibly get. Finds nothing, but Texture finds Crazy Guy. Suddenly it seems like at least in this round, things have started to click for Gen.G. For the first time on Ascent. Gun barrel spotted out. The white swinging Karon trying to challenge him for the fight, but Jemkin on the other side stands tall. The dribble online gets the headshot on the Texture through the corner. Spike not yet planted. Trying to fight force space with Texture. Does manage to find that kill. And now they can suspect where Monyet is repositioned.
Oh,
Texture. 4K. Who wins it out in the end. Gen.G get themselves on the board in round number 10. But it feels like it's far too late.
I'm not going to count the Gen.G players out just yet, but they pretty much have to win these next two for me to feel like there's any hope. I mean, just
even a 9-3.
I know it's not normally great, but I mean that round just, frankly, just gets broken open by Texture. Able to find the timing into courtyard. That's really what that boiled down to. Early knife. He just sees the Tejo. So it's still just going to be the B strong side hold. Texture again. Wants to get a little bit aggro, but that drone ready and waiting for him.
Cleared out.
Yep.
And we'll just go ahead and slide back here at Pizza. Munchkin again. Once again falls the wayside. Coming through from Jemkin. Window broken for him, just sprinting around. Here's the footsteps from Texture. Knows that he's going to be bounding up. And then the exit the site completely held. Wants to speak up. Reveal onto one. Texture does come away with that kill. Equalizes the player count now into a 4v4.
Gotta hit a god tier paranoia here from Karon.
4 on 4.
Just hits back
Connect
Gen.
on the 2, but yeah,
Oh,
Gen's going to be good enough to get them into this one, and now Cowan swings out from main. And Gen.G looking great here on the retake. Xfero still late on that lurk, trying to fight his way in towards the site. Cannot make it happen. Texture. Another massive round from him. Another round win for Gen.G. Chance at a 9-3. It's still
RRQ 側入れる
plenty
ポ
of
ジション
money
が少な
here
くなっ
for
ちゃ
the
って
side of RRQ.
カロン
Well,
か
they're starting to do it. Munchkin's getting destroyed.
神パラ来たな
Yes.
No other way to put it, but again, great paranoia from Karan. Well timed. They're able to swing through, follow up off of that very nicely. Starting to get it together. Texture
発動す
focused
るかも
in.
しれん
One more.
Yep,
いやで
one
も
more.
攻めで9本ですからねまたこれ防衛で9本だったら危ないけどね
Anything's possible. Xfero does have his ult. Probably be the only one that really comes into play unless Cushy goes nuclear.
Which is always a concern.
Very. But they're not playing for any orbs, so. Seems like they're trying to keep
またエショット狙ってるまた同じとこいるマンチキン
going after Munchkin, I think.
Slide back. Crazy guy getting a sense of it. In the meantime, for RRQ, they're wondering where Munchkin is.
Is he in the same spot he's been
I
in
wonder
every round?
where could he be?
Ah.
Here he is.
Ah,
Able to come away 2 kills once
今度は
again.
ツキル選手
That
カバーがつ
extra
いてる
layer, Foxy9 there to trade out. Was added into the mix. 9-3 looking all but certain here for the moment. Spike now. Stuck.
Nice little micro adjustment from Gen.G. Calling in Foxy9 to give Munchkin a little bit of help. He needed it. Even though in this round, much better results for Munchkin. 2 kills there, just holding the same spot. Sometimes that does work. You fool people.
危ないあやべ囲まれてるスパイク持ち囲まれちゃった
He's going to be stuck into pizza. He doesn't want to give this angle
Oh.
over, but never mind.
ええ
Texture will just get
お
taken
お取れた
down.
え
A
ワンチャ
little
ル
bit
ワンチャル
of damage
何
here. Xfero tagged at 42, but now we go into a 2v2. There's Karan and Foxy. Have to try to clutch, otherwise RQ looking to pull off this 10-2. What a recovery of this round it would be. Paranoia still available.
もううまくいかないん
Away
だ
from one another.
2 on 2これはでも
Way
きつ
to
いぞ
double
全
up
ジ
this
プレは
blind.
削れてるとはいえ
From
ポジション
behind
が
the
強すぎる
box.
Spam
Will
it.
they lend credence to this at all? Do they go for that kind of spam?
いいスモー
Smoking
ク
the boats. Foxy
パラも直撃だ
trying to push forward. Xfero staying quiet, looking for it, cannot find it, but now a 1v1. 30 HP on Karan. A clutch caught in the previous map, but this time not to be. Crazy guy with a
やるな
3K.
クレイジーガイ
It's RRQ, a 10-2 half.
Just
めちゃめちゃ
tremendous
ラウンド
stuff
決めるじゃ
from
んアイゼルやりながら
RRQ. I mean,
アイゼ
the
ルめっちゃプレイした
confidence,
なしかも
the way that they have so many of these plays dialed up. I mean, even little things like breaking the window for
これはきつい
Jemkin
か
as
な
he's going through in his dimensional drift. Like, the timing on that was flawless. Like, it was right as he was getting there.
ジェンジ
Everything in lockstep for them here on Ascent.
絶対にはきついまあでもジェンジだっ
And
たらやったかもしれ
Gen.G
ないけど
looks like they haven't played this comp in a while, and, well, they probably haven't.
Yeah,
Other than a few scrims, maybe.
certainly is not looking good for them, but for RRQ looking damn near immaculate. Who's the superior can line?
4対2落とすのは珍し
Guess
い
who's
ね
been having a real hard time? I think it would be difficult to agree with the fans here in this
pointing the
map
other
in
way.
particular.
Yeah, I'm pointing the other way.
そいつ 65% がいるらし
Oh,
い
okay, let's see. Which is worse? What? Listening to HSK's compilation of life quotes for an hour?
Is that a thing, or is it just something that we fabricated?
I don't know. This must be some meme I don't know about.
Are we allowed to lie on the internet? I'm not sure about. maybe, yeah, you know, maybe he's got a ton of quotes.
We've just become your average social media user.
Pretty much.
Just making things up.
Something, and then a picture of somebody sitting on a beach in the, you know, watching the sunset.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's like, wow, really enjoying my vacation.
Yeah.
When you're actually just in your basement.
あ、なになに
Well, Gen.G need to pull off a monstrous comeback if they want to get themselves up to match point. Otherwise, looking like RRQ will very swiftly take us over to Lotus for map number 3 and give us that tied-up scoreline that we so badly would love to see.
B 多面 B 珍しいね
really
パ
holding
ラコ
on
メ
to
した
the
け
util
ど
early.
来なくて逆プッシュこちら
Oh! Instantaneous! With the first, finds the second with Monyet sandwiched in between.
破壊したな。だだ。
Texture alone at A.
魔王が降臨してるわ。
Needing to find the opening. Lixfero held back. Gate crash already being sent out as well for Jemkin to try to join in.
テクシャが神になるしかない。
Ash arriving, 22 health remaining.
なんかすげえ血はやる。何これ
The lion share of the weight being placed here on this Jet's back.
We've seen him do it before. Seen some crazy pistol stuff from Texture.
Heaven, gets some damage on the Monyet. Does have that paranoia, but Texture out a little bit wider. Doesn't manage to find the kill, and now he has planted himself firmly in the dead center of the site. This crazy guy takes him down. RRQ, 3-1 pistols, and now 11-2 on the map.
Well, the early patience paying off here for RRQ. Gen.G started this round playing way back towards their spawn, expecting some kind of aggression. I mean, they have to be super careful. But then this happens. They just, they clear, there's a clear the turret, and they're like, okay, 3, 2, 1, we go. And Monyet and Jemkin are there to just shut him down.
But that play can't be a 3-2-1. It needs to be, okay, they're clearing the turret, now we go.
Yeah, no, I know.
Far too delayed.
You're right.
Things off kilter clearly here for Gen.G and RRQ continuing to just be gorgeous on this map. 18-9-2 for Jemkin. Already over halfway towards another dimensional drift. See if he's going to be able to find a going in for the entry, but Jemkin is right here ready, waiting for him. Just every villain in a classic horror movie, no matter how many doors you run through, how many counties over you might drive through, the monster is right there, always at your heels.
It's like Freddy Krueger, man, just in your dreams.
I think Jemkin will be in their nightmares tonight, regardless of the outcome of this series. Munchkin fighting back for a headshot there on Monyet. Karan pushing forward, jiggle peek out, swings, goes for the free fire, is able to find it. Cushy taken down. Spectre upgrade. See though, Gen.G worked some magic at the start of that second half on Haven. And right now,
that drone. Oh, Karan at the door though.
Finds another drops down, however, the salvo's right there waiting for him. Cleared out. Foxy and Ash tucked here at the site. The head of one going to be spotted, but Ash plays off of that misinformation. But now Foxy would love to close the gap, but instead plants his feet, dodges the bullets, and does manage to make it happen once again here for the side of Gen.G. It's another forced attempt this time rather than a thrifty. They deny away that momentum off the back of the pistol.
Hey, just felt like it might be kind of done. Texture can't get in there. RRQ fully anticipating it, having 3 players on the B site. Not much he can do, but Karan, little run and gun, couple different kills that way. One with the Spectre, one with the picked up, or excuse me, one with the picked up Spectre, one with the Stinger. And, all right, well, you're gonna have weapon advantage for sure this round. Full save for RRQ. They're gonna go for an aggressive push out. Turret's there, but okay.
So is Foxy.
Yeah.
This time able to find the catch. Boogeyman has been taken down.
人数わかんないけど B プッシュしてきてちょっと人数多そうだから A 側攻める。
He'll only have his ult for next round. What could go wrong?
Being wary about some pressure potentially here from mid. Crazy guy, maybe with an opportunity to get the backstab maneuver going, but for now, entry over here on the A sites, which will get hit. Monyet, Lixfero on the opposite side, and they say, okay, well, we think that we have this killjoy locked in position. Riley, work correct. What in the hell just happened, Foxy? That final bullet just straying in to find the head of Monyet. Go ahead and quote Sideshow about Victor in a certain horseshoe in a certain place, but 4K Cushy with a Bulldog gonna look to try to do some additional damage here, but will not be able to turn this round on its head, you would suspect.
Oh,
there you go. Final put down from Karan. Gen.G now up to 4-round wins, but RRQ still so far out in front.
Yeah, I mean, just some nice play here from Foxy9. You know, RRQ might have thought they had Foxy9 locked in, but little did they know, they're the ones who are actually locked in with him. He just mows them down. But again, huge weapon advantage, so it do be like that sometimes. And you do have a Hunter's Fury for Ashe. Still though, Dimensional Drift for Jemkin. It's gonna be getting a little bit of info. Teho, that Omen. Gonna be super surprising, but you didn't see Jemkin over there. That might lead you to believe this is the weak side for RRQ. Jemkin being really cautious with revealing his presence until he has to. Hasn't shown any util I've seen.
Just might have been a minor spot out there on the Crazy Guy. Maybe elbow exposed either way. Texture now having the confirmation of his position. Meantime though, double push up quietly in towards Market. Cam, however, now cleared out. Let's try to escort them forward. Crazy Guy. He's gonna slowly make his way down towards Alley. Salvo's at the ready, sending them to try to delay even further. Sparrow and Cushy both tucked here at boats. 0 point telling the story. Now they need to try to win the fight. Fragment is able to find one. Shots across through the wall, coming up huge and still gonna be good for one. Jemkin taken down, but that now leaves Monyet all alone versus 4. He'll be forced to save.
Well, okay. Attacker's side starting to look pretty nice for Gen.G. It's just, it has to be so good. You know, you only have a couple rounds for air. This time they're able to really figure this out pretty nicely. It looked like to me they might fall into RRQ's trap of trying to go A, and then they get crunched on instead. Slide towards mid. No resistance. Texture finds the final kill. Monyet done and dusted.
He does Monyet from time to time.
He does Monyet. Yeah, a little bit.
Last couple rounds, a little bit less of that. As, yeah, Fragment there, just final hit.
We're starting to see some good util from Munchkin. Something that was not available for Gen.G on the defender's side. But who knows? I mean, they're still in good spirits. They're still having fun down there.
They're starting.
10の6でもありそう。11の5はな。
I just watched that movie.
ネポだけども。
Well, they might. I'm not necessarily sold on it quite just yet. I think it's going to take a bit more. For now, forced onto a thrifty here. Thrifty attempt, one should say. Is RRQ. Bucky in the hand of Monyet. Look at the damage.
Karan.
Way up there.
Not a position that everybody plays.
Oh, very rarely.
Trying to catch someone off guard here, perhaps.
For sure.
Fragment to check over towards Wine. No one flushed out into the open.
I mean, they're being pretty smart about some of their early clears. But this time, RRQ has once again kind of said, well, the tendency has been B for Gen.G. Let's double down on that. But no resistance at all on the A side is made Gen.G feel like they can start pushing through. Literally no contact at A main. A little bit here at short. And they're just going to try to march on forward. Here comes that Bucky.
Monyet. Bucky. And the hound him down. Finds one, finds two. Munchkin on the floor.
Bucky.
The door is shut. The spike behind it. Now a weapon scooped up for Monyet. Quick TP. Cannot deny the grab of that spike, but Monyet, he is looking to secure them this thrifty win. Good lord. The heroics from him. Just bounce out from the shadows. Thrown over the top, needing to be cleared. Karan has to tuck back away. It's Foxy finds another collide with the Outlaw. This time, Crazy Guy, Monyet, both going to be taken down. Vandal, however, here in the hands of Jemkin. Because she will fall. Sparrow finding one. TP in. Jemkin steadies the aim. Finds the hit, and now it is all on Texture. Doesn't believe in the fake. Spots the real thing and gets the fadeaway shot for the Red Bull clutch. Some of these rounds are just absolutely
あるのここから本当に
unbelievable.
強い
Deus Ex Machina for Gen.G.
パシフィックステージ1の
I just love this from Monyet. Just finds the perfect timing. And Foxy feeling something special with those outlaws.
いや夜ルートも入っちゃったし
Knew there was X-Pharaoh coming out a window. Gen.G had just lost a player there.
最悪だろ
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we're about ready for an RRQ timeout now.
1回目か
Stop the bleeding and just end this.
うわじわ
Try to
じわ追い
send
つい
this
てる
over
本当
towards
だっては
Lotus
や
a
られ
little
ない
bit
よ
quicker.
すげえ
A
わ
map that
なんでもな攻め取れんの最近
Gen.G absolutely dismantled them on last time, but right now RRQ's, you know, this defender side starting to show some weaknesses, and it's the early map exploration that Gen.G's doing in particular. Like they're being really diligent about, okay, are they A main? No, let's check short. Okay, nobody's been at either of those. Let's try A. And even though there's a Bucky waiting for them and causes them problems, it's still at the macro level the right read. It's just you done got Bucky. That happens.
Similar scoreline to the final timeout
Wilson
used in
entró.
the series yesterday from RRQ, but a very different context.
Timeout
12-6 is when they opted to go for that one versus
おべ
Paper
勝った
Regs.
ぞ
This time, certainly
エク
because
セル
they're
モネッ
feeling
ト
a
ウル
lot
トあ
more
る
pressure.
クレイ
Still
ジ
have
ーガ
a
イ
very
プしてウル
healthy
ト上がり
lead
が
though.
けでマンチキもウル
5
トあるな
rounds ahead.
Oh.
They just want to get
Timeout
this
took a
map
beaming
over
over.
with so they can focus on Lotus.
Yeah, I was just about to say, using that 0 point to clear space for the lockdown.
90ウルト B
You
だ
know, RRQ knew
Well,
it.
you
They
pressed
were already in a position where
Jemkin though, pushing
Oh,
forward,
but
looking for a bit of a timing. Gate crashes back across over towards
ファ
A.
イヤープラントうわ KO ウルト残ってんの強え
Contained, entry into the site.
これは強い
Through is
もうなんか完璧すぎるなんかタイムアウト上げで
forward.
よく B 入れてなの分かったな
Ground holding towards backstairs. Ping reveal comes through. Hunter's Fury from Ash here
Timing
out
KO
from Bodes.
テイクでスキルが使えなくなるから
Pop.
おおでかっ
Trying to scale forward, but
や
Xpero
る
just a bit snap here. Finds a headshot to shut him
やる
down.
っきゃね
Foxy tucking back around the corner. As
Oh,
no attempt gets
timing.
revealed, but finds the timing. Picks off the enemy side with the
Oh,
foot.
deal.
Ready to come in. Foxy. Dead is Cushy. Finds that
How's
kill.
that?
Off from Monyet. Goes a little bit wide. Ash able to find
時間が
Cushy. Karan going to be taken
Ah,
out.
時間が
Now
ない
finds Monyet. Defuse starting.
Player standing.
As they're just looking to hold this one down. Trying
Oh!
desperately. But the swoop forward from Munchkin.
持ってっ
It's
たマ
another
ジ
Red Bull clutch. Another narrow
なん
round
で
win.
こんな続いてるんでやば
Somehow Gen.G continues
メンタ
to
ル
keep
どう
the
なってん
ball
ねん
rolling. They carry nothing
GenG
forward.
すんげえことにな
They
ってる
don't let RQ get this up to map point off the back of the timeout.
I mean, it's a great round for both sides. They read the situations really well. Gen.G finds their opening for the lockdown. RRQ aware of it ahead of time, playing retake the whole way, and they're both kind of fighting tooth and nail for these different spots. Like the way Foxy is delaying, you know, shorty in hand, waiting for that smoke to go down, using the nano. Hold the angles, texture.
お気持ちがピンにいる
Not gonna swing in
取られた
now that they
だからそのまま進んでいくんだよ
start sliding forward. Displace that hero rifle. Another gate crash sent right back over towards
RRQ がまだクレイジーガイとクッチーがウルト残してる
Looks to rejoin, but this could just end up being a little bit of a pacier hit as texture
エコでウルト使って負けるとかなけれ
hard
ば
left angle
1ラウンドは取れそう
dashes back in, so tailwind now burn.
Man, if I'm Gen.G, I am so nervous about like a Hunter's Fury Armageddon combo into B main.
Oh sure.
That is so frightening. I think they only saw the one.
Yeah, don't believe texture was noted, but he'd already made noise, so they know that
There's two there.
still gonna be within the vicinity.
I think they got the spot on the car, and I just saw some pings, or at least they know, or highly suspect.
Do they read this though? They're starting to move forward
Crazy.
into his line of sight.
Oh,
Jemkin was able to find the readjust. Munchkin taken down. Clone set. Tries
Oh.
to snap there onto Foxy. Cannot make it happen.
武器が拾えねえところになっちゃ
Drone
った
cleared. That Vandal on the floor, but potentially
これどうす
recoverable
るケンジ
for one of these RRQ players.
Look at this.
ああ言ってた音聞こえたんじゃないこれうわ音聞いてビータ
Yeah,
うま
I heard this.
Yeah, he's just calling for the pivot, but now the tripwire is going to be telling them everything they need to
え
know.
ウルトマジ
As there's the Hunter's Fury, there's the reveal. Second shot going to be
え
going
ウルト
wide.
マジ
Third one
13秒
splits the difference in between several players. The spike now being brought forward. You can see there the Armageddon at the ready. 8 seconds.
ああ釣れた
Ash is not in it. It's been a
う
win.
わ
It's a shallow
ー
play.
やべえ エコラインドでウルト使って負けるとかがなければいけそうだったんだけど、エコでウルト使って負けるぞこれ。やっべえ、これはちょっと焦ったな。うわ
to take him down, to make it hurt a little bit more, make it a little bit more costly. But 3 players from Gen.G will survive. And it's going to be 3 rounds.
本当にあるぞこれ。11の8まで来ちゃった。11の8は全然範囲内でしょ。
This is absolute madness. Texture?
They have the pinch. Oh! And however, has the shots. TP's back over to Gelato. How badly do you want to try to go for it? Seems like maybe a mischaracterization of his placement. Monyet does narrowly survive. This judge, one would say, should say.
いや、相当焦ってるなこれは。さすがにね。
I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to enjoy this. What? Just the narrowest of margins here for Gen.G. Able to plant it in a spot. I mean, I think understanding well ahead of time. I'm sure Munchkin screaming, hey, they've got Armageddon, don't plant it backside.
ここで GenG がもう一個残ってんのやば。
Now it's a very different
すげえな、
score line.
前半ね、8の0とかでも2回目消費しなかったのここできてくれた。
Think back to an obvious buy up, an obvious buy up for Gen.G. That's where this all started. You know it's going to come through as RRQ. You know that they're going to force buy there. You're not able to get the round. And since then, it's been all Gen.G. And, you know, a bunch of crazy clutches. Oh, a Heretics fan. Let's go. Congrats to Heretics.
A little drawing of Texture and Woot there, saying hey, they're going to be reunited.
Looking forward to seeing those boys back in Toronto. Back in the Masters, I should say.
Yeah. But yeah, you're right. It all points back to that one critical moment, but now a full buy afforded here for RRQ, an operator in hand for Jemkin.
さあタイムアウトだけ。ジェムキンビータね。オペが出てる。さあオペラウンドだ。ジェムキンのオペケアできるのかこれ。
Gen.G
はエメインコントロールかなこれ。フラッシュ使ってカロンと。
Scary part is
エミのコントロール完了をミッドドローンでチェック。
If he gets that kill, he gets his ult.
おもろいなエミの取り方が。
スモークも使って。
うわこの前休み。うわー。
Shots through though. Munchkin eats some damage, yes, but still finds the kill. Monyet here at the site. Paranoia for Paranoia going to be exchanged across the 2 Omens. As ETP's in over towards Hell.
足見られた。いやー。うわー。襲われてる。オペラウンド取れる。
I was gonna say, did he jump into that?
And he did, but already look at this. The call to save has been sounded. Jemkin is not going to get that dimensional drift online in this round. They opt to back away. They don't want to wreck the economy any further. And try to play this out versus 5 members from Gen.G. Ash is going to go on the hunt, however, because he knows that every single kill that he can find here is worth its weight in gold.
You know, sometimes
いやー、これ11の9でしょ。次お金ある？モネット変えるか。誰も削られなければ次も。いい感じ。1人削れると思う。次調整だ。
Absolute madness, and I love it. And you can
Camera spotted.
Go for the hunt. Go.
Recon destroyed. Clears the trip.
絶対に死にたくない。
Suspect this. Okay, well, Xpero.
見えてないけど。
Well to find 1. Push out. Does even better to find 2. So weapons will be retained. Gets himself a couple more charges towards another Neuro theft. That does not change the state of affairs here. Full timeouts have been used here from the side of RRQ. Neither resulting in round victories. Gen.G now
3人セーブできたけど、ここ負けるとやべえだ。
And I mean, you know, even when they were down 10 to 2, the comms for Gen.G still sounded pretty positive. It sounded like they were just here to play and have fun. And that's certainly got to be part of the equation here. The mental game for them has been really strong. That's a couple of huge spots in the middle. You know where that operator is now.
完全に追いつかれちゃったから。
Johnny on the spot there is Munchkin.
ウルトはちなみにカロンがウルト持ち、ポエは1個ないな。モネタがウルトか。
On these trips, trying to intercept the jet, but the jet's not on this side of the map. Texture slow walking.
本当に今もまあ本当に
around A main as Orb gets grabbed up. Munchkin one away from having that
まあ
null
今ま
command
での平
online.
均の話でもありますからね。
Is the other orb available by texture? I
す
think
ご
it
すぎ
is.
I feel like he wouldn't have taken it just to try to get the knives.
おビンメインリコンで取り返した情報
So
で
you
か
get the null command here. Yeah, 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 yeah.
It'd just be the null command hit
さ
coming
すが
through.
にエロテかなこれは。
Two players to try to stave this off. Just now noticing as well, the crazy guy only has a stinger. So there's a follow-up 0 point.
ああ、まあ引っかかんね。
As looks like he doesn't actually go for the orb. It doesn't matter because Texture's just gone forward into heaven. I think he's just going to take it for the plant here.
えぐこれはリテイク無理だわ。
Use the null command in a
残しちゃ
follow-up
ったら無理。
to try to dissuade.
お、引っかした。少ないエクスペロ。
Hasn't popped it yet though.
Oh, look at
ある
Foxy.。
こっから。
In around the back, getting ready to come through the spawn.
うわー、
Comes
フォ
out
クシー
in
のラッ
response
ク
to
が
the
来
drone.
る。
Forced away.
KO のウルトさ、完
Foxy
璧。
getting closer and closer, and Cushy is dead.
Ugh.
Swing out of the
Oh.
smoke, one by one, they shall fall. As Xpero, the
ああ。
operator, forced to quietly sneak out to try to escape and hold on to this
This is-
weapon, but Ash is swooping around the side. He needs to hit
完全に崩れ
this
た。
shot.
ああ。
Whips it, jump up over the top, the
ナ
classic
チュラルピ
claims
ーク
it.
発動するここで。
In
で
my
いきなり止まるじゃん進むの。
How are we here?
I am
やば。
RRQ looks so in control, but neither side knows how to play defense. I mean, to be fair, Gen.G is reading the map extremely well right now. And they are maximizing their advantages
10
where
対
they
2か
can.
らファースト負けて。
The way that they use that info that Texture's been gathering, that's something they've been doing in a couple
そこ
rounds
から
here that I've been
勝てるんですか、
noticing is they'll leave
Gen.G
Texture on his own to see what's going on
もう
and
何で
then
も
make
勝てるじゃん、
rotates
そ
off
した
the
ら。
back of that.
粘り強さどうなっとん
To
ねん
be
これ。あ、
concerned
見られた
about。here, but Jemkin still present, still going to be a concern, going to be a threat. It's been neutralized
しか
for the
も
most
守りマ
part
ップですよ。
during this run back. And that activation can come through at any critical moment. And he's got the dimensional drift.
もうペタスないね、お金ない RRQ。
What is the play call here from Gen.G?
Well, usually they've been flashing over this wall to make the entry. There you go. Oh,
Drop down, really finding the
ゲッ
timing.
ト KO ともう一人じゃねえ
The
か。か
stun
なり
out
映
from
画の
Crazy
こういう
Guy.
か。スモーク出して、
And there's the stealth drone waiting on the timer for those salvos.
残り1分。フォクシーが B
this is
取れてて、
Jemkin to
その
slide
逆
over
走も
here.
抑えれてるから、
And he's
エリア的にはもうこれ
doesn't,
で
I don't see a TP on the map.
GenG は準備完
Doesn't
了
have。one in hand, so he's committed to that site. It's
ど
just
こでも攻めれる。
Gen.G
休み
gonna read this right. That's all they've seen really is the
休
Teho.
みか。
Anya needs to be so impactful here
Oh, you
for
better.
them. The paranoia will try to buy some time, but the fragment buys some space, forces him back.
おお、
But
会社のスキル。
G
完全
still
残り30秒。
delayed here as they try to scale forward the tripwire.
Left.
Now,
やべ、人間がいねえ。
as they work their way forward,
めちゃめ
Foxy
ちゃ、
now
おお、では。
trying to get
め
this
ちゃめ
flank
ちゃい
here
い
in
場合やっ
mid,
たけど。
but
おお
Jemkin
お
activates,
お、
finds
ジェイ
the
ミが、おお、
headshot,
待ってよ。
step three, and
倒したよ。
RRQ, they finally had
熱いよ。
enough.
起き上が
A
ったここで。
4K into a flawless
Boom, boom,
RRQ will at long last get themselves up to map point. Gen.G now need 2 more to take this into
ポジショ
overtime.
ンしかも。
And this is just one of the few rounds we've seen us on this attacker side where Gen.G doesn't quite read the
う
map
わ、
right.
強い。
They
箱
just
の裏
don't
に
have a
隠
lot
れ、
of
箱の
info.
裏
They
から
just
戦う
try
んじゃ
to
ないん
make
だよ。
and execute scaling play off the
No
back
guard
of it
info.
through short. But Jemkin just holding the
えぐい
line.
ここで。
Easy money for
か
him.
っこよすぎだろ。
Has the dimensional drift.
The ult was not needed.
One away from a lockdown though.
お、エラスだ。
Try to go for a pacey hit, but Jemkin is here.
やべ。
Flash connected now.
うわ
The texture takes him down, spamming through.
でも
But
人が多い。
Monyet trying to hold the line, falls
うわ
to the wayside, as does Xpero.
マンチが 1HP だ。
The trade up is
いける
there.
か
Cushy, crazy guy, quick to arrive. Now trying to play it out versus 3. Foxy still working his way forward through main. Munchkin tucked. Going to be spotted there by the drone. Looks to try to delay. Even some minor spray through the floor might just be enough to take him down at health. Only 22 health
9
remaining.
月の使えないかこれは。
They're looking for it. The split of the drop. Karon dealing with the player here at Gen. Cushy now asked to do it all.
あーうま。あーうますぎ。見えてない見えてない。
Turret just a hair off. Swoops around the back. Finds one.
Bomb grenade out.
Recon cleared the
うわ、
tap.
いいなの入
Foxy
った。
waiting,
勝った。
knowing that the time is just not going to be there. And now we'll swing forward. Gets himself the ult for the follow-up round. I'm losing my mind and my words as Gen.G
ヘブンさんのな 1HP のマンチをショットガスかなんか飛ばしてたら可能性あったけどな。
I think that was going to happen. What a timing play there for Texture and Company. They've got Jemkin dead to rights right before the TP. Foxy9, okay, the turret maybe not placed in the best spot, but that's okay. The nano was. So, small mistake able to be covered.
でもジムキン
And one more round and we might have an overtime and you have a lockdown here for Foxy9. Last time it was B that they used it at. Gen.G, quick scaling. Look like they just want to go right for it. Nothing that can be done.
It's going to have to back
ゲーム見ると珍しいな。一周回ってされたのかこれは。
TP forward from Karon in towards Tree. Paranoia going to be sent. Not sure if that gets a catch on X-Barrow. Seems like it does, but so sprayed.
Oh, yeah,
Karon here over onto the flank, however, coming up on one, but then gets distracted by the tripwire.
Oh, yeah,
able to collect. X-Barrow going to be taken down here on the side. Cushy finding Foxy9. Ping reveal off the neural death. Munchkin is dead. It's all on us. He cannot make it happen. So damn close, but no damn cigar. 13-11, an unthinkable scoreline on this map. But there is no OT, and there is no match point for Gen.G.
That is the craziest sense I can remember. In the way that it shaped up with both teams just having tremendous attacker side. And RRQ just has one extra round in them. But that is not reassuring for RRQ. You had to, your spirits had to be flying sky high after that first half of Ascent. You can see they felt okay after Haven. They said, you know what, it's their map pick, we didn't feel good on the map, it's fine. Ascent's coming up, we got this. Halfway through it, we're knocking this out of the park, we're going right over to Lotus. But then Gen.G comes roaring back. See what the mental is going to look like. That's something Coach Ewok has been talking about, how good the mental is for his team. That was part of why they were able to beat Paper X yesterday. He said, are they going to be able to recover?
We will have to just wait and see. Lotus is coming up. We're swinging back over onto one of the Gen.G map picks. Let's see if RRQ can just kind of take this near loss in stride and carry some momentum over, because Jemkin Cushy still so damn good to close out these last few rounds here for the team to get them over that finish line. That pace is going to be hit off the top. Well, Gen.G might still yet be at risk, but we're tied up 1-1. The series nowhere close to being done. We'll send it over to the analysts just to break down all of the wild action.
マップ2勝ったのは 40% RRQ でした。
The most exciting map in the map pool. I would not have believed you. I have to say we saw an absolute masterclass of Ascent from both of these teams today, but definitely only from the attacker side.
Yeah, only on attack.
試合だけじゃなくてもお互いやること分かり合ってる対策込みの試合だからな。本当にロータスだ。ロータス来た。
much earlier than they did, but that is a calling masterclass on the attacking side of Ascent from both teams, but particularly from Munchkin from behind. That really shows his experience as an IGL.
I mean, I think Gen.G did so well to even make this close. I think a 13-2 win for RRQ feels very, very different to this 13-11 incredibly scrappy, incredibly close win. But still, they did manage to get it over the line. And once again, look at Jemkin up there, 27-17 with 9 first bloods. We can't stop this guy.
You know what, Cat? He's the Russian Terminator. He walks through the map at his own pace. He doesn't send it. He's not a send it duelist, you know. He is coming after you no matter what, and you cannot stop him.
ここまでヘッドショット率 54% がいます。FK13 フリ7。
Literally, that is what Jemkin is like. Like he
46キル
doesn't
33ですでプラス13の選手がいます。
Monya is definitely the send it member of RRQ. But,
これは
Jemkin,
いやでもまだちょっと早いか。
Nothing before I go into a match. I just go kill.
Only kill.
Yeah.
Only go kill. I mean, I wish I could turn my brain off.
これでこのグランドファイナル勝ち切ったらマジで文句なしナンバーワンプレイヤーだなジェームキンはパシフィックの。
almost went into overtime in the most classic
そう
Gen.G
ずっ
RRQ
と強かっ
fashion.
たんだよ。なんか
I
パ
mean,
シフィ
let's
来てから
rewind a
なんだかんだ
bit
ず
to
っ
the
とトッ
first
プ
half there.
トッ
We
プ5
saw
ぐらいに
something
ずっといたから
really
この
interesting
個人の
happening
データだと
between
ね。
both of these teams and how they
ト
choose
ップ
to
5み
use
たいなや
their
つ見てみるわ。
drones.
Yeah, 100%. I felt like for Gen.G's defense was very
Pick
poor. I
off
mean,
も強か
both
った
teams'
し。
defense was very poor on this map, but I'm actually starting to come around to you talking about the
つい
better
に文
comp.
句な
I
し最
felt
強にな
like
るかもしれ
Gen.G,
ない。
it was a very disappointing approach to
ピッ
Ascent.
クオ
It's
フ
an
は
approach
ほぼ
that we've
1位
seen
だ
a。million
同
times.
率1
And the comp that RRQ uses with the double
もう
drone
パシフィッ
is
クが一番
so
強い
good
ね
at
これ。
breaking these B main info lines that
いや、
Gen.G
トゥ
was
クシャ
trying to set up.
も
If we bring up the replay,
この試合始まる
we can
前
have a little bit
は
more of a chat about
プ
it.
レイオフ
Yeah,
は
I mean,
も
so
う
well, it's all
ぶち抜け
about
て1位
B
だった
main. I said this before the game, but you're so used to seeing the
最強
op on this
Duelist
B
決
main
定
line
戦に
to
なってる
lock
この試
info,
合。
but they can drone back with the Teo drone, which not only scans, stops him from dashing away.
Yeah, easy opening pick there for RRQ that
す
they
でに持っ
take
てない最強だ
advantage
から
of,
な。それそう
and it's able to set them up very nicely for that opening kill and victory
そうなん
from
だけど
there. In the follow-up round, though, I mean,
Number
we
one
saw this
か
very fast set
どうかって
play
どうかな。
execute
ピ
from
クちゃんもやべてだから
RRQ with
さっ
the
きの試合。
dimensional drift that they
本
use
当強か
very
った。
nicely. But you could see off the back of that opening pick here, you immediately see RRQ go in with the From the Shadows, clear out the whole site, and then Jemkin on the other side of the map is able to find another opening kill.
もともとジェットが上手い選手だったんだけどね。
Yeah, that's the key. You win that fight in B main, and
夜も
also
最強になっちゃ
have
ったんだよ
to
な。
rotate towards B, which unlocks A for you. That's clearly the plan. But now this dimensional drift. I mean, he was a monster on this attacking half. 6 and 2 on opening duels
バズね、
with
バズ
4
も
Yorowolves on the attack. How do you even play against
I'll
that?
give him
まあ
7
最強
and
格
2.
ではあるけど、
Double entry in
この
that
ステージ
last
1に
round,
関
but
して
you
は
see the
ね、
set play here from RRQ. This is so sick.
こっちの2人組の方が強いね。
Combination of the dimensional drift and the Hunter's
ピッ
Fury
クオフは最強だったけど。
salvos out heaven. All 5 of these players from Gen.G are ready to flood the A site, and not a single player gets a kill. They get absolutely crushed.
Man, I was feeling so good for RRQ watching this first half. I feel like
You
they
know
had
this one.
everything together. It was so organized.
Like
But
it's
then
so
as we
good at
get
this.
across to the other half, I mean, this is where things really started to go wrong. They're against a force buy, but they should have closed this here.
Texture's just donated
Yeah,
himself.
de
He's
mo
feeling
Lina
very
最強だわ。
charitable in this round. You had the whiff on short. That should have been a
で
5 on
0キルの
3
試合はあ
for
ったもの
RRQ.
の、
But in classic Gen.G fashion, they are able to weasel their way
他の
through the
試合の
map
データ
of
が
attack.
強す
They
ぎて
creep
全
through
然プラス
market.
だ
You
った
see
わ
them
レ
do
ナ。
similar things on Lotus. I just saw them the
ゼロ
other
キル
day.
にやら
in a
れ
bonus
る
on
側の
Lotus
視点行って
doing
み
this
てもぐらい。
exact same thing.
そ
They're
うね。
just able to find the gaps. These individuals understand
理論値みたい
from
な意
their
味してんだよな。
disadvantaged situations, they
ジ
need
ム
to
キン
take
の視点見て
agency.
ても。
They
なん
need
か、
to take
で
risks
見
and
てる
cut
と、
corners, find the gaps
あま
on
り
the
にも
map
綺麗
and
にや
make
ってる
some
から、
plays. And that is the experience of these individual players on the side of
いやそ
Gen.G.
あの
They were able to win so many
綺麗
rounds
だなって
after
感じ
winning
なんだけ
that
ど、
force, and I really think
殺
the
される
mental
側はね、
damage that that's inflicted
良
on
すぎて意味わからん
RRQ,
感じなん
how
だ
much
よ
they've had to work for that game of Ascent.
な。
Going
楽しみ
into
だな、
Lotus
マスター
is
ズ。
going to really change how this series plays out.
Yeah, that's actually incredible because at the first half, we were discussing exactly that. Like, okay, this is going to be great for RRQ's mental and for Gen.G to do what they just did. We are definitely going to break down Lotus after this, but definitely props to Jemkin one more time. What'd you call him? The Russian Terminator?
That's what he plays like.
He does. It's appropriate.
He just walks around the map. Like he's not sending it. He's just waiting for you to peek him. I love it. He's just perfect crosshair placement. He never misses a shot.
Yeah, I think this is really interesting now. We were talking about the styles that these two teams are choosing to play with, even that drone comparison, using a Sova drone versus a Taeho drone. And we thought that RRQ has this in the bag. This is the new way to play Ascent, and this is the right way to play Ascent. But like you said, for Gen.G to figure out how to make this quote-unquote old style work is like, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's all about that experience, right?
Yeah.
I do feel like RRQ should have closed this game in a more dominant fashion. I did think, especially after that first half, they were the better team. But then it's just when you get close to winning and then you lose those ecos, and I felt I could feel the crumble. The way they were using their ults, they're using them on ecos, they're using them in disadvantages. That's a panic move to try and snatch rounds back, which they don't need to do. But they're doing that because they're not quite as experienced, they're not as composed in these moments. So I do think that has a certain mental fatigue in these long series where instead of stomping through your map pick, you had to really, really work for it. And now they have to go into Lotus, which Gen.G are going to be so happy about.
Absolutely, and you were breaking this down earlier, Pilsky. Both of you guys, how they will utilize this to their advantage on Lotus. Now, what is RRQ going to need to do to make sure that Gen.G doesn't do that?
For RRQ, I actually think this
ね
Lotus
魔王
comp
よ
has
りは
been a bit of
タ
a
ーミネーターの
success
が合
in
って
the
るかも
past. I like the way they played the Breach Teo earlier on in the
日本
split.
リージョンにいたの
Jemkin
マジ
once
で
again on the Yoru is phenomenal on this map. You saw them crush
まあ日本リー
T1,
ジョンにい
but
た時
again
から
towards
強かっ
the
たけ
later
ど
end of the
さらに
season,
強くなったんだよな
T1
パシフィ
even
ック
lost very one-sidedly to pretty much everyone they were playing on Lotus. So
テホの弱
I don't
体
know
が
if
ね
they
どう
just
影響
hadn't
するか
figured
な
things out. For RRQ though,
GenG
they
はテ
have
ホほとんど
been
採用してないんで
inflicted
ヘ
a
ブンぐらい
couple of
か
L's on this map, and for Gen.G,
他
they've
の
been
ま
playing
他のチームは基
almost
本
the
的に
same
手
comp
を
on
入れてた
Lotus,
から
almost the same style on Lotus for
軒並み変更
13
強いられ
plus
ますねこれ
officials now. The only thing that they've changed is the Vice in for the Killjoy, but they just make micro adjustments. They're so
GenG は V3 プロ使
confident,
って
they're
る
so comfortable in their playbook that they are confident they can beat you with this
ここから
style.
ジェムキン
Yeah,
の
it's
机見れ
very,
るから
very similar to
昨日確
Haven,
認した
right? Like,
Yeah.
you
多分
should
ハヤ
in
テを打つ
theory
と
know what they're gonna do, but
V3
you
プロ
can't stop it, and that's what their Lotus reminds me
多
of.
分ね
I just think that now things get even trickier for RRQ. Lotus is
マ
such
ジで
a
ハヤ
hard
テを
map to upset Gen.G
な
on, and we just saw when they
色し
start
か
on
わかんな
that
いから違う
defense,
かもし
they
れないけど
do
Yes.
not lose.
It's the same thing. You're going to see RRQ, they opted to start
ロータ
attack
スは
on
さすがに
Haven.
GenG だ
Then you're
さ
running
す
into
がに
Munchkin,
GenG
you're
じゃ
running
ねえか
into
ロータスは
Foxy9, you're running
Yeah.
into Caron. It's the same agents, the same skill
まあ
sets
でも
that Gen.G will use
もう破った
to
ら優
stop
勝
you
だよ
on
ここ
Lotus, where RRQ will again start on the attacking side and run
こ
into
こ突
Munchkin.
破したら
Save
もう
the
RRQ 優
Viper.
勝だよ
Foxy9 was phenomenal when we saw him on the Vice on this map last time, and Caron on his signature Omen.
I just think it's absolutely insane that you can
先ロー
have
タス負けたかな
Gen.G's
見て
entire
みるわ
playbook in front of you and you can't stop them.
Well,
最後に
that's
負けたのい
Too
つだろ
much of it.
Yeah.
They played 30 plus officials of it. It's like, oh, what strat are we running this time? Hey, remember when we did that like 3 months ago? We ran this strat. Let's give that a go.
Yeah, it's so good because it's so incremental. It's the same comp, but it's not
2話
always
に
the
負けて
same
るわ
things. It's
2
these
月
small changes, it's these little stylistic
2月
differences.
やっぱり
They
次だ
run
よね
their own ante on you. And we're looking
今の
at
メンバーで
Gen.G,
は負
it's
けなしです
exactly
ね
what we want to see. Texture on that raise, Foxy9 on the Vice, and of course Munchkin on his signature Viper. No changes there, no changes were expected. This is their home ground.
Yeah, RRQ, you're going to look to them to take this seat mount control a lot of the time. I think it's going to be a little bit more tough with the Breach Tail to be able to go for those front B re-clears and things like that. So we'll see what their approach is going to be on this attacking side. They need to have a good game of Lotus here.
All right, well, I hope you guys have your snacks ready. I've got my predictions going. I have zero chill as we go into map 3 of this crazy grand final series. We're going to send it back to our casters, Kilios and Paper Thin.
And we wouldn't have it any other way. What a hell of a second map here in this set. Gen.G fighting indeed, but falling shy of the mark there on Ascent to try to take us into OT. Now we go over to their second map pick here in this best of 5, Lotus, to see if they are going to be able to regain the lead, take this up to match point, or if RRQ
パケット
look
してるよ
to get some long-awaited revenge.
These are the 2 maps that they played previously. Texture out in front.
That he is. Flicking heads, finding one, spotting out the other as the paranoia connects. Xpero unable to find any punish, so it's going to be Cushy dead on the floor here with no real trade or damage found.
Bit of an interesting change-up compared to what we saw last time on this pistol. It was RRQ who just kind of held in spawn and waited to see Gen.G would get aggressive. This time both teams feeling out mid B. It's actually Gen.G who's going to profit early.
あ、ごめん、なんか飛んだ
Tap
わ
of the door.
B 前
Pull
B
some
前でクシが落ち
rotations
てる
so they can make
誰
their
が足した
way
今
over towards A where Jemkin
手口したか
has gotten way up there.
Quad push out here at Mound. Nothing set behind to really try to alert this as Foxy9 looks all the way back around the corner.
少し詰め切りはなんかジェンジのいつものパターンだこれ A 取らせて
Here's the door.
メインから取り返してドアから
turning his sights back over
3 から
towards
リテ
the
クするや
site
つね
here. Xpero tucked in behind the box. Big
30
opportunity
seconds left.
to get some
これ
damage
はでも
done.
ね RRQ 分かってんじゃないこのリテクの場合は
Do they read this at all?
必ずメインから取り返してくるって
Keeping it
お
quiet,
ジャンプ
slow
してる
scale forward, Moniette on the jiggle piece.
あー
No,
嘘
Munchkin striking first, striking
めちゃめ
faster.
ちゃいい位置いたのに2人目
On
の
the
カバー
left
が
side, Ghost now going to be snatched up. Players a little bit more spread out as Moniette going to be forced away back deeper in towards street by the paint shell. Foxy still swinging, arriving, but jumping and getting taken down. Jemkin able to find that kill immediately right back here onto the site as the haunt gets cleared out in time. A lot of it already dwindling. Texture strafing forward, able to find one. Now it's just down to Crazy Guy. Who'll get run down. 3 players surviving. Gen.G pick up their
やべ
second
2話
pistol here
始ま
of
っ
the
てる
set.
も
Yeah, this is just really nice work from Gen.G. Having some plans on the back of the map space they are giving up early. Foxy9 just backpedaling. They're anticipating that this is either going to be B or, you know, once they know it's not C because they pushed out Mound, but maybe B. He's kind of playing for that. They say if they go A, okay, we're going to have a huge flank coming. 4 players through. They find that big kill around the box. That was massive for them. Monyet trying to do his best to sell. Trying to get some attention his way, but Gen.G does not fall for it. And this was 13-5 last time in the favor of Gen.G when they played this map in the upper finals. RRQ gonna have to dig deep. No comp changes, just have to figure out some antis. A lot of damage done.
Yeah, tagging down Monyet. He's tied to his own teammate Salvos. Kind of pulling the trigger on the play as the damage was getting layered in. Cushy does manage to find one. Karan going to be put down here for the moment, but plenty of covering fire. So for now, it's the second weapon loss. As Xfero got in off the lurk, and it does manage to catch them off guard.
He slipped the net. And he's just going to keep rotating through.
But can he find anything realistically?
まあ、GenGのサブコール、
here
サブコールは
Foxy9
特にじゃねえか、特にいないと思う。みんな喋るけど、マンチキンがまとめれてる印象。めっちゃ喋る印象あるよ。スペクターゲッツ。残り40秒。
Just a Spectre, but still a chance. Door tapped, swings out, spots out 2, tries to go for the bite, but we'll just bank it off the door there as Munchkin collects it. So 2 casualties, 2-0 start.
Still though, it's something to be kind of concerned about as Gen.G is normally their defense can be pretty good about keeping track of their opponents. Whoops it,
AZs. Meteor, Foxy, Manchi, Gemkin, Crystal,
the side of RRQ, but holding the line here at this door. Nicely done by Foxy9. Munchkin there. Take it down, but still, you did lose a bit of your investment as Gen.G, but carrying over a couple Guardians and a Bulldog, not too bad. Again, my bigger concern is the fact that Xfero just finds a way into the back of the map and nobody has any idea.
Oh, just a hair off that second final shot going right over top of the head. Cannot find it. 2 kills quickly scooped up here for the side of RRQ as they look to up the pace. Some damage dealt. Still 5 members strong. They work their way forward. Fault line not going to connect on anyone. Munchkin trying to play this out quietly as Jemkin goes sliding in towards back sight. Munchkin will be able to collect that elimination. Sync Fight available to try to delay Foxy at the same time, able to find Crazy Guy. There's the spike still here on the floor. The scale forward. Cushy clears enough, but not before Monyet gets picked apart. Suddenly we're into a 2v2. Push into the smoke down, Karan. Ends up falling to the wayside. Now it's all down to Munchkin. Captain IGL playing this out quietly, trying to see what maneuvers RRQ look to make, and it seems like it's going to be that pivot either to the B or the C site. Pick of the litter here.
A little tough for Munchkin now, though. Has no idea how they're going to spread out back to this plant. Gonna have to win one battle. Cushy. Within one shot.
Both players tucked. Wall is set up to obfuscate main from this angle. Obviously, salvos are available, so wanting to get a move on, but needing to clear a bunch of different positions here first. Quiet drop down. Taps it. Wall raised. Salvos now flying through. Knows there's one at main. Does he suspect the second? As there's the stun. Sacrificial is Cushy. As there's the swing out. Xfero narrowly survives with 30 health. Gen.G not going to get the bonus conversion, but they get a ton of damage dealt.
Yeah, that's really, really good for Gen.G. Quick reactions over towards the A site. RRQ doing a good job early, winning that positioning battle, but Munchkin quietly slipped down that rope ahead of the rest of his teammates. The other 2 are the first ones that RRQ sees when they start scaling into sight. And Munchkin, therefore, gets underneath their noses, finds some big impactful kills. Foxy9 as well, coming in, doing some real damage with the Bulldog. And that's brutal for RRQ. Still able to mostly buy up other than one Bulldog of their own.
Texture this time, ready for that position on top of Boulder. Finds a shot. Ash similarly takes down Jemkin. Making up for the sins of the previous round. They have been redeemed, and that is now A massive two-player advantage here for Gen.G.
行くっきゃね。
I'm just gonna see. Back here. Now noted. They know where Xfero's at. Crazy guy is dead. Munchkin one away from a pit going into round 5. Showstopper online. Munchkin clearly wasn't satisfied with just having the ultimate. Wants a little bit more, and Xfero will thank him very much for the extra charge. Missing the timing of him sliding out of the smoke, but swings back in. Xfero fighting. Does come up with the kill. The wall locks him in position. The haunt not quite cleared. He finds this one though. Suddenly he can make a go of it. 3 kills, the sprint over. Plant would put him one away from having that pit online. This would be a hell of a turnaround and a hell of a way to get this map tied up. It's just going to drift out into Karen's crosshair and will fall down.
Still, that's a ton of damage done economically to Gen.G. Yes, they're going to have some big ults though, but you can look at the cash available. Not great for Gen.G. Still going to be able to scrape something together, but that's painful to start losing those 1v1s like that. If I'm the coaches for Gen.G, I'm a little bit annoyed at the way the end of this round went. Would have preferred to see players kind of lock it down together a little bit better, especially once his spike is down. Get Texture some help over here while he's trying to hold off Xfero, but give him the opportunities. Xfero collects some big kills for RRQ, so anything is possible. It's going to be a weak buy. Jemkin does have a rifle. The judge for Munchkin.
Yeah, in the end, it ends up just being vastly superior to what RRQ can try to scrape together. So just the one hero here. Try to pull off a bit of a miracle, or we'll put Jemkin one away from having the dimensional drift. Question is, do they pull the trigger on Armageddon? Because she has it at the ready, but for now they have to work their way forward into the site. The wall going to be popped, the boombot going to be sent. Thorn's finding a bit of damage. Monyet on the reposition is noted and heard. Foxy swoops in to find that kill. Jemkin puts the rifle in use, finding one. A showstopper now. Big splash potential. It's because she gets taken down, but there's a fake out there on the clone. Jemkin still alive, still well. Still with Vandal in hand. Trying to force it forward. They do, and it's the Karen's demise. He immediately snaps on, finding that headshot. Time to jump. Dimensional drift now at the ready, has the gate crash set up for the exit. The pit going to be invested here from the side of RRQ. Looking to secure this, but it's going to be a counter pit. Sideshow's nightmare, it would seem. As they go sliding forward, trying to find some space, but Jemkin finds one. Ash dead. Texture waiting to try to see if he can find any kind of timing, but Jemkin is on top of it all. And with the judge in hand, Crazy Guy swings the corner. And that is a thrifty pickup for RRQ. Ults well invested. As the gap now is just one round.
Yeah, this starts to get a little bit sloppy again. Gen.G has such a huge advantage. They just need to kind of hold the line. Karan gets caught slipping a little bit there. Jemkin, 3 kills, 3 big ones. Crazy Guy so fast to understand that position. Who knows? Munchkin's got a judge there if he's able to pull the trigger a little bit faster, maybe.
Kills 2.
Yeah. Probably.
Jemkin. Doesn't matter what you throw at this guy.
He's insane, dude.
Have to be fearful. Flash confirms some presence outside at Mound. Back there for the moment. Of course, obviously, Jemkin dimensional drift here. So does still have it, and we'll clear out the wall now with the be a lob of the thorns and a pop there as well.
Jemkin's mechanics are just so smooth. And he just is such a smart player. He reads situations incredibly well. Throws out the TP. Xfero is so ready for this.
Swing out, looking for the reset on the spray. It's a little wild, but doesn't suffer too much damage. Eventually finds it. And it seems like he is very much suspicious of there being a third player in this position. Foxy backpedaling frantically, shooting with the sheriff, trying to see what he can get done. Karon will eventually fall, and now it's just down to Munchkin to see if he can get impact here in the round. Otherwise, RRQ well set to tie us up at 3-3.
And to make matters worse for Gen.G, you've got 3 huge ultimates that are going to be stored for RRQ. There's no way they're investing them here. And coming into your next buy round, that's extremely scary. You do have Foxy's ult, probably going to maybe get Ash's ult. But outside of that, RRQ is going to have a lot of ability to scale into sight, cover post plants.
Well read. Back around the corner, and it's a freebie. Does he go for the knife?
Knife him.
Oh, Xpharaoh. They're trying to keep the interest going, and there you have it. Right between the shoulder blades, a 4K for Xpharaoh. A thrifty denial, and a tied scoreline at 3-3 with mental damage on top. Boom him with the knife.
That's right. But Gen.G's looking a little bit sloppy here on Lotus compared to the last time we saw them. We're seeing some mistakes. Seeing a little bit of overconfidence maybe at times, going back to that round where Xpharaoh got a bunch of kills he never should have. Now he's got a 4K with a knife.
And that is just a hell of a grin on his face. He knows what he's
めちゃめちゃマンチキンの顔確認された
He
今
knows what he hath wrought. As a timeout will get called.
覗きに行ったぞ向こうの顔
This is getting interesting.
失敗
RRQ seems just a little bit cleaner here on Lotus. I think, you know, some of the early macro ideas are just a little bit stronger
RRQ
for
のタイムアウト
sometimes, but the follow-up for RRQ has been better. Post plants have been good.
ああまあポストプラントは強いけど
How to get through some of the defensive utility with Foxy
人数
9,
フリーだもんね
obviously
耐えるとき
pretty
に
stock standard, but still they're able to make it very uncomfortable for the Vice. And now you got to
GenG
figure
も
out
嬉しいかもねこれ
as Gen.G, what in the world are you
GenG
going
は
to
チ
do?
ルできるタイムアウトとして
Armageddon,
嬉しいかも
Rolling Thunder, Dimensional Drift to deal with. You know, you got to be thinking retake, I
タイムアウ
assume,
ト明け
but
ポ
that's
スト
even hard to do because one of those other two big
RRQ も
ults that
セー
drags
フに
itself
なりすぎ
across
る
the
と
floor is going to
うまく
probably
いか
still
な
be
そうだよ
there
な
in their back pocket. So you got to spread the map here, I would think. I mean, you win Rebel control.
ペパレ
And
ほど
then from
突
there,
撃し
you
ろってわ
got
け
to
じゃないけど
make quick flanks, quick rotations.
ある程度
I mean, Xpharaoh was so ready for it last
ゴリ
time.
押し気味に行った方が攻めれそう
It's going to make things tough, no doubt about it. Foxy here
う
has
まい
to
選
be
手
ready
揃っ
to
てるけ
just
どね
bail at a moment's notice, I would suspect. And look at RRQ, they're thinking the same thing. They're like, oh, if Gen.G wants to deal with our ults, they might want to try to take some space. Let's be ready for that.
Who's next?
Dimensional Drift going to be sent as Spike starts working across in the opposite direction. So ultimately,
いや
Jim
ウル
can
トラチェックしてから
sell a little bit of a different
て
story to start, but in the end, though, Gen.G
お
are in
おすげえウル
the
ト
correct position. Nightfall goes out, tap of the
う
door.
わすごいすごい
Rolling
すご
Thunder
い
gets sent. Crazy guy has no idea what's coming his way.
おおクシ
Gets
強
shut down by Cushy, able to find two.
うわ今
Texture
の
Ash
2キル
both
で
going to be
け
picked
ー
off, but the spike now dropped here at the entrance of main.
ほんとドア開けのライン刺さるよなこれ
Jimkin swinging back around, looking to bring this to bear here
イ
on
ンデ
the
ィプレ
site.
ーと 3on3
Still
ウ
in
ル
a
ト
good
は
position
何か
for RRQ.
Karonが
They
ウルトラ
have
ブ
the
だ
site
と
under their control for now.
スパイク拾わ
To
ない
get
ね
that spike forward, with the help of that
フリー
smoke, they should be able to do so.
What a nullification of those ultimates, though, by Gen.G. The Nightfall with the door tap, and they can't hear it. So well thought out.
ピッピッ
So she's still able to find
Oh,
those two kills.
sorry.
Still makes this a bit of a
え
rough spot.
何
Karen getting tagged
何事
down to 70. Paranoia going to be used, but there's no real scaling off the back of that. So vision audio regained. Xpharaoh playing the close angle. Munchkin at 45. Karen at 70. The bite on a bit of a timing.
知らせに行こうとパラはないか
Buying some more space as the
Wow.
swing out denied.
あのラインマジで
Monyet survives with
むずいよね
37
倒
health.
すのね
Karon now
進む側がね
asked to try to clutch this out. Monyet just trading
Eh, kill
places, swooping.
お
An
お偉
attempt to try to get around that one way, but it's
Defense
Xpharaoh
way.
coming out on
RRQ.
top, and RRQ now taking the lead.
The post plants continue to really be stellar here for
つなが
RRQ.
れとったチーム勝つそう
This door open looked like it was going to be a real disaster, but Cushy able to fight.
RRQ がロータス取れたらそのまま勝っちゃうかも。
He's just using the door against them. He's able to go ahead and
GenG
split
はここ
apart
取って
the
も
fights there.
Yeah.
They see individual duels.
That was a really nice reaction from him.
感じじゃな
Especially
いか
given that
な。
nightfall situation
一
they
番
were
強いもん
in.
ね、GenG はね。
Still has his Armageddon.
ロータスが。
You're back onto a weaker buy for Gen.G.
ある。
So very,
ヒークで勝ってんのすげえ
very
わ。
scary scenario that you're
GenG
facing here. And both teams continue to have a bit of trouble on their
I can
defender
actually
sides across the last couple maps. Munchkin with a Guardian. A little bit of a trickery position set up.
足の動きすることになってる。え、強っ
Finds value from it.
ポジションが。
Flash
ポ
connecting.
ジションがやばい、マジ
Foxy
で。
is going to look to try
Oh.
to reposition, but the stealth drone comes out immediately, and Jemkin does manage to go ahead
Eh,
and kept
eh.
down by Karan! Yes, he can! A 4K confirms the thrifty and
ここで
confirms that we are tied
こ
up
こ
at
でそ
4 to
のプレー出
4.
ますか。あやば。
Oh, he's so back.
Oh, the call just rang
Wow,
out,
that's
and he has answered. Unbelievable shots.
ダン、ダン、強っ。
Oh my god.
強すぎ。簡単じゃん、バロラント。
That is a Karan classic. The sheriff just works
こ
differently
の
for
シチュエー
him.
ションで荒れてるのやばいわ。
Unbelievable. That's got to be a bit of a kick in the
気合
head
入
there
れてるよ
for
うな紹介動
RRQ.
画。
They were starting to really seize control here of the map. Momentum gets shifted. And economy starts getting a little bit more lopsided. Still in a good enough spot for the next few here.
That one's enough to give you a bit of a concussion. That is tremendous, tremendous stuff, and that could be one of the pivot points in this map, in this series. It's the hero play from Karan. This is not looking especially easy for RRQ.
Tuck back.
Oh,
Texture
para.
swinging out. Good amount of damage is going to be found. Ash able to find
Oh,
a
嘘
guy answering back in a major way. Finds them
クレイ
both.
ジーな目的2つ。
Smoke now down. Karan
ビークンだ。
calling
マンチがいい位置いるの。
rotations as Munchkin
seconds left.
sights in towards
えー、
the
強っ
connector. Jemkin
うち
able to find that kill, and suddenly RRQ seeming like they have not missed a beat, seeming like they're able to shrug that round off quite well. A tuck back from Foxy9. Karan now position
Ah,
absolutely no, but
are
still able to find spray through the corner. Crazy guy taken down. He
こんな
brings
曲
us
げ
into
た
a
らメンタル
2v2.
壊れるとちょっと。普通の方ですよ。
Avianti being forward. Foxy pushing. Karan
Oh,
trying to clutch.
oh,
Denied this time around.
これは取りたいよな。
As the sole survivor will get RRQ back into a narrow lead.
モネットってこう
Man,
いう
this
シーン
looked like
や
it
るよ
had
ね。
Gen.G written all over it. They play a little bit further back.
Pressure
They hit a
かかるシーン
great
で
paranoia,
バ
but
フかか
Texture
る印
can't
象ある
find
わ
the shots initially, and the counter spam from Crazy Guy is on point. Foxy9 doing what he can. Karan coming up with a couple big kills, but Monyet
Last player standing.
able to steady the aim right at the end. Karan had him in his sights, couldn't pull the trigger fast enough. Damn close. RRQ though, back into a dimensional drift, yeah.
Judge at the ready. Swing on the corner.
Oh,
one dead. Monyet surviving. Knocked down to 34.
毎日になった。
2 charges away from a rolling thunder here is Crazy Guy.
で
Now
負
you
け
gotta eat
負け
that
そうってか
dimensional
負けてもおかしくないような流れきつい時にやってくれる印象あるよね、モネットね。
Prowler check. A made nothing spotted there as Thorns use proactively off the back of the wall getting tapped.
Texture so far forward, but it's being pinged out. RRQ, great understanding of the negative space. Know what they've given up, and he's all alone
すげえ
here.
散るな。
That he is.
どっから
Along
飛
the
び出す
fault line is my question. Seems like they're just going to face in for it, but
Oh.
a little bit of a misjudge there from Crazy Guy.
派閥で
As far as the exact
Little bit.
position is concerned, TP back over. He's making a quick exit and arrival
fake.
towards this side of the map. Meanwhile, Karan, it's a bit of a misread here, it would seem, from Gen.G. He plays back. They're fanned out for the most part. This means that Foxy9 Now needs to try to buy some time. The Thorns locked him in place for the moment. The peek up over the top, but he's just absolutely destroyed their health bars. 24 seconds remaining. Cushy going to be on the flank, but Ash seemingly reading it. Had eyes on the angle, but Cushy does manage to find a headshot. But this round is just going to be a bridge too far. The time not going to be available here for him. As if he could play for some eliminations, would still be value. Finds a dink on the Foxy, but Foxy finds his way back out through the attacker spawn and into B to stay alive. 5-5, we stay tied.
Yeah, this is really nice stuff from Foxy. The setup there with the Razor Vines really nicely placed. Anti-TP. And then waits for the wall to go up before he makes his move to strike. Beautiful. Absolutely beautifully played by Foxy. The fadeaway at the end.
Nice.
That bails Gen.G out big time. And it's 5-5. Showstopper again for Texture. Jemkin lost the ult to the judge last time.
He's got it.
Well, I mean, he couldn't use it in that sense.
Yes. Well, now he can. They avoid the showstopper. Damage not even taken. Texture, does he slide up ahead of this? Yes, still though. A 1-for-1 as the dust settles. Mask will go on. Rushing forward. Prowler just finding the clone here. Jemkin notes Ash here at the site. Flash is now starting to fly. Makes his exit. Right here at the front. Quite far away, and Karon, in the end, isn't able to catch anybody. Now they don't have that the exact retake. Forward, does trade his life as Karon claims it. At the same time, finding Crazy Guy. Player advantage, at least for the moment here, for Gen.G. No flanks, just both players here on the site looking to try to fight their way forward. But he manages to get Munchkin. That micro little whiff. Could potentially cost him if Manya can find the clutch. The peak, a decent bit of damage found, goes back through. Only tagged to 87, Foxy9 now has to finish the job. Swings around, not allows for Manya to get tucked back over here into tree. Spots him out, more damage exchanged, 3 health. Foxy and somehow he gets the kill! He wins the round! And Gen.G get up to 6 here on the defending side.
That is ice cold from Foxy. He has no health. 1 bullet and he's dead, and he just says, well, gotta go for it. Might as well do it now. That right there, you're right. Just a little bit off. I love the way Gen.G plays that initially with just Ash on site being spotted by Jemkin. They wait. Ash just waits behind the wall, and they put one up at A heaven. They put one at drop, and they wait. They play anti-flash. They're expecting Jemkin to throw that around the corner, and they're going to make a move to clear Ash out because they know he was there. They know he was spotted by the dimensional drift. And that gives them that man advantage early, but it still almost crumbles. Karan
just backing away. Foxy jiggling does go ahead and get the information for them. Seems like there's not going to be much ambiguity about this round here. Rolling Thunder at the ready. Paranoia going to be used in advance. Karon now tucking back, but does not get caught by this. He's playing the same position. As he finds the first, looks for a little bit more, goes for the readjustment, ends up getting taken down. Foxy9 backpedaling frantically, trying to stay alive. Gets the weapon back out after setting the seal guard. Pit now flying through. Munchkin frantically running away. The primary jam, the spray, just a hair off from connecting. A 2v2.
I think they all missed everybody.
Seemed like a trail.
Oh, there's one.
1-to-1, but unable to follow it here. Some spray exchanged. Crazy Guy sprinting the spike never planted in all of this chaos. Gen.G winning this fight, but now about to realize that they're on the wrong side of the map. Crazy Guy has a Vandal, will have a fault line. Has a hell of a lot more than HP than Foxy9 did in the previous round to try to get this done.
Him and Munchkin about tied for HP.
Can they suss this out?
うわ、回ってる回ってる。
Ash about to be at risk. Not turning back at all. Crazy guy, slowly encroaching, killing, finding it. Spike, now planted for him. Munchkin, at least able to hold this up to half. He's stuck back in the corner. He's just gonna stick it. He's absolutely outdone him.
うわー、絶妙プランテージが。
The thievery from Munchkin. He does this so many times where he just knows
CT からもう解除できちゃうのか、まあ、どっち行ってもらったな、今。
He knows that he's got you. He can find those checkmates better than most. And he's done it again. It looked like Crazy was gonna win this round.
違う、ステア行っても、ステアからギリ見えない角度で
That was madness.
解除できちゃう。サイト内側でね。
This whole
冷
series
静す
has
ぎるな。
been madness.
もうちょいオープンできたな。まあ、
Oh boy, well.
一番オープンといえばオープンか。メインに残る分にはあれが一番オープンなのかな。
In front with the defending side start.
まあ、CT から見えるプラント、メインから見えるプラントとかできたら。
Tough choice there.
ま
Yeah.
あ、むずいですよね。
She's nodding. She seems very confident.
Yeah.
In the selection, but good lord. The Gen.G often do find themselves advantaged, on these defending halves. RRQ still can be in with a shout. Again, coming down to these pistols, they lead by 1. Gen.G looking to make it 3-3.
But this is a tough side of the map for RRQ now. I mean, obviously it's Lotus, it's attacker side. The way things have been going today. Just kind of have this feeling that Gen.G is going to be coming out here swinging. So the pistols is so important for RRQ. See if they can get this done.
Snuff them out.
They're going for a bit of a rebel contest, it looks like. They got the Teo, they got the Yoru, they got the Omen.
さあ、ハーフ分け。
But no response at all, so they're just going to walk forward. A bit of spam, but
エイミングコントロール RQ 一周で終わって、スローとしてた。まあ C 来たら勝てそうだけど、まあいかないよね。
She's just looking to basically make some noise.
Gotta be real careful in that
取れた
position
と
as
どうする
Foxy.
か。C 側は
They have that breach Tejo combo lined up in pillars. You can
stun salvo aftershock.
Yep. Go down real fast, but fortunately for him, that wasn't dialed up.
Crazy opts to go for the ghost purchase. So does just basically have the aftershock here after using some of the previous util.
B 攻めここから。
Fishy holding on the angle, spotting out 1. Looks to back away. Quick little super round though as the door gets tapped. And Jim can immediately taking Ash's head off. Foxy 9 similarly going to be taken down. And Monyet now gets onto the crossfire over across from Baby Door. As Karin is far too late. Munchkin needing to try to fight back, but it's only going to be good for 1.
強すぎピストル。
Karin this time
ピストルの打
does
ち合い
not
強
have
す
a
ぎる。
sheriff. 1 fewer target. I'm not sure if that maths out correctly. At least not for a win.
Blinding.
Paranoia sent in the one direction. And still needing to deal with Monyet, but Monyet deals with him. RRQ
ファースト取れたぞ。
out
6
in
対7
front
だ
now。as far as the pistols are concerned. Take the much needed pistol
すげえ
round
な、
win here
RRQ 本当に。
to close the gap to a single round. The question though has to be, what happens in the next round?
Oh, yeah.
Can it happen 3 times in a row? Does Gen.G do the funny thing? Does RRQ do the right thing?
Good question. I'm looking at Gen.G's buy-up. That's like, is there a sheriff? No. So I have
ゴースト1本。
less confidence
RRQ は
that
ブ
it
ロッ
will
ク4
happen,
本
but
か
it。is Gen.G. You never know. Still though, great stuff from RRQ. That crunch into B main, really nicely timed, really nicely
マジ
set
でう
up,
まい
and
クラシッ
Gen.G
ク、
fell
モニエッ
right
ト。
into their trap.
モニエさん。
Snag of the orb, change of direction, looking for some part of the map that's open, but this is almost the exact same setup in terms of where the pieces are placed for RRQ, as we saw in the previous round. Go B again, they're happy to play that game. Instead,
取り返し5人でスタート。
Nothing noticed there, up and over the top. Little drop down from Munchkin and a back pedal from Monyet.
clear the rows. Still though, Gen.G maybe wants to get those Viper smokes back up before they make their move.
フットクラシック使ってる人結構多いよな。かっこいい。色合いがね。
Response, a paranoia out off the door tap. So they're baiting some utility, but still a lot of work to do.
返して、
Multiplayer
ラ
face
イン下
forward.
げて。
Through the
サルボエラ。
connector, Salvo's now
嘘
down. Munchkin gets on top. Able to find one there as Xpero does take it down, but she finds the smoke. Finds Ash at the same time. So in the end, trade still massive weapon advantage.
ちょっとワンチャンあ
In
る。
their favor is Foxy.
ああ、やばいやばいやばい、マジである。
Best's Gemkin.
エコー落としたくない。で、アンチエコが。アンチエコ落としたく
Smoke
ない。
now over on towards upper.
Pass the Bulldog over to Karan.
Yeah, full HP. Munchkin trying to scale forward, ends up getting taken down. Monyet able to find that kill. Hold line connecting, texture, unspotted, now striking. Gets some good damage in, but cannot get them over the line. 25 health remaining between these two players. So this time around, Gen.G cannot make it happen 3 times in a row. That's going to be RRQ.
なんとか取れたね、こ
Closing
れ。
out the
アンチエコ。
anti-eco and now tying us up at 7-7.
Still, that is a tremendous amount of damage done.
まあじゃあこういう試合で、こういうラウンドはアンチエコ落とすと、こっ
Munchkin
ち
here
も
just
ちょっとね、
running forward and right clicking.
持ってかれるからね。
Foxy 9, 5 HP. Barely besting his opponent.
打つよ。
Oof, Monyet. So fast today. He's had some really impressive spray transfers. And so it's a couple
いいね。
Bulldogs, a Guardian
いい
for
音鳴っ
Gemkin.
た。
Ooh, a Judge for Xpero. He's gonna dig
そうだ
pretty
よね
deep into the
でこういう
wallet for that one.
こういうの見れるのいいよな。
Up go the smokes. Haunt through. Some Gen.G knows Mound is theirs. 2 away from the showstopper for Texture. He's probably just gonna feed him this orb, but giving up a ton of space over at A. And RRQ.
This should tell the story.
Happy to claim it.
Bit of a change up on the wall position from Foxy.
Yeah.
He's using this on the approach over towards Mound.
That's gonna give it away here in a second.
Yep, is tripped and is dead. Is Foxy. Gemkin scoping in, gets the headshot on the Texture. Looks for the finish. Texture just managed to put him down with 22 health remaining here.
He's gonna be ready for them to.
Munchkin, I mean, he's suspicious, but he is not quite prepared.
モネとネームが覚醒してる。
Good kill from Monyet, and already this is
エ
set
プショ
up
ン
to be
HP は
a
情報入っ
very
て
good.
る。1はブリッジとバイパー。ほぼ止まるな、これ。
Xpero still with that Judge, playing on elevation. So yeah, try to blast back in here. Try to use that showstopper.
Yeah, you got 22 HP. Good luck.
30 seconds left.
Oh, heard it now. Still though, be attempted. You have to think that maybe they had not realized. Cushy now arriving in from behind. Brings it to a 1v1. Spike gonna be scooped up the door. Already shut.
Oh, 마지で.
Up a phantom. And he delivers. Runs him down. Bonus converted. RRQ in the lead.
This is devastating for Gen.G. And a brilliant play here from RRQ, pressing their advantage early. And even with that wall confirming their presence, Gen.G doesn't have the right responses. They're not quite ready. And that kind of an interesting decision from Karad. I don't disagree with it there because of the time that was left on the clock.
救いまくってるチームを。当てる。
I think you'd be hard pressed to judge Karn for that one.
No.
It's more about
just extra
sending the showstopper.
Yeah, that was not as
僕だけカバー入る。
advised.
Force buy on Stingers.
こんなサイトも取れて
In the
逆
end,
転したぞ
two
8対
players
7。
dead. Outlaw value certainly being
僕
felt
だ
here
けよ
for
くカバーできる
RRQ.
な。
Yeah, this is so tricky now. Foxy again spotted, and Odin in play for Crazy. Make things very tricky. This is the aftershock to delay.
Oh!
Should have heard two
うぜえ、オー
weapons
ディ
fire is what I was gonna say.
なんでこんなオーディ出したがるのクレイジーが。ヘイブンでも出すし、アセントでもだし。
Does not matter.
好きすぎでしょ、オーディ。
Just get rid of the silly guns, you know?
Yeah.
The Odin.
ここにライフルめっちゃ強いし。
Well, yeah.
Stinger.
Stinger.
Besides
I don't like the Stinger much, but Nothing against
ウル
G2.
ト、1球でウルトだ。
The judge.
これ奇跡。
Well,
Yeah.
Ash dead. Munchkin is just completely piled into a corner, cannot see a damn thing, and is dead. That is going to be a flawless round here. As RRQ quickly dealing
イバニの意志を感じるな。
force by. Now find
イバニの
themselves
系
up
譜を
by
感じる
2
わ。
rounds. Their own defending side here on Lotus starting to look
ね、マジでいいチームだったね、そう
Yeah.
だね。
I was kind of wondering about a timeout for
もと
Gen.G.
もといた選手もさらに強くなってる。
I mean, I'm a bit concerned about their ability to sort of suss out the positions. It seems like they're just kind of going C mound every time, trying to make rotations or decisions off of that. And they're giving RRQ a lot of space on the map, sort of figure out what's going on, figure out how and when they want to trap the Gen.G players. You know, whether it just be an Odin holding the door, a full push out. Speaking of push outs,
あ、やつだ。
Jemkin, yeah, it does get haunted, however.
帰らないんだ、マジ。
Thought he was going to be devastated, but Gen.G does manage to go ahead and pump the brakes. There's now the one-way, a flash through. Jemkin just
帰らねえ
commanding
んだよ
this.
本当
Playing
使っ
King
た
of the
で。
Hill, and he is absolutely winning.
you got to take a long pause if you're going to rethink about mound. It's just very tricky.
さあプララ2個目消費しました。ハウントもない。
Cleared the
もう
swing,
捉えていくしか
shut
ない。
down. Jemkin just gets
上
texture, gets the hell out.
捉えていったらテクスチャが。
There's no util there to clear back mound. You know he's there. The Prowler just identified it.
それにしても
Try to
こうい
drive
うき
swing
つい
it.
ところのエントリー
Jemkin's
本
going to
当
punish you every time.
出してるようなテクスチャー。いつも死ぬもんね。
Well, and
行かなきゃいけないところ。
Munchkin,
必
just no
ず
pressure that he can
先頭行って死んで
realistically
るもんな。
create here. And without the team being able to breach the walls here of this C site, he's not going to be able to catch a flank.
偉すぎる。
No need to rotate at the moment, but
苦労人
call
だ
the rest of
ね
the。team across as he starts working his way
30
forward
seconds
towards this A site.
まあ強みだよ
How
ね、
you're
で
going
も
to。get this lurk to go for Foxy.
このパフォーマンス出しながら
Crazy。guy
シンプ
seemingly
ル最優先に
dialed
で
in
きる
in
んだから
that
な。
direction, and then you're going to have to worry about, or excuse me, Cushy. Crazy guy as well, plus Jemkin. Timing here.
Oh.
They're going at the ready. Ash is going to be taken down as things are going to start getting chaotic. The time starting to dwindle. Shots flying out, looking for a bit of damage there, but ends up getting avoided. Pit in
この
play
歌
here
強い
as
な、
the
ちょっ
spike
と。
set up for Gen.G. 4v4. The Rushies just jumping on top of him, saying, aim right here, guiding their hands is Jemkin.
強すぎだよ、ウルト。
They know.
Is
They know.
Munchkin around the corner. Yep, they know
Ah,
exactly where he
完璧。
is. The pit now dropped.
ジェムの金さんのウルトで。
Foxy trying to
え
arrive. Nearly makes his way over for the
ウ
third
ルトで全
transfer,
員抜かれた。
but falls shy of the mark at the end.
う
RRQ
ぜえ。
up to double digits now, 10-7. A 3-round lead and 5 rounds in a row here on the half.
They are so well thought out. And the dimensional drift, such a good counter to a Viper's pit. These dry peaks have got to stop. Can't do that against Jemkin, and you're right, he's just calling him in. Just letting him know. And Foxy just can't quite get there in time. I mean, having a numbers disadvantage, trying to lurk against that. Very tricky to find your moments, find that comfort to get through. By then it was pretty much too late. Confidence from RRQ
GenG のタイ
really
ムアウト
showing
1回目。
their
残って
adjustments
るね。
from just 2 days ago against this
10 だ
Gen.G team.
ここ落とす
Tremendous.
と
Munchkin
やばくなってくる
starting
な、
to
GenG。
get
いよいよ。
frustrated. Head in hands.
かなりストレス溜まってるね。
There's been a much rougher go of things, and it just doesn't feel like they're working the map as much. It just doesn't feel like they're reading their situations as well as last time. You know, they were
でも、GenG は動き完璧だ
really
った
good
と思うけど
about
ね。
ping-ponging between different areas,
じゃあ、
not
行かなきゃいけないし、味
overstepping,
方でしょうがないと思うけど。
not losing a lot of these first bloods to just kind
A
of.
サイトのね。ボールと
That
余計
last
か
one
ら
has
の
me befuddled because
メイ
you
ンプラン
got
ト
the
にして
prowler
即
spot on mound, and
引いてウルトの位置で
still just
完璧
walked
なとこ
out
置いて
there.
ただ夜ウルトに行かれたでもカウンター
Well,
食らった
first timeout call might sound surprising that now that I say it out loud. First timeout call there from Gen.G on the map. As they look to try to get themselves back into a winning position. With Icebox on the
開
horizon.
幕 A コントロール
RRQ has looked on
RRQ
that map. Granted, Gen.G themselves also have had strong performances. I think you'd feel a lot more comfortable going in with map point. Jemkin forward, looking for some damage, looking for some
パラ完璧
shots
すぎ
there. Doesn't have them connect and texture at the same time. Able to
Oh!
find one. Yeah, now Jemkin
傾き
dead as Munchkin just plays off the tracers.
何パラ瓦礫も食らってたか今
And suddenly, The strategy for Gen.G has become kill them all through smokes.
Well, part of that was getting some good assists for Texture. We were able to use some of that util. Oh my God!
Swing under the corner. Cushion comes away with 2. Texture Foxy both dead. And Xpharaoh, bit of a flight timing. Munchkin trying to force him back, but he cannot. Crazy guy regains his weapon. Fault line. Only going to be connecting on to 1, but 1 is good enough. As Ash now needing to clutch this. Slowly pulling back. Narrowly winning. 5 HP, the difference between a win and catastrophe. Gen.G pick up their first round victory here on the attacking side.
Yeah, the call out here. Use some of this util. There you go. Get the spot with the fade. I think the paranoia hits as well, or maybe the smoke's just there, not sure which. Cushy just has him lined up. 2 in front of him, 3 in front of him, and he gets 2. Ash, oh my goodness.
Hear the relief, but they're far from out of the woods.
Now you got an option.
8
got 4 ultimates on the
お
other
互い変え
side.
てる。ジェムキンがオペ出たぞ。
Scary.
C オペか。このオペ剥がすのマジ大変そう。
That's gonna give them a little bit of
夜だけ C 置いて、ローテ A と B 固めるね。
you know someone's door.
どうすんだろう、ジェンジ。
Probably suspecting baby door, even though it hasn't been.
なんかえぐいの構えてる。
Rolling Thunder into salvos would break the door down here for them.
Oh, you're right.
Or the Armageddon, either way. Devastation potentially awaiting Gen.G unless they can very quickly pivot off of this.
Oh, this is all a trap.
TP forward Manya.
You got to confirm.
Looking for the spot out, knows that there's at least one there. A little bit more noise made. The readjust of the Rolling Thunder, is it going to be connecting? Hits on the 2. Manya pushes off the back. TP's down. He's going into the Armageddon, I do believe. As Texture finding 1.
やべえ、あとカーテンが。
Either way, cleanup is theirs. The shots connect. It's
タ
going
イ
to
ミ
be
ング合わな
Junkin
かっ
and Xpharaoh.
た。安全カーテンになっちゃった。
Back into this one. A lot committed.
お
To have a round loss here.
一つ。
Certainly
てか
hurt
今のキル。
RRQ. Give Gen.G a
しれ
window
っとすん
back
だけど。
into the map. And from there, the series.
Tough position for Karan. He's got to worry about a couple different angles. He's got one coming behind him. He doesn't even look that way.
Suspecting that the one way is going to be enough. Trying to buy that space.
おー、いいフラッシュ。
That's going to be setting Xpharaoh.
さっと出てる。
Finding the first. The swing out of Jimkin's got the other.
ワンタップ。
Target selected. Shots hit.
うわ、無理して
RRQ
も
not giving
ジェムキンがフラッシュ
Gen.G
の投げてて、
any
炸裂す
wiggle
るタイ
room.
ミングで散っていくんだな。
Well, and the crazy part is
うめ
Gen.G
え。
fought their way out of that trap reasonably well.
うめえ。11の8だ。
They come out with an advantage.
Yeah. That's
ジェムキン打ち合う時の敵視点がエグすぎ
better than
る。
you could hope for in some cases. Karan TPing ahead of it. Munchkin stuck in there, still finds the kill. Oh, as Manya was trying to TP.
Yeah, he's trying to jump forward. Gets caught in the middle of it all.
Yeah,
This right here.
That's painful. Just again, kind of starting to lose their heads a bit.
本当にワンタップや。
Gen.G just not being aware of
一発でいいわけ。
where RRQ players can be.
And now you look at the buy.
オペも回収できたね。
Stinger share a frenzy.
おお、うわ
Dead.
スモーク死んだ。
One of your biggest hopes when it comes down to a potential thrifty win. Taken away as blast pack forward. Xpharaoh over the top will get taken down. Showstopper now going to be used on the back end to try to create some further space.
Yabai!
Nearly caught on a timing, but Foxy9 cannot get the punish. And Munchkin narrowly will be able to get away
やばい
with
様
it.
子がおかしい様子が。
Yet trying to run him down, trying to push forward. A little bit more space put in, but not going to be nearly fast enough with the shot. Texture with 5 HP. I mean, if you can even find
いやーでもテクチャー HP が多すぎるな。
kill here.
まあ1キル倒したら十分
so。damage.
あータイミング。あ
Takes him to 24,
Oh,
but
no.
then the bullets run out.
ー悪いとこ出た。
Vandal picked up.
うわ
Find the singular kill.
ーやばいやばいやばい。
They are starting
負け
to
る。
really
ロータ
get
ス。
into the groove, to really feel it. The defuse comes
行
in.
かれちゃう。
That's map
12
point
の8。
as they look to move into Icebox as the series leader, being one map win away from becoming the Stage 1 champions.
ついにロータスで負けるのか。
They're just reading situations near flawlessly. I mean, that little bit of a misstep, I suppose, but still couldn't get the conversion with the stinger. Could texture, but it's more about the way playing the beginning of that round with the op. So cautious, so safe, well aware that texture was going to be close to his ultimate, and just playing fallback the whole time. Gen.G's trying to spread the map a bit more, but with just the weaker weaponry, couldn't do much with it. They had a few opportunities, couldn't convert with the mechanics. Everything starting to unravel. RRQ sending Jemkin out. Hasn't gone for the deep angle. Is he waiting for
portal closed?
Some kind of play, but it's pretty quiet. Again
into a kill.
Jemkin
damn near win those 100% of the time. Probably connecting money and already TPing back, break the door. Pivot call now into the B side here for Gen.G. Things starting to feel a bit desperate. 4 in a row is what is needed. They got so very close in the previous map. Can they at all make it happen here and now? Karon TPing out the safety. It's all the way across over at C. As Ash tries to lock down Baby Door with that seize. Sparrow sliding forward, eyes set towards it. Flash connecting. Foxy going to be good for one. Karon going to be taken down. Ash holding here. Finds another as the off shot goes wide. But Jemkin! 2 pumps to the shorty, 2 kills found. Foxy 9 now asks the clutch, finds the first 4 bullets remaining. The op on the opposite side swings in. It's a 4K for Jemkin, but not the round win for RRQ. Not this map coming to an end. It's Gen.G getting their second attack round win with a Red Bull clutch from Foxy 9.
This is like by the slimmest of margins in a couple different ways. I mean, Karon out by Rubble, has to TP out of there. Munchkin just going on a walkabout, pays the price. Foxy 9 doing a great job from B main, locking this down. Unbelievable. Unbelievable shorty connections for Jemkin there. A couple bullets hit the head on his second target. But Foxy 9 plays that beautifully. Still though, have an op, have an Odin, and a Bucky, and some classics.
A motley crew. It's working. This texture is trying to bounce forward, shut down.
なんでいつもテクチャなんだよそれで。
Oh my goodness.
だる。
Yep.
ああ。ああ。
Paranoia, Monyet finding Munchkin. I'm not trying to sound like I'm cheering for a particular team. I just really hate this guy.
1 HP だしかも。
And I know that if Mitch fan's watching, he's giggling at my dismay.
I mean, it starts to make you think. You know, Gen.G used to have a player who would spam the Odin around on this map. Maybe Ash should learn.
He's trying to be a better man. He's trying to get a catch here. Narrowly he's able to do so, but he still takes so much damage. And Experiment with his own classic will put him down. Monyet back across the opposite side. Finds a lurk. RRQ in the lead. 2-1 in the series. Their map pick of Icebox coming up next. What a bounce back from the last time we saw them versus Gen.G on this map of Lotus. This time victorious, and this time it does not look close.
Absolutely, they're looking to flip the script. These two maps, Lotus and Icebox, were the two that they played. The two that they lost against Gen.G in the upper finals. They've already got one. Can they complete the second and end this at 3-1? No doubt about it, they are starting to look really good. The mechanics are there, the decisions are there. They're working the map much better than Gen.G overall right now. They are really doing a great job of corralling Gen.G into bad situations, forcing them to have to use good mechanics to get their way out. That is not a high percentage.
マップ3ロータス勝ったのは 26% の RRQ でした。
They're good, man.
ドーン。
They are on fire.
えぐい4倍ですよ。
Still looking insane, but big performance from Xpero across this map. I mean, once he got that knife kill, especially, I mean, he was already doing well from there, but it just felt like he could do no wrong. Insane performance. RRQ, their destiny in their hands, a victory on Icebox, and they will be going over to Toronto as the #1 seed, as the Stage 1 champions of VCT Pacific. We'll see if that's going to happen, but for now, we'll send it back over to the analyst desk.
We at the analyst desk were a little bit worried about the mental state RRQ would come into Lotus with Gen.G coming back so close on Ascent prior to this, but it looks like it didn't affect them at all. RRQ were fantastic on this map, and we were talking a bit about them choosing attacker or defender side. It's a little bit different than last time.
Yeah, that's what changed up. I mean, they opted to start on attack this time. The last time they played Gen.G in the upper bracket, they started on defense and they went down 0-8. It was full momentum for Gen.G. This was a very different game though. This was the kind of scrappy slog game that you get when you get deep into a best-of-5 series. Both teams are starting to feel it. You're getting a little bit fatigued. It's started to come down a little bit more to some of these clutch moments, some of these individual performances. And for me, RRQ had some of the better individuals, but they also had some better macro, particularly in that second half. I felt like they really had Gen.G's number. They had a little bit better of a read, and Gen.G, I felt, were a little bit more reliant on clutches and individual plays.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Honestly, I've been so impressed by RRQ in this map. This was a map where I had Gen.G heavily favored. We talk all the time about how strong Gen.G's Lotus is, and last time they played 13-5 to Gen.G, utter domination, and now RRQ come out and done the exact opposite. I mean, honestly, I'm gobsmacked. Yeah. You know, we spoke so much about how at the top of the show, the deck was stacked against RRQ. It was so hard for them, and now they're going to be one map away.
Yeah, that's crazy. We have Icebox and Split left, but this map, there were, as you mentioned, Pilsky, a lot of scrappy moments, a lot of heroics that ended up surprising all of us, whether it's Carry on the Sheriff or let's talk with Jemkin.
Oh, for sure. There was plenty of these moments. We'll roll the replays of all of them right now, but this will just show you how many impact rounds there were. You talk about going down 0-8 last time around. This time, I mean, early on, you had Gen.G get off to another good start. Texture invests the showstopper in this round, but it's a singular hero rifle on Jemkin and a pit invested on an eco round outside of just a Vandal, and RRQ gets away with another one of these thrifty wins. They had so many yesterday against Paper Rex, but I really felt like RRQ had so many impact rounds where the individuals were able to come up clutch.
Yeah, I mean, these are the rounds that we talk about when we talk about momentum. Karen doing his best here to get them back. These shots were absolutely insane. I feel like there were so many rounds like this. This is what really makes it so back and forth, down to so many 1v1s and so many big clutches.
And this is what is going to give you that momentum in the best of 5. You get these sloppy, scrappy games when you're sending some international representatives over from Pacific. These are the kind of skill sets that you need to showcase, especially when you're playing teams from other regions. You're not always going to have the perfect read. You're not always going to know what to expect. Sometimes you have to make these huge individual plays and figure things out on the fly.
Like, macro can only do so much. You can win Valorant on paper, but still lose the round. It's, at the end of the day, it's the guys in the server that have to convert, and that's what makes this, you know, so exciting to me. It's not chess. It's not you just move that piece. There's an execution element, and all 10 players in this server are able to execute when it really matters. That's the making of a fantastic series, but RRQ definitely got the upper hand.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I'm pretty sure both of these coaches have trained their squads for these moments of improvisation here. And like, I love that comparison to chess here, because that's just not what Valorant is.
Yeah,
there's a lot of dying happening too.
I'm glad you brought that up as well, the coach point in particular, because this is where, like, you know, Ewok was saying, he doesn't mind the best of 5. He feels like it allowed them to recover, it allowed them to get some composure. I mean, talk about how close Ascent was. They almost threw that game in the bin. That definitely could have been Gen.G stealing a 2-11 deficit back to win Ascent after such a rocky start, and then come into Lotus looking completely different. But the composure from RRQ to recover after getting smashed 13-5 on Lotus in the upper bracket, to recover from conceding so many rounds on their defensive side on Ascent in a row, and then be able to actually put together a win here on Lotus is the kind of makings of a championship team, is the makings of a team that can win this grand final over a favorite in Gen.G.
Yeah, and we have to talk about X-Pharaoh this map. This man has been here from the start for RRQ.
Yep.
He's been on the come up the whole way. And this map, you know, we saw him in so many of those clips, managing to clutch those rounds.
He's actually the only player in all of the matchups that RRQ have played against the Gen.G organization. X-Pharaoh's the only player that remains since the first matchup in the server here, you know, so
that's right.
He's played his way through all of these matchups, and I really feel like you go back to that DRX series that you know, RRQ played against DRX. He was a big game player there. He's had some really, really big maps deep into the playoffs here for RRQ, definitely showing his experience, and he had a couple of big clutch rounds in that game as well.
Now, we notice that the map pool is a little bit similar to 2 days ago on Friday during the upper finals. And this is going to be really interesting because as we were talking about, this is a 5-mapper instead. So how, obviously it's going to be different. It's already, we're going to go to a 4th map.
Yeah, now we're through to these final three maps. It's Lotus, Icebox split, exactly what the veto was when they played in the upper bracket. We've already seen RRQ flip that script on map 1, and on map 2, Gen.G won 13-8. So it wasn't even as dominant as their Lotus was last time. So I think RRQ definitely have the momentum now.
They do, but they had a pretty shocking Icebox against PaperX yesterday. So I don't know how you're feeling momentum-wise for RRQ. They're going to need to play a different game. You heard it from them in the interview, though. You know, Ewok was saying we played like absolute rookies on some of the maps. We were not happy with our performance, and Icebox was a perfect example of a game that they just didn't show up to, whereas Gen.G, they've had nothing but luck, and this is one of the maps where they've actually innovated their comp a little bit. Textures on the Yoru, they're playing this Yoru KO comp that is a little bit of a different approach to what you see from Gen.G squad that so often just likes to run the same comps regardless of what the meta is.
Yeah, that's right. And we see
Icebox か決まっちゃうかもねここで。
things like crosshairs. We're talking about the power of the
Are you really gonna? I'm just sitting there in the green room.
相棒強かったな
He's
RRQ。
using a cyan cross, little cyan cross. Gem can use this as a cyan cross. That's the crosshair meta. If you're not using a cyan cross, you don't know what's going on.
あれあれ13の3で負けてるわ。
there and the dot versus the crosshair
versus
the crosshair.
まあ一応ここも
moment for you
先週
guys and this submission by someone
先週3日前にGen.Gに負けた試合ではあるよね。
because I just wanted to remind you guys one more time. I
can't take
ピックしたがるんだよな。相棒。
Okay, next time.
Shut up.
Stage 2
2日前の Gen.G
we
戦
cannot
も
let her win again. I
1マ
can't
ップでロータスで
take
2マップ
another
の RRQ
month
ピックでアイスボックスだったんだよね。
Jake Shin replied.
Yeah, he did.
They call us frauds.
I
ERX
cannot
破壊したの
believe
か。
this. Like this
いや
work
今度こ
environment
そ
is absolutely ludicrous.
今度こそ取れんじゃね
I cannot survive another day. You know what? I'm locking you up after this one. You cannot be allowed back on the desk after this. I'm sick of this treatment.
Well, we do have 2 more maps for me to gloat on. Possibly 2 more maps.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna start bribing the
RRQ 勝ったら
production
選
to
手会
tell me
審
what
で
your
しょ。
team is. I'm
RRQ
gonna
は最
start
初からいる
bribing
よ
the。players that you picked. And there's no way you're winning next stage if we play this again.
We'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, I'm just gonna keep gloating here. Yeah, so we do have potentially 2 more maps. This is crazy. And again, remind you guys, we do have the draw show at the end of the day, and that was huge. Finding out who's going to be in Group Alpha, Group Omega. We already saw how much that impacts the teams. With that, we're going to go on a very short break. When we come back, we're going to come to map 4. It's going to be Icebox. I don't know who's going to win. You don't know who's going to win, but we are all definitely cheering for various teams here in the grand final. So guys, don't go too far away. When we come back, we're going to get back to it.
勝はプレイオフダイレクトシード。そう。試合多くて疲れてないか。確かに3連戦だもんな、これ。3日連続。えぐ。9、10、11で試合してるわ。逆にもう、吹っ切れるんじゃない？そこは疲れるけど。気合入るんちゃう。ステージ2のドローショー。EME がまだ終わってないから、ドローショーはその後かな、多分。 韓国逃し。酸っぱい。リキッド曲がった吸い込みミスして負けました。見よ、G 力。吸い込みミスの呪いは、プレイヤー変わっても引き継がれるのか。
Red Bull gives you wings.
はい。
Red Bull gives you wings.
RRQ が2だね。
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. This is the grand finals, and we've moved past map 3, and we are on Icebox. RRQ has done the unthinkable, have completely surprised all of us. So what's up for Icebox?
Yeah, neither one of these teams changing up the comps at all. Gen.G going to play this Yoru KO. Texture was definitely the standout up there with Foxy9 the last time that they played.
Yep.
And Gen.G have a really good streak on defense after RRQ took the pistol.
Yeah, RRQ ended up going B a lot in Icebox, which is something we're not used to seeing, but Foxy9 managed to shut that down. Look to see how RRQ have changed and adapted.
夜だし、夜に破壊されたんだわ、前回。
I'm wondering how everyone's predictions are going. Laz is here from Zeta Division to watch the game, and he thought it was going to be a Gen.G game, but now he's rethinking it, and it might be RRQ.
まあ、相棒はこれでしょう。もう手を受けようでしょう。
And Paper Within, tell us your thoughts.
I think no matter what, this is a game for the people. Obviously, RRQ fans going to be feeling a bit better, going to be feeling a bit happier at the moment, given that they have match point. But if you have no skin in the game, if you don't care who wins this trophy, you're just having a good time and you're enjoying the entertainment, because it certainly has been that. Some wild moments throughout, and I have no doubts that that is not going to stop here as we get ready to go into Icebox.
Oh, it is.
始まるよ。
It is off the
かけ閉
rails.
じるよ。
You know, yesterday RRQ
まあでもまずこ
derailed
こ
the paper
勝つ
X
ことから
train,
考えなきゃね。
and nobody's been able to really get back on track too well until RRQ, I think, started to really solidify their control on Lotus on their defender side.
シェリフを
Let's see if they can keep it up, but
3人。
they start on the attackers. You're on Icebox.
すげえ位置にタルトある。
A lot of players just slow creeping through A. That turret kind of in an off spot up top.
Yeah.
Top of 410, getting the spot out. Ash taking a shot with a Sheriff, unable to find him. Foxy
Oh.
will. 2 kills gonna be picked up. Now a third on the quick peek. Immediately repositions the drop down, finds the fourth. He's on for an ace.
Oh,
He's not quite gonna be able to find it.
惜しい。
The
やっぱエー
4K
ス取れないんだな。
squad continuing here from Gen.G. As
強い
Xero
よ。
looks to try to pull off a clutch. Texture
キ
Munchkin
リゾエが
both 100
ファースト
health.
シェリフか。
The Sheriff needing to connect with Skulls. Bucks out one, they look for the double face. Minor reposition, a slope on the action, but Munchkin able to collect it. Gen.G once again just down a single pistol round. Make that 3-4 in this regard. Take the first step towards a win, towards another tied up scoreline here. The opening round of Icebox.
Well, they're just playing from the upper rafters the whole way.
まあみんな一緒に4プレーで止まりましょうよ
Using
と。
that turret to try to find a quick one and done before he backed out behind screens. Foxy just up in nest, ruining the round. So Gen.G
ジェンジに染まった証。
right back into the groove of things. Couple Guardians. There's a Sheriff buy up for Jemkin. Something to keep your eyes on for sure. It's RRQ onto the bone, or excuse me, onto the eco. Munchkin just holding W, wants that orb, wants to get that null command fast tracked, and it's a little bit of kind of a wait
サビ
here
側
from
に
RRQ.
索敵スキル入れ
They
て、
intentionally wait
で
out
こうやっ
that
て
0
進
point
行。
before they start making their way towards A.
え、何これ
Using the turret as a landing pad.
何これ
This is adorable.
I mean, it keeps them quiet. It doesn't give the info away.
新しい。
Actually,
And they're gonna try to
エコでやるんだこれ。
It is.
これ倍で見たかったけど。
Munchkin starting to call for the rotate back, though. He's getting suspicious, given that there's no follow-up. There's that alarm
こ
bot
れちょ
ends
っ
up
と怪
being
しい
cleared.
ね、でも。
Be a 0 point sent from Cushy to try to further sell this here. And
いやでも
there's going
ここ
to
で
be
使うってことは
counter
多分
rotate back.
確認入れてるわ。
Starting to work his way back across towards the B site. He's got the Guardian. He's got the firepower.
昔 EMEA でもや
Munchkin
っ
with
た
a
気がする
Sheriff。to try to hold the line.
ちょっとグリッチかと思
So
ったけ
creep
ど。
forward.
使えるのは
It's on a
確
more
認入れてるは
aggressive
ずこうい
angle,
う
and
の。
Jemkin
選手た
immediately
ち
strikes. The second Sheriff now
割と厳しい
here in
ね。
the hands of the RRQ players. It is all of Gen.G get ready to converge back across
ピッと
towards
飛ばしてき
A.
た。
Look at Crazy Guy. He's gonna look for any mid rotations.
Means that he's not in position at the moment here for the salvos. Will start sprinting back as quickly
な
as he can.
ナノグレー
Kill found, but you know, Ash
サルボ
down
バイ
to
パーモ
40.
ロ。
Still a good opportunity for RRQ to at least get more damage through, if not close out the
あ
round.
あ、グレート。
Karan trying to scale forward, turns back. Couple shots flying, still a
Oh,
player up
smoke
above him. Does he read that?
サルボが残ってる
There's。the turret now. Registers it, swaps
Ah,
to the
missed it.
classic. Rides the rope.
ああ、ボロミス
Find it.
タ
Foxy Guy
ー
gonna be taken down. Crazy Guy does manage to make this
悲
costly.
しい
As
ボロ
Ash
ミスター
scoops up the other Guardian, rescues as much as they can, but the defuse was held all the while. Gen.G a 2-0 start, but
スーパーチェー
still
ン作戦
already on a rocky road.
That's brilliant macro here. from RRQ. Waiting out both 0 points from Munchkin
2回設置ってね、なん
to
か
confuse
解
the
説で
heck
きる
out
と
of
こが
him.
多くてね、まあ、
They are really attacking him when he's on the KO. Saw it on Ascent.
刺さりづ
Seeing
らい
it
よ
here
ね。
early on Icebox.
うわ、
And it's a
でかっ。
scream of relief
あ、ブロ
there
ックしたのか、バイパー
for
プロ。
Gen.G. Got a little bit
どうだろう。
dicey for sure. Gotta be so careful there, Foxy Knight. Pushed out.
I mean, he really wants this orb. He's going to go for it. He is going to be able to
2
scoop
回
that
の
up.
定
So
点もらっ
ultimate
て
now online, going into
1
Gen.G's
万回投げら
bonus.
れてるから、なんかブ
RRQ
ロ
should be
ック、
well aware of
ブロ
who
ックし
was
たか
able
も
to
ね。
collect that. Why they would so fervently want to pick that up. Double push forward now, though, here at Green.
Just like the pistol from
ウル
last
ト上
time
が
they
っ
played.
た。早い。
Texture's going to go swing.
レッツゴ
Oh
ー
my God, gets out.
生き延びるんだ。
Scott free. The snappy headshot. Entry power cut down here for RRQ.
He tried that on the pistol round the last time they played. Whoa, here we go.
おお。
To try to force them back into the
ここのライン
open.
の
Texture
フ
does end
ァ
up
イト
getting
の仕返し
taken
が
down.
めちゃめちゃ増えたな。
Nice shot
テン
from
ポ増えて
Munchkin
か
though,
ら。
finding Xpero there in tube just through the window.
逆プッシュ。
Cleans up that timing.
ポジション
Cleans
な
up
くな
the
ってね
flank and。
強い
giving
よ
the
ね。
HP bars. RRQ are going to have to go for the save, you would suspect.
Juggling the guns.
Seems they're calling them. Carry onward.
They're gonna go.
30 seconds left.
Just around the corner here is Munchkin ready
2人。
to ruin their day. Spots out one, swings,
これ
gets the shot.
ウルト軌道早い。
What in the hell is that? The fadeaway on the
あ
drop
あ、時間なくな
down.
った。えぐ
Likely the only consolation available
いや
for RRQ is that this lockdown has been used, but by the end, here is some revenge from the previous map.
ー、ウェブカメから消えてった今。
Gets the knife kill
ワイプ
across
から消えてったもんね、ネット
Gen.G.
が。
Get the bonus converted.
Oh my god. So this, it's a very similar idea.
フェードアウトして
You
た
see
ぜ
this
今。
quite often from Gen.G on this map where Texture will just walk out the front of B garage if nobody's.
ええ。
Unbelievable.
Well, better lucky than good. And but this time it's a very different result for Texture. That's kind of what's interesting to me is he anticipated that they were going to be anticipating that, and he just went for the one shot and TP'd out, and he hit it. It's just how good he is. He needs to keep stepping up. Because right now Gen.G is behind in the series. Outlaw for Texture. He's going to be holding down the angle as the forces of RRQ. Might have heard the alarm bot up at the top of tube, didn't see anything. Foxy actually over on the floor. He's starting to make his way around that corner. If they come through tube, he would be there to strike, but it seemed to be the choice they're making. Trying to dodge the stealth drone, cannot.
Yeah, has been spotted. Confirm the weapon in hand as well. Tailwind across, backpedal from Texture as he goes for the reload. Ash scaling forward. Xpero going to be noted here on that attempted flank in through mid. Cushy picks up the Vandal immediately. Shuts down Foxy 9 with it. Pop flashes his way in. Cuts upon the punish here on the Texture. Still does manage to come away with a kill on the Gemkin, bringing it out into a 2v3. This is a massive advantage. And turn of the tide here for RRQ. Gemkin trying to find his way in, but Cushy now on for an ace. Karan. Predator ace in the hands of the rookie himself gets RRQ their first round win here on Icebox.
So Desk was talking about Cushy earlier, making his case for Rookie of the Year. This right here is why, folks. So steady with the aim, reading the map incredibly well. Some well-timed utility to keep his opponents from being able to punish him. Good flash there to back Texture into the corner. 6 and 3 with an ult available. Munchkin also has his.
Time will tell if the same ace curse applies to Cushy.
I don't think it applies to anybody but Texture. It's just something about that.
Depends on if it's a cursed aura. Does it exude out and inflict those around him? Or is it solely contained?
Oh, yeah. Texture is a paladin, is what you're saying.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, there's an alarm bot at the corner this time. Foxy has shifted his util over in front of B. Of course, that one way. Annoying as always, but pretty far forward.
ボクシー大事だぞ。
Has to be real careful here.
おなんか、ああ、いてててて。
spotted, but it's not enough of a window to
危ね。
find the punish. Foxy does
お
get
なんか
some
おもろいウルト使って
damage
る
in, but ultimately has to back away.
いいウ
Swings
ル
around
ト
the backside, rotates over, gets himself tucked here at Snowman.
何
No angle for a spray. As
Oh, no.
Cloudburst was thrown just like in distraction there.
あ、
by
いい
Jim
フラッ
Gibbons
シュ。
flash.
避けてんだけど、天
Not
才かよ。
connecting onto everyone. Monyet finds the kill on account.
ああ、
Is she going to be put down? It's not resable at all. So in the end,
なんか
2v2.
事故った。あれ
Xfero still has a nano in hand.
なんか大事故起きたぞ。
There's a lot of delay available.
サルボ
All as you would
と
expect.
ナノがある。はいはい。
4 seconds.
Yep, just about back online.
About to rotate around. Munchkin spotted. Texture dead. Xfero finding it. Munchkin now all alone. Salvo's going to be waiting it out.
No time.
The time is just not going to be there. Shot flying. Munchkin just
Ah,
leap
that's
out
it.
to safety, and he cannot. Crazy guy chases him down for the kill. Survives here in the corner. That's now 3-2 RQ. Clawing their way back into this.
I don't mind at all the way Foxy plays this at the beginning. He tries to use that 0-point information against his opponents, but Jemkin still very ready for somebody to be around Snowman. And Foxy's crosshair is just a bit off initially. Munchkin comes storming in, but at that point, things are already gone
イ
pretty
ニシの
awry.
殴り合いになってきた。確かに。
Call that delay utility. I think this is a good idea. I think our earlier timeouts for Gen.G are going to be better than not. I felt like they
タ
were
クが
a
エリア
little
広
bit
げて
late
くれるから、
sometimes
そ
on
の間に
Lotus.
イニシがいかに倒せるかになってきた。
You need to make sure that this doesn't get
ボ
out
コ
of
ボコバンタリ
control.
始めた。確かに。
Because for
いい
RRQ,
テッポ
yeah.
ね。
Flip it.
最近見なかったよな。
Is it upside down? Oh,
Yeah, there you go.
There you
Got the
go.
assist.
yeah, it's so well done too.
Oh, fist bump. I was gonna say I'm trying to see
Ah,
exactly
banter
what's
じゃない
going on with the art here.
ブルトック
Yeah.
や。
But yeah, I agree. I mean, we saw
クッシーとか
on
その後の
Ascent
ってや
there
つ
was
に強すぎない。
the timeout
クッ
call
シ
and it
ー、
was
クッシー
0
最
and
強
5.。
他は
So I do
東南ア
agree
ジアってや
as
つの
far
イニ
as
シ。
I think going nice and early here feels better.
Yeah. I feel like I mean, obviously Solo and
パットメン
Perry
って
have
こと
a ton of trust in Munchkin. Obviously. He's a great IGL.
パットメン
But
か。
sometimes it, yeah. Okay,
まあ強いね。
sometimes. Most of the time, I'll say. But I feel like oftentimes the timeouts aren't even necessarily for your IGL. They're
NC スラッ
fight
シャー
the
も
other
だ。
team a bit because they're just
強いわ。
in the groove, and you need to find ways to get their mental out of that.
打ち合いほんと強いよね。
Here we go again.
あの辺の
Texture.
人たち。
Ash holding close.
Oh.
It's a hell of a headshot. Can't find the follow-up with the cushy, but do they suspect Texture?
Oh,
Well, yes, they
that's,
do. Monyet, great covering fire.
Not
Catches
okay.
them there on the corner.
マジで粉砕。
Keeps them in with the advantage. Foxy just sat here behind yellow. Not going to get scouted there by the stealth
この
drone.
街いつ挟めるかってマジで
Walk down
IGL
mid.
の肝だ
Munchkin
と思うわ。
taking a peek, trying to see if he can catch anybody here on the cross. Now he's put himself in a potentially bad spot, but does manage to make the hop back across. So safety found for the moment.
This is so weird from RRQ. They're just sitting in spawn.
どっち行くんだ
Xfero over at A
で
never even really went up on belt. He just set his util up to play
これで A アクシ
anti-aggression.
ョンかけ
And now it's a bit
て
of a fake attempt, but
Yep.
Munchkin's the only one
Well-
sticking around. The two Guardians reinforcing
カ
this
ルト特殊
position.
倒してるし
Actually wins
お
out
お
that
嘘
time.
2度目
Snappy from Munchkin, however. Flushes
勢いやば
out of the corner. There's Karan
ワイパーが
able
突
to
撃
go
してき
one
た
for
ぞ
one.
30
Like that
seconds left.
planted a vandal in hand for the
Who's the
side
guy?
of Munchkin needing
全部奥まで行
pull
くな
off the 1v2 clutches.
なんか
Nano
何の
not quite going where he wanted
何の
it.
跳ね返ってきたんだけどかわいそう何今の
Okay. You can pick him up.
なんだ今のアンラッキーすぎでしょ
This is very tough for Munchkin.
There's the alarm bot. Pop of the first. 0 point. Not connecting.
なんか逆に刺さって
There's
る
the swing in from behind. Pretty much
逆
an
に進めなくなって
unwinnable
たしょう
position
ね
for Munchkin, and it's very well piloted by RRQ. 3 to 3. They find themselves tied up as we go into the next buy for Gen.G.
Yeah, Belter from Ash to start, but again, Texter does that a lot. Likes to push around that corner at B. RRQ generally pretty ready for it. And that, yeah, for Munchkin, I don't know what you do there. That's just
チーム全員が IGL
you
で
get
きるレ
the
ベルのつの
craziest
取っ
flick
た方
of
がい
your
いと思い
life
ま
of
すか
180.
ああいや
That's the only way.
まあできたらいいけど
All right, there you go.
基本
You got the
なんか
gun.
リソース
Two
分
ults
配の
there,
話だから
including Munyets and Xferos.
He wanted to land on pipes.
限りある頭の考える領域を何に割り振るかって話だから、
Drone chasing.
役割分担するのが一番いいと思うけどね。
A little bit of a standoff there. Rather coming out on top. Slow creep up continuing. Lockdown at the ready.
Initiated.
Munchkin setting the 0 point. So lockdown has to be used right before the suppress would have connected. It's going to be the Armageddon called in to go ahead and clear out this ultimate.
Boom.
RRQ scaling options with that in tow. Nullified. As Ash is so far forward. Flash connecting onto one. Heard the drop of another, but cannot get any punish.
Yeah, just a little bit off there for Ash. He was thinking a different direction the whole way.
名刺交換みたいなもん。
Foxy challenging Xferal.
お、タイプ越した。
Oh! Gemkin
そんなになんか映画で逆プッシュとしたか。
Does get taken down.
クッシーが突っ込んでくるぞ。
あ、
書いてた。
Towards B,
うわ、クッシャがいい情報取ってる。これは A だ。この系をフラッシュで人間がいないのは A だ。はぁ、もうニエット。レイズみてえな突っ込み方。
Storms forward, riding the rope, finding that kill. Karan now needing to find some kind of breakthrough. As Texture joins in on this side. 3 players spread. Crazy guy, the first to fall. Gemkin playing close. The mask goes in. The pit now going to be invested. Finding Texture on the exit. It's a very quick use. This fragment flies. Push under the corner. Karan just off kilter. Too much movement. Cannot find the shot. RRQ now find themselves in the lead.
They're just being outrageously patient.
RRQ.
Using Gen.G's tendencies against them in the early part of the game. This time, Xferal, yeah, able to take a little bit of space and it gets punished, but in the early part of the round, RRQ just happy to let Ash keep trying to find ways to bully them on the other side of pipes. They just shut him right down, and they open up a lot of space on the map, so A has been a priority. And previously, the desk was talking about it had been B. So RRQ, very different game plan. You know, a lot of pressure being put on the initiators. Munchkin, Ash, they need to step up if they're going to stop this from being an RRQ VCT Pacific trophy. They look really in control of the macro right now. They really seem to have a good read on what Gen.G wants to accomplish. This time, though, a little bit more passive overall. Again, Deep Salvos just got used by Crazy Guy. He is always trying to sell fakes. He is just constantly throwing util.
グリッチ仕様が後々
And it's so
発見
hard
し
to read
て
if that's a fake or not.
後々確定して1位はGen.Gになりましたみたいなのやめてね。
They read it as one.
Yep.
Shift people across over towards A. Delta now confirming heavy presence, so immediate gate crash back. Cut the distance here for Texture.
まあさすがに2025年のバロラントでないかそんなものは。
Shots flying here from Ash. It's himself a kill, but Gemkin collects too as Texture similarly hits the floor. It'll clear it out now. 3v4, 2 rifles in hand here for the side of Gen.G to try to make a go of this.
たまたま降りたら下にタレットがあっただけね。
RRQ just so firmly in control. Flash at the ready. The fragment still behind here for
まあ
Cushy.
昔やったっぽいから多分大丈夫。ちょっと心配。グリッチ周りはマジでね。
Further buying time. Karan going to be taken down. Monyet finds Foxy 9. And Munchkin will not be allowed to escape. A 4K for Gemkin. A 5th round for RRQ. Now up by 2.
前からあるやつが OK になったりすることもあるし、逆にダメになることもあるから。特殊なんだよ。
I mean, RRQ is just in cruise control. Gemkin is filthy good. This last one that he gets is pretty clean. I love how Monyet just gets flashed. He's like, I don't know. I'll just keep spraying.
Very beautiful.
But they're reading the map really well. I mean, and it's hard to get a good idea sometimes on RRQ's attacker side because a Crazy Guy just throwing util all over the place, and sometimes it's real, sometimes it's not. You know, a lot of teams are using the salvos very intentionally to secure an objective or to secure space. Using it to mess with your mind. Oh boy.
To the corner, Karan still only going to be able to find one. Munchkin does get a bit of follow-up, but it's so quickly traded back and shut down. Every advantage to Gen.G. Scrape for claw at.
何このウルト
Just ripped from their grasp moments after.
バックサイン出さない
Sun
んだ
not connecting on the Foxy 9. He'll swing out, looks for a little bit more. Similar scenes as the trades continue.
ってる
Now,
31
the 1v1.
お
The crazy guy wins. 4K from the beast from the
1HP に見せかけた
east
30
gets them
HP
just
クラシッ
over
ク
the
一発当てたの
line
に
time and time again.
クレイジー
9,
来た
4, and 1 here on the tail.
でか
Now 6 and 3 in this map. Crazy guy is looking so damn good.
He's just having a ball now. Really starting to get comfortable.
Perfectly cut.
Good cut. Very well
なん
done.
か本当に嬉しそうなの感じるのいいな
There was somebody who got done dirty yesterday. It's okay.
クレイジーガイ表情いいよねなんかね
And it just feels like it might be RRQ's time. Jemkin with the Blade Storm, just waiting for this smoke to go down.
For the readjust, Ash finding one. Jemkin
Oh,
to come up with the goods, but Gen.G. Something about a thrifty.
やばい一瞬で終わった
Good spot now.
ラウンドが
Xfero, however, looking to try to turn the favor around. Outlaw still will find insta-gibs on either of these targets. 25 armor for both. Likely wants to swap out the weapon, though.
Just gotta clear a lot of angles. But Gen.G just playing contain. Just don't want to give up a rotation route.
He has full util. So Ken trying to lock off the back approach angle, set up the turret,
Yeah.
create some, early alert systems for himself.
Got some real good options.
Taps the plant. Here's the footsteps. Foxy immediately sending the lockdown. This is a long way to go.
Can he get all the way through here in
He's
time?
going to have to sprint. He can't just crouch walk it.
Yeah, that means Foxy hears it.
So yeah, Foxy hears this. Turn back towards the kitchen.
当ててるぞ今の
Smattering
で
of damage going to be found, and now you've got Munchkin approaching from the opposite side to try to beat him
Oh,
out.
wow.
Munchkin is
間に合っ
there
た
on the angle. Gen.G
ワンチャンあったね
will be able to get it done. Lockdown not going to be a waste, and
シティ
unfortunately
方
there
向抜
for
けてる可能
Xfero.
性あるときだなあのホールのルートマジ
Just a
強
bit
い
of a
な
routing issue.
打つタイミングが完璧だいいウルト
It's creative use of the lockdown for sure. And it works a treat. It puts his opponent into a really bad position. He's going for it right off the tap. Knew that they could, again, it was all about contain. It was all about making sure that all of Xfero's options there were bad. And that they could keep him under their noses, so they knew exactly what he was going to do. He's got an opt now.
I was going to say, Xfero operator.
You don't see that every day.
RRQ
I mean, he's not bad with it. He's used it in the past.
久しぶりにラウンド取れたわ
RRQ taking
いて
something away from their match versus Paper Rex. They say, Divide does it from time
は
to
い
time.
マップのドローンか
Why can't I?
サルボイ
Play
ットで
Killjoy.
無効化されちゃう
Same thing.
Slow creep forward, just trying to
お
reduce the
強
angles.
い
But Munchkin, yeah, is having that advantage there as Ash, okay,
なになに
is going down for 2.
ガンファイトで
Looks
崩
for
し
a
始
little
めて
bit
る
more, but Crazy Guy still
マ
having
イ
his
クはそんな
number.
もんかでも
It's his back kill, but it seems like Gen.G in a good spot. Continue to shrink down his RRQ
て
lead.
てててててててて
Ash collapsed upon, but Kushi dead. Snakebite at his feet, and Crazy Guy with 19 HP. Already wrapped around on.
Ooh.
There's just going to be a shot to the
6対
chest
5
for
追いついて
Munchkin.
きたね
6 to 5, RQ out in front by 1. Question is, can they get the advantaged half? Will Gen.G be able to tie this up 6 to 6?
ドン
Oh, man. Munchkin's just so good with the Guardian.
Nice transfer.
Ooh, yeah, that was quite nice from Ash. Foxy, really solid all day. And they're just starting to get some good reads. I mean, RRQ starting to turn up the
マ
tempo
スタ
a
ーズ
little
で
bit.
手をた
Gen.G's happy to play that
マス
game.
ターズはえ
Coming
デ
at
モ
him a
アップ
little
どっちだっ
bit
けマスターズ前だっ
stronger.
け
Two ops
そうだっけ
here for Gen.G.
前って言ってなかっ
Another
た
rifle sitting on the ground somewhere.
あこのパ後か
Is
な
this just the plan?
後かもマスターズでも弱体化してるらしい
Yeah, okay.
Let's
You want to op? Let me show you how it's done.
マスターが前かな後ならいいけどね
Could be famous last
だから
words.
前にナーフきそうで
It is Munchkin.
Point set, swing.
マジかよ
Coming
ってなった記憶
through.
がある
The one to catch the bullet. Sink it down as Armageddon called in to try to clear out the back of Raptors as well as screens. Before there from Crazy Guy, held as C9 finds him and traded out. Push to the back, Cushy having to get off the angle. Just getting pressured from every single angle on Moniette. Now alone, fighting back, 2 targets alive.
あるのか、ここから。さすがにきついか、1HP は。
Bleeding out.
Just has to wait this out. Yeah.
Silent peek there on the rope. The spike still a ways away. Sets out the pin. No, has been spotted. Nicely done from Ash. Finding the shot. 6-6. Gen.G managed to rescue this. 3 in a row to start. 3 in a row to conclude the opening half.
Yeah, love that from Munchkin. Gets the op shot. Has a rifle on the ground behind him. Picks it up. Puts it to great use. Not yet trying to shoot back, but just taking a lot of damage and trying to get tricky. But Gen.G wise to it. Well ahead of time. Well, is that good enough for RRQ on that attacker's side? I don't know anymore. I have no idea what any of these scorelines mean. Like, statistic norms are out the window. It is chaos.
Ash v. Cushy. Very tough battle, but yeah, given the RRQ fandom here, only one real way to try to lean. Both of them certainly deserving the respect and the accolades.
Yes. They both really stepped up. Ash in particular, you know, obviously I think Cushy has so far been the better player overall, but Ash is really starting to come into his own. He's found some good impact, especially in the lead up to this grand finals. The grand finals has been a struggle for him, if I'm being honest so far, but still time to turn that around. Fan very happy just to show off their little teddy bear.
Yep. All right, well, a rallying cry from the Gen.G camp as we get ready to go into this. We're able to find that opening pistol, as we mentioned previously, led into a bonus conversion and then a surrendering of 6 consecutive rounds. They find the pistol once again to start off this half as they look to push us to a 5th and final map of Split. Crazy Guy trying to stick around, clear out on that 0 point, but didn't quite manage to find it.
You didn't see it on screen, but on the map, RRQ stacked 3 players of Boiler because of what happened last time on the pistol.
Oh, yeah. That's great. Well, Crazy Guy finding 1. Finding 2. Cushy going to be taken down. So RRQ's Teo similarly falls. A 1-player advantage. Gate crash into the very back right corner of sight is checked there on the Raptors. Jimkin just not quite able to confirm the kill, but Xpharaoh will be able to put him down. So Karan now dead. Texture playing protect, takes out wide swings. Zeta nasty shot down to 45, but Moniette now noted, surrounded. Fights back for 1. Will need to try to isolate, knows that there's a frenzy above. Goes for the peek. It's just a hair off. Shots whizzing past Munchkin's head. Gen.G, they will find both pistols here on Icebox. They will tie it up 4-4 across the series, and now they will gain the lead for themselves once again.
Now let's see what they can do off the back of this. That's a pretty nice little flick up from Crazy. Karan, though, starting to heat up a little bit here in the pistol. Hitting some pretty sick shots. Yeah, when you're just isolated behind the nest like that, you know, Gen.G, nobody over peeking there. Just taking their time, really nicely handled. Marshall for Foxy, a couple Guardians, a Bulldog.
And a gamble stack for RRQ.
Yep. It's all 5.
電池のあっちへこう微妙にコントロールした後で A 側1人残しておいて4人打つといいナイフ。
Well, that 0 point. That certainly lets you know.
Yeah, it's not too confusing anymore.
ラーカー潰しにしてるぞ。
Foxy is a Marshall.
He does. He's got the headshot. Nice readjustment. Gets that one, and everybody else says, well, yeah, we don't want to push that side anymore. Let's not try to overwhelm Foxy.
We don't want to give him another highlight reel. Well, Primmy's already got one.
So back away. Plant now coming through, and I think RRQ widely, they're just going to be content to chill back, try to close the distance here. Just not give over any additional eliminations and try to go down to the spike if at all possible. Texture, he wants, he's out for blood though. He wants a little bit more. Down to 22.
距離強すぎる。
How greedy does he
やばい、
want
夜
to
に
get
ウルトが上がっちゃう。
to be able to find these
コメント
last
溜まっちゃ
couple
う。
kills?
行くのやめた。
Have a dimensional drift online. Karen, however, the one who is now watching over
Ooh.
towards Tube and will be able to clean them up. So, Gen.G, flawless here. Close out the anti-eco and move forward into the bonus.
Yeah, this is really nice aggressive positioning in the post plant for Gen.G. Make sure that those ult orbs aren't going to go for naught. Just get out there, get them. Karan.
I was watching the scorecard there as they push around the corner.
Yeah.
You're doing well. You don't have to be hitting tab in the middle of the game.
No. Yeah, now you're starting to really get some ults almost into cycle, which is huge. Great use to back Jemkin
Shot whizzing over the top of Jemkin on the repeat. Instantaneous. Kills Ash and gets out.
God, that is filthy. It's unfair.
What a peak. Boxing out. Silently making his way forward here. Top of pipes, Cushy. On the opposite side, Xpero in position for a counter swing.
They're going to see that B seemingly pretty empty, so it's going to get the rotations coming through to lean back in towards the A side. Jepkin's on his way. Cushy just waiting with the knife. Throw it right at the back of pipe.
0 point now, gonna be sent out.
何をするんだ今
I think he had 3.
2人か時間稼いで
Top of 410, just tucked in behind the box. I mean, Gen.G trying to scale forward. One yet still not quite here as risky business going across the rope there as Munchkin trying to pace forward, but now Spike going to be dropped. Texture tries to exit, but Jemkin finds a headshot. And just like that, Karen gets cleaned up. Boxy falls to Xpero's hand. It's just the one casualty in the anti-bonus for RRQ. The gap now just 1 round separating.
Yeah, it's just really good diligence, but obviously Jemkin hitting openers like this, that helps. No doubt about it.
Good.
Man's just been outrageously good all day. He has plenty of gas left in the tank, seemingly. He just does not stop. Crazy guys got noted. I bet you're real thrilled about that.
Here's Jemkin if he meant to drift down off the top of yellow or if that was an accident. Either way, dimensional drift here for Texture. Spotting out a couple targets. Don't know if he necessarily made note of him. Yeah, okay, now has absolutely seen him. He's going to exit right here at the front of the side of Xpero. Sitting down first and foremost. Spraying through the overall side, but Mon yet fighting back. Does manage to find at least 2 kills, but Jemkin now all alone. His teammates down on the floor.
And if there's anybody who can do it.
Pop of the dash.
相棒でオーディンいるのえぐいって
Alarm bottle around the corner.
死んでったわオーディンさすがに無理かこのマップ
Narrow
は
little reposition. Texture about to be the first challenger here, perhaps. Jemkin rides the rope, peeks in. Nothing spotted. Likely will just go for the exit. Couple shots coming his way, but opts to go for the save. Gen.G not going to be allowing that tie up to come through. It's going to be 9-7 as this spike goes off.
Yeah, finding great value out of Texture's ultimate. Able to ping out 3 different players. Get the Gen.G players in position where they can take advantage of it. Get themselves up by 2 rounds again. RRQ. Seemed like maybe they might start to stabilize a little bit. I mean, it was 1 round, but this round right here, Munchkin just so ready there for that angle. Texture's just doing around the world near the nest. Not yet, trying his damnedest, but gets shut down, and into the next round we go, into the breach once again. Karan's got the Viper's Pit. Crazy guy nearly to his ult. Couple things to consider. Come into this, is RRQ going to make a play for that A orb? It's pretty deep salvos, yeah. Should be able to get the Armageddon. And hello, Monyet.
Gets the clear.
Yeah.
このクリアリングマジ強いな
Back pedal.
イエロー裏もビーミング周りも全部見れる
alongside Xpero, both of them
なら抑制つけれるしねいたら
playing along that elevation, and Texture just swings out a little bit further than Xferro might have anticipated. Ends up finding that kill. Monyet now desperately trying to escape. Barely manages to do so. The salvo's chasing in as well. And now it's going to be Cushy, just trying to show up the peel here for his teammates, who ends up being casualty. Monyet finding one, GenG finding another, however. As now they get themselves in with the player advantage. Armageddon can just narrowly able to avoid it. And that should tell them the rotation has begun. The ping's starting to come down, but they don't know if somebody's put themselves further forward here. Implanted on alert.
If GenG can get here cleanly, they've got so much post-plant util to delay. 2 nanos and a fragment. Knife goes out to check back sight.
To
dodge the util.
Salvos go out to prevent the plant. Riding it forward. Munchkin narrowly coming away with a kill, but now the spike. Dropped here on the forward angle.
Only seconds.
Foxy riding that rope forward, dropping down, collecting it. Commits to the stick. A quick peek, the drop down. Goes up and over the top. Position noted, heads spotted. Rides back up. Drops down once again. Just dancing around. The nano caught in his hand, Monyet. Just fiercely runs him down. He cannot separate, he cannot divide and conquer. RRQ will go blow for blow and keep this so very tight-knit.
It's just so tough for GenG there to get onto the site the way they want. I think Ash oversteps a bit on the follow-up behind Texture here. Maybe misreads the situation. Should have known there was a high-low there. Swinging out into that is not a high percentage play. I think that's what cost GenG that round. I think if Ash just holds the line there, they might be able to get a B plant down and have a ton of great post-plant utility, but instead they're onto some stingers and a couple rifles. Bye going to be a bit weak. RRQ a chance here to tie it up. 0 point. Sees a couple. Seeing that Teho though, that's quite valuable. Look at where they are on the map. They have all of the map. They're going to throw it on the pit.
GenG contain, and yep, the pit immediately coming through here from Monyet. This round, not impossible. Flash out, Cushy, swing the corner, eats a full flash. No punish to be found quite just yet, though. Is Foxy not able to find one. Texture answering back. And Kauron looking to counter pit, perhaps. Here we go again. Seems like the answer is yes! What a crazy guy catching a huge glimpse, but the shots are just not connecting. Xferro up and over the top. Over. Finding Munchkin going on a walkabout. Everyone now from GenG stuck here inside of the pit.
Oh my.
HP bars all over the place. One Monyet now dead. Their own pit gone. The TP into the back, and Texture finds him for the 3K. GenG somehow scraped by with this round.
Oh my god, I mean, I thought this round had RRQ written all over it. They read the early part of it so well. They're just taking all this space. But then, when the execute starts to develop, oh my god.
Spotted there for Texture.
Unbelievable. But when the execute starts to develop, RRQ kind of second guesses themselves. They pull everybody back towards the screens and towards the rafters, and that's where they try to set up their defense. I think they would have been better suited to send at least 2 players around onto that flank. You know, Xferro there found some decent damage. If they could have gotten one more player through that backside, I think that could be a very different round. I think they just weren't 100% sure. Confident, I don't know.
First time out calling here from the side of RRQ. It's been one use for each team, despite how neck and neck this entire map has been. We'll see though. A back and forth across the last 4 rounds. Does that continue? The round win off the back of this time out call here for RRQ.
Has every best of 5 that GenG's played. I think
I want to say yeah.
At
least this iteration.
Yep.
So across the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Seems about right, I guess.
They're like big numbers.
Oh, no, wait. They beat DRX 3-1.
タイムアウトだけ。まあ、クラシック、ここか。シェリフはクレイジーガイと X フェ
But
ロ
a
ー、
lot of them have gone to 5.
It feels like they've gone to 5.
They seem to drag a bit.
Let's see if that is going to happen again, or if RRQ can find their bearings. Gen.G just 3-round wins away from sending this to split. Knives in hand for Jemkin.
Look at
here at the top of screen.
Karan.
Out wide here at spawn. Anticipating that pressure, but Xferro ends up pulling away from the angle. Suppress not connecting on the Jemkin, and he immediately finds value. Repeats, looks for the shot on the Foxy 9, cannot find it, but now the lockdown is going to come into play. Could clear it out with the Armageddon, but seems like the call to pivot across to the B site is going to be made here for Gen.G.
Yeah, I like the change
Haya
from Gen.G round to round. Leaving Karan over in the spawn, recognizing that their flanks were weak.
Spotted one, nothing else going to be seen here by Texture.
サルバー入るか。
Sends
ク
out
レ
the
イジー
gate
ガイサルバーあ
crash.
るね。
Exits back into this realm of reality.
まあ、奇跡の遅延祭り。
Backside of
切
yellow.
るかも。残り15秒。
Well, pushing forward time, starting to dwindle. And crazy guy finding the timing. Foxy 9 is going to be taken down there.
お、あるあるある。
Now another reset, another kill.
ポンツ。
Ash dead. That's the Armageddon gone for the post plant. Now it's just a snake bite
下手中一人確定。
that they have to work with here as far as the mollies are concerned. Xferro once again is on a lurk. Gate crash right here next to it. Gets around the back. A coup de grace to Karan. Looking for a little bit more, but Texture now completely, utterly surrounded. Finds the first, and Jemkin carves him to pieces.
タイムアウト。
The timeout works. The back and forth continues.
神のタイムアウト来た。これ取れちゃったぞ。
Jemkin is just unreal. He is so dialed in. He is dragging RRQ, kicking and screaming in some of these rounds. I mean, just a huge thrifty. There are a few better in the world right now than Jemkin at this duelist role. This is why. Outrageous. And he's always just cool. It's like, yeah, guys, I'm happy. We're doing good. You know, in his post-match interview, he's like, yeah, I'm happy. And I'm like, are you? It's hard to tell. They're, once again, going to make some early pressure towards A. Using the drone. You get a little bit of info that Jemkin's there, but that's scary. But I think, you know, for Gen.G,
抜いてる。
gone. Got out
最近この B カーテン上げての B メインシンクを抜かれて死ぬよな。そんな抜きやすい。
Maybe that was a poison orb.
Yeah, that could be.
ビスモクなくなっちゃったから。
It's a huge advantage here for RRQ as they look to break the back and forth streak.
They're doing a crazy 2-2 split here, Gen.G.
A フェイク B かここから。はい、ドローン。
Shots avoided.
クレイジーがやるな。頭がいいわ本当に。めちゃめちゃ完璧なタイミングのドローン来た。
Entrenched here at mid, like you said, a stinger in hand. Here's the rotation. Hasn't been spotted. If you get a catch on the texture, no. Angle just not quite there.
これは A っぽい。あ、ごめんなさい。これは B っぽい。
I think you saw both of them, but they haven't seen him.
Yeah,
they
that's
come down. Salvo's now flying. Hit the fadeaway. Foxy 9 hits the floor. Texture and Munchkin with everything to do. Basically no real way to do it. Texture's dead. And Munchkin just cannot even get that plant down. RRQ have broken the back and forth in flawless fashion, and they tie us up at 10-10.
I mean, this is just great map awareness. And all it takes is one little spot onto Jemkin, and Gen.G changes ideas. You lose Karan early. And we don't really know how, but Gen.G tries to do something a little bit tricky with a 2-2 split. It gets punished. Nice positioning from Xferro to get the read on the round.
1320か 1420 じゃない
Ewok was saying, surely this time. Surely this time.
Like I said,
RRQ の躍進とディフェンスから組みでウォーバーズコーチ。ウォーバーズコーチ相当優秀だと思いますよ。2-2の強みだってさ、集団戦の強さとか、RRQ に受け継がれたの。こんな変わるってぐらい。ね。
that RRQ gets, the feeling that they give to Gen.G means a hell of a lot more than a
シアン多い
scoreline
ね
written down.
Oh, beating him right here on this stage,
水色
getting
クラスや
the number 1 seed out of Pacific to go to Masters Toronto.
白ほとんどだ
That
ったけ
all
ど
of those
ね
other losses
水
off the
色
board.
ジ
Cleans
ェム
the
キンが
slate.
使っているという理由で水色増えるかも
See if they're
俺も一応20シアン
can
使おうかな
continue this timeout call for Gen.G. Their last one here on the map. RRQ still one more timeout able to be dispensed. Coach Solo sending Munchkin and
相
the
棒し
team
は
out
見にくくないそうだわ見づらい
and hoping that when they come back, they say, hey, we're going to split. The series isn't over.
Jemkin opping, but there will be no Gen.G players falling under those crosshairs just yet. Couple ults though for Gen.G.
Flash into a TP forward. Crazy guy. Full shots out and some damage onto Ash. Some being a bit of an understatement. 24 health now,
Oh,
finished off by Mon Yet. Picture. Continue to chase, does mention. Go ahead and find that punish. A 1-for-1 on the Tejas as both get taken down. Still no Armageddon able to be used here for the side of Gen.G. Lockdown, however, for Foxy 9.
Oh!
Gonna look to try to make this maybe a bit more complicated, but maybe even not necessary. Mon Yet trying to find a bit of a timing spray with Texture.
さっ
Owning
き
the
のプッシュみ
round.
たいになってる
Pop flash,
Ah,
two targets
that's-
nearby. Can't find either
2 オン
of them.
3かなりきついけどいけるか
Comes away with the kill.
ある
Now
の
the
か
2v3. Fragment the clear yellow. Jemkin. The chase forward. The 0 point.
Egg,
Trying
egg.
to reveal all. Goes up and over the
遅
top.
延えぐい
Hunting
Ah.
heads. As they cannot get on for the defuse. Jemkin now alone to try to at least make it costly. And costly it shall be. Two players surviving, however, and Gen.G
うまいね
back into the
ずっと
lead.
起
The
動して帰っ
timeout
て
works the treat
支援
for
に
them.
切り替えた
2 rounds away from taking this to map 5.
Yeah, just creeping up a little bit towards B, and once they're given enough space to get set
あ
up
まあ
for
黒
the
もいる
flash
か
TP to take
黒
control
も
of yellow.
いなくなったよ
Textures
な
on the
フゼ
hunt.
君が使ってたけど
Once he seemingly
主に
gets past the B
マ
site,
ジで減った
that's when Texture just becomes an absolute nightmare. He's so good in those long-range battles, even with a Phantom.
Op still in though.
射姿勢いいなそうだね
Heavy investments here from the side of RRQ.
姿勢悪めの選
Ash is going
手
to be in a rough
だいぶ減った
position
かも
if
ね
they drop this round.
I don't think that Gen.G even knew there was an op in that previous round.
Probably
Oh,
not.
I did it.
Certainly no now. Kauron going to be taken down. As
My
Jemkin
God,
finding
I
one.
thought-
Texture. Dead and all momentum gained from the previous round victory. Snuffed out. Jemkin will get timing. Foxy doing well to come away with
うわ
that
見てる
kill.
と思っ
But
た
now
ってやつ
needs
だ
to try to get himself out of this spot. Flush forward here at yellow.
これすま
That flash trying to bail him out.
Oh!
Headshot down on him on Yet, but cannot confirm the kill. Crazy guy swinging, fighting, and Mon Yet still standing. Tied up
頭当たったのに
11 to 11. RRQ
やっぱバンダルじゃねえかこのマップ
pulling them back in. Not letting this team run away to run towards that map
最後の目
5.
的合戦で負けるんだ
It's
よ
around adjustments. Very nicely handled here. Crazy guy
One enemy
putting
remaining.
ボーン
Jemkin over there with the op to make sure that it's locked down, and you have a follow-up for that flash TP behind yellow. You have a deep positioned Mon Yet, who has now tied Jemkin in the kill count for this map. Mon Yet, the player for RRQ, who's seen the deepest runs in tournaments, now showing his value when he's needed most. 2 more to go. Can they get it done?
0 point clears the stealth drone, stops Ash from getting further information.
KO 見えたら本体っぽいよね
Okay, this is something I wanted to see here from Gen.G.
Oh.
Oh, Foxy. Had a
Rechallenge
card.
it.
Oh,
Takes damage,
what the-
takes the headshot.
Big
Sparrow
kill.
holds the line.
かなり
Damage
リ
not
スキーピー
suffered.
クだったなこのラクは倒したぞでも
Nano here in front.
あー
Crazy
や
guy
ばい一人ずつ押してる
swinging out, making noise and
ポ
still
ツポツと
winning the fight. Texture
まずい
eliminated now. His weapon will get scooped up. A Phantom, a Vandal, a Sheriff. Versus 5 of the best players here in Pacific. RRQ looking to get up to match point. The wall in his face, a flash as well. Ash scales forward, is able to find one, but Mon Yet shuts him down. The repeat from Jemkin is on point.
ワンオン3 17、17、7
Seconds left.
As Karan now with the Sheriff.
Here.
Still needing to wrangle 3 outlaws on the opposite side. Spike in hand.
うわー、外さねー。マッチポイント。優勝したのは RRQ。
12 to 11. Match point in their hands.
初めての
Man, X-Sparrow wins a big duel here against Foxy.
決勝戦。
Foxy had the jump on him initially. He caught him a bit off guard.
優勝までいっちゃう
Change
の
up from Gen.G. Take a little bit of mid control, but RRQ just really solid right now. The op coming alive. Monyet holding the line. That opening kill from Crazy Guy, so impactful, and it's one more to go.
Economy hasn't meant too much for either team
ビードロン
across
でど
the
かし
last few
て
days, we could say, especially though in this series. And Gen.G's still in a very rough position. 3 half armors, a Spectre in hand for Munchkin.
取りに行
Same
く
strategy set up as Texture gets his way over. Back yellow, stealth drone spotting nothing. Some shots out of Monyet. Finding him through the wall. Texture dead on the floor.
They dug into that well too many times.
これって
RRQ's got the read on it. So you got to try something different, and this time they are. They're going to re-wrap, they're going to rotate. Foxy over towards the belt.
何回もだけ
They're
倒
going to
し
be
た
at
ん
a
だこの
man
試合
disadvantage, and they're going to be potentially facing Jemkin's operator.
And they can't even try to recover the weapon. It is too far gone. They're piling in.
いうよう
To
に
the
シムが
weaker
今
setup
度は
as far as numbers
ジェ
are
ムキンが
concerned, but like you said, that
ケア
operator
で
is
き
in
る
hand for Jemkin.
やばいドローンがないこれは死ぬかも
The man
お
can be
お
absolutely deadly with it for
ど
now.
かせそう
Position going to be forced away.
どかして
Flushing him back, Monyet. Dropping down the salvos to be waited out. The spike now planted. X-Sparrow, however, on the flank. Have they read it? The answer's no. He strikes.
裏回りが刺さる
Taken down.
あっと
Three
いくよ
players. Two now remaining. Just the one. It's all on Karen. And he cannot find it. X-Sparrow with the
す
3K.
げえ
Gets
優勝までいっちゃったよ
RRQ. The
RRQ
first ever trophy in VCT Pacific history. The king of kings. Long may they
す
reign.
げえおめでとう
They are your stage 1
マジかよ勝っちゃった
Surely this time. And there is no doubt about it now.
文句なし
3-1 will be the score
初優
that
勝
RRQ brings.
初優勝しかも初出
And
場
they
マ
have
スター
done
ズ
it. Finally. So
リ
many
パリが
close
主人公ルート
calls.
進んでとか言ってたけど
So many times denied
こっちに
by
もい
this
たわ
team on the other side of the stage from
メイ
getting
ン
to
キャラ
bigger
クタ
and
ー
bigger moments. And now it's their turn. Now they
え
have
ぐ
claimed the stage 1
ちょっと
VCT
マスターズ楽
Pacific
しみだ
trophy.
な
And anytime they come
さす
to
がに
face Gen.G in the
めちゃめちゃ応援したくなっちゃうなこれ
Gen.G might try to say 7 to
本当
2.
にいい成長の仕方してるよな
All the
RRQ ね
RRQ need reply with is 3 to
順
1.
当にコツコツ強くなって
The
ここまで来た感
trophy
じするわ
is theirs. That number 1 seed
すげえ
out of Pacific
あん
over
たジェン
to
キン
Masters
ってなりすぎだ
Toronto.
ろ
What
もと
a
もと強くなったん
stage
でまた強くなりやがっ
for
た
this squad.
ということで
Long
パシフィッ
awaited,
ク2025ステージ
much
1
doubted,
最強デュエリストは
yet so well
ジェームさん
deserved.
ですねこれは
RRQ. Crazy guys tell him to pump the brakes.
Oh,
Wait a moment.
出た見ようぜ
I say hell no. I say you just get ready to go for it. Take that trophy into your own hands. But guys, it has been a hell of a stage. For myself and Paper Thin, always a pleasure to bring you these matches as they will lift this into the air.
先にしてみるか
Group effort. That has got to be cathartic as all hell.
どんどんしてる笑ってるぞ
But that about does it for myself and Paper Thin here on the stage.
RRQ が
I'm
笑
sure
ってる
we'll
ぞ
see you guys
ジェム
soon.
キンが
And we're gonna send it down to the stage and hear
う
from our
わ
stage
や
1
べえのいる
champions.
データ見せるか
바로한테 챔피언 스토어 퍼시픽
오,
스테이지
또.
1의 우승팀 바로 RRQ입니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
じゃん
자, 선수들과 함께 인터뷰를 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다.
おい
Hey guys,
5マップ
congratulations.
89キロ64
Tonight
で
we
す
crowned the new
25
champions
ヘッドショット
of
44
Pacific. If I can have you guys in a single
FD12
title.
文句なし最強ですわこれは
정말 팀 창단 역사상 처음으로 우승을 차지했습니다. 다시 한번 RRQ 선수들을 축하해 볼까 하는데요. 빛을 발하기까지 참 오랜 시간이 걸렸습니다. 팀 창단 후
これは最強です
국제대회 진출과 결승 진출
ついに
그리고
そし
끝내
て
우승을 차지했습니다. 퍼시픽의 새로운
ステージ1
시대가
プレイオフのデータ
열렸습니다. 스테이지 1
文句なし1です。
RRQ
ヘッドショット率も1番かこれ。40%ファーストキルも1。
RRQ의 선수들과 이야기를
레토모
나눠보도록
SS
하겠습니다.
뭐
먼저 엑스페로
기름이
선수에게 질문을
ADR 뭐
하겠는데요.
있지?
RRQ가 팀 사상 첫 트로피를 들어올렸습니다. 퍼시픽 시작부터 함께한 엑스페로는 감회가 남다를 것 같은데요. 우승 소감 부탁드리겠습니다.
아시아 사이클의プレイになりました
goes to you. I mean, what a historic moment for the org. First trophy ever since the franchise league. I mean, you know, you've been there since day one with the org.
楽しみだ
What
ね
does
ト
this
ロント
moment mean to you?
For me, it feels amazing. Actually, I'm grateful with my teammates. We lost against Gen.G like 2 days ago, and we mentally come back for this game.
지금 기분이 너무 좋고요. 팀원들에게도 정말
엑스로 네,
고마울
ずっと頑張ってた
따름입니다.
もんな
그리고 불과 이틀 전만
ついに
해도
優勝か
젠지에게 졌었는데 그래도 멘탈
시계
관리도
나온다.
잘하고 다시 더 단단하게 돌아올 수 있어서 이렇게 우승이 가능했던 것 같다고 하네요.
いつから RRQ
자,
いたん
몬예
だろう
선수에게도 질문을 하겠습니다. 몬예 선수 드디어 트로피를 들어올렸고요. 퍼시픽 다른 팀들의 유니폼도 입었었지만 RRQ와 가장 잘 어울리는 것 같은데요. RRQ와 함께 우승을 이뤄낸 소감
少
부탁드리겠습니다.
なくとも20 2023リーグ
I'm
始まった
gonna
時から
come
いた
to
な
you with this question. Trophy for you at last. I mean, you've been sort of a Pacific's journeyman, been here and there, but we feel like this RRQ jersey is the best to look on you. How do you feel about the trophy?
あ2022はブームか
But still, we still have more to
そうだ
do, you know. I mean, it's nice to celebrate we win the stage one, but we still need to be
つい
focused
に
on more to Toronto.
優勝まで
잘
たどり着い
모르는데
ちゃった
기분은 좋은데 아직 할 게 남아 있잖아요.
그게-
일단 뭐 트로피를 들어 올려서 기분은 좋지만 그래도 마스터즈에 가서 또 좋은 모습을 보여드려야 하기 때문에 그 부분에 있어서 더 열심히 하겠다고 말을 합니다.
그렇군요. 이어서 젠킨 선수에게 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다. 매 시즌 본인을 증명하면서 퍼시픽 최고의 엔트리로 거듭났습니다. 세계
ジェンキン
무대에서도
全然喜んでないそん
기대되는데
なことないで
세계
しょも
무대에서
う
본인의 엔트리 역할을 또
ちょっ
보여줄
とバロナとやりすぎ
자신이
て顔が動
그리고
かなくなっただけで
마스터스에서 만나보고 싶은
そのために頑張
선수가
ってんだか
누가
ら
있을지 궁금합니다.
Jemkin, match after match, you prove yourself to be the best duelist in Pacific, and now you're heading over to Toronto to compete with the world's best. Are you ready to surprise the world with what you can do?
I think I'm always ready.
Okay. Is there a player? Is there a player you would like to face?
Raga, of course. He's my fan. Ixodri.
Raga from China.
그러니까
오
항상 뭐 세상을 놀래켜줄 준비는 돼
라르가
있었고
까,
그리고
까.
더크 선수
겁나
만나보고
지다문데.
싶다고 합니다.
자, 그리고
ラルがも
크레이지가이
う
선수에게 물어보도록 하겠습니다. RRQ 합류와
네.
함께 우승
VCT
트로피를
차이나
들어올렸는데요.
가게야가tte
아이젤로서
1抜けだもんな
팀을 훌륭하게 이끌었다는 게 증명됐습니다.
誰が
첫
VCT の
시즌부터
金熱
이렇게
いな
훌륭한 퍼포먼스를 보여줄 수 있었는지 그 비결이 궁금합니다.
Crazy guy, I mean, you stepped in as the IGL, leading the team to victory. You're very much part of the success that this org had so far.
Crazy
What
guy
allowed
入って
you
から
to be this great IGL, and what allowed
超
you
勝っ
to
てんのか
perform this well?
めちゃめちゃいい選手
Like I know my team are very good, so I just focus on like reading the map, leading the guy how to play, where to go, and
結構
they
天
just
才
do
格だね
the
これ
shooting
ね
job. And yeah,
確かに
this
ね
one feel amazing because last night I can't even sleep. I slept 1 hour
Stage
only last
one.
night, and I'm very happy
ステー
that
ジ
I
2
still
ステージ
can.
1から入ってたんだよねキックオフ
워낙
は
또 팀원들이
別で
출중하니까요.
ステージ
그냥
1からまあ
팀원들을
ステ
믿고 그냥
グループ予選は
맵
ちょいちょい負けたりしてたけ
리딩하고
ど
상대를 파악해서 콜만
뭔가
해주면
이치抜けしてるし
공 쏘는 건 알아서 팀원들이
플레이오프
해주더라고요.
갔었다 시.
그래서 편하게 좀 경기에 임할 수 있었고 그리고 사실 지금 너무
수고.
어제 너무 떨려서 1시간밖에 잠을 못 잤는데 그래도 너무 좋은 모습 보여주면서 이렇게 우승까지 할 수 있어서 정말 다행이라고 얘기를 했습니다.
네. 그리고 아까 잼킨 선수의 대답 중에서는 엑셀제 엔트리를 만나고 싶어 했던 것 같습니다. 아까 대답 중에서.
네네, 죄송합니다.
네. 자, 이어서 쿠시
反省したな
선수에게
RRQ
질문을 하겠습니다. RRQ 상승세는 쿠시의 합류 이후에 또 돋보였던 것 같은데요. 팬들의
오늘도
응원
고생하셨다.
덕분에 이런 퍼포먼스가 나오지 않았나 싶은데요. 우승까지 아낌없이 응원을 해준
その人たち
팬들에게
もういないんだ
말씀
から
부탁드리겠습니다.
Cushy, and ever
좋아요.
since you joined the team had so
という
much
ことで
momentum going
바로
on.
또
I mean,
GenG
you
워치파
guys all showed up today as well. And we also had fans, you know, riding with you guys
終了かな
through
と
thick and thin. So
はい
is
と
there
はいはい
anything
は
you
い
would like to say to the fans?
For everyone who's supporting us from before me and before Crazy Guy and until now, thank you very much. I hope we showed a very fun game that we played, and keep supporting us in Toronto. Thank you.
쿠시 선수 그리고 또
네,
크레이지
마프
가이
아이브스벅스
선수가
갔다나 45% RRQでした.
RRQ를 응원해주신 골수 팬분들도 계신데 모든 팬분들에게 항상 응원에 감사하다고 얘기를 하면서 오늘 경기 많이 즐기셨으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 했네요.
네. 자, 이어서 코치 이호 감독에게 물어보도록 하겠습니다. 퍼시픽 시작부터 우승 트로피를 들어올리기까지 RRQ의 모든 시간을 함께 하셨는데요. 첫 마스터스, 첫 결승, 첫 우승 계속 더 나은 기록을 만들어가고 있는 RRQ이기 때문에 얼마 남지 않은 토론토의 활약이 더 기대됩니다. 우승 소감과 토론토 각오도 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Ewok, and you are the guy that made everything possible for the team, you know, working for the team 24/7. Now, first win, first Masters qualifications, first champion title. So, how does it feel for you to be able to lift the trophy all together, and also, you know, how confident do you feel heading into Masters Toronto?
真後ろで試合してましたよ。
It's been a really long
これ以上
journey.
ケーブル伸ばせないんだけど。
So, especially for me and Xvero, we've been on the team for a long time, and we've always promised that this is what we can do, and so it really feels good to be able to achieve that. And then one other thing, of course, just wanted to win today for Mother's Day, for all the mothers out there, for my mom back in South Africa. Thank you.
사실 엑스페로 선수도 그렇고 이웍 감독님도 RRQ에 정말 긴 시간 함께하면서 길고 힘든 여정이었는데 항상 우리가 정말 할 수 있다는 걸 믿고 있었기 때문에 오늘 그 믿음이 좀 그 결실을 맺은 것 같고요. 그리고 또 하나는 그 어머니를 위해서 또 가정의 달이잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 꼭 우승을 하고 싶었는데 그 약속을 지킬 수 있어서 너무 좋다고 얘기를 하시네요.
네, 마지막으로 워버즈 코치에게도 질문을 하겠습니다. 선수들이 빛나는 무대지만 그 무대 뒤에서 그 누구보다 힘썼던 게 코칭 스태프들일 것 같습니다. 그 고생했던 결과를 선수들이 함께 만들어줬는데요. 자랑스러운 선수들에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Warburts, you know, winning a champions title, it's a group effort from the coaching staff, grinding 24/7, and also the players being able to execute accordingly. So, you know, I know you're really proud of your players at this moment. So, is there anything you would like to say to them?
Yeah, we're enormously proud of them. We ask a lot out of them. That's the biggest thing. Is we, you know, day in day out, they're just constantly grinding the game, constantly studying. So yeah, we're proud of you guys, but keep going. This is just the first step, right? Now we have Toronto now.
정말 RRQ 감코진이 선수들에게 바라는 것도 많았고 기대도 많이 했었고 또 그만큼 그 기대에 부응해서 열심히 해준 걸 알고 있기 때문에 이런 트로피라는 결과가 있었고 그렇기 때문에 너무 자랑스럽다고 얘기를 하시면서 하지만 토론토에서도 잘 해야 되기 때문에 앞으로도 더 열심히 해야 한다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다.
네. 자, 킥오프 때는 사실 트로피가 물방울 모양이었다면 지금은 물방울이 더 성장을 해서 물 기둥이 됐고요. 스테이지 2 때는 훨씬 더 거대한 트로피가 나타나지 않을까 싶습니다. 하지만 그 전에 VCT 퍼시픽 2025 스테이지 1 다음에 마스터스 토론토가 펼쳐질 예정입니다. 6월 7일부터 22일까지 한국 시간으로 6월 8일부터 23일까지 진행될 예정입니다. 퍼시픽을 대표해서 RRQ, GenG 그리고 페이퍼렉스가 진출하니까요. 여러분들 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다. 그러면 저희는 스테이지 1 챔피언 RRQ의 트로피 세리머니와 함께 인사를 드리겠고요. 잠시 후 스테이지 2 조추첨으로 돌아오겠습니다. 다시 한번 외치도록 하겠습니다. 스테이지 1 챔피언 팀 RRQ! Yang gue suka dari Lotus. Very beautiful.
ちょっと待って、ドローショーだけ見ます。終わってなかったわ。まだあった。ログアウトとか済ませて全然帰るつもりだったんだけど、そろそろ配信切れるかなと思ってモニター見たら、ドローショーがもうすぐ始まるって書いてあった。ただいま。危ない危ない。見届けよう。少し雑談します？いつ始まるんだろうね。ちなみに上から覗くと、もうちょっと始まりそうな雰囲気が出てる。ラズさんがドローする苦戦は、それはちょっとないでしょう。あるのかな。いやー、すごかったなー。あ、ステージ2のドローショーか。これな、トロントのやつだと思ったわ。ということは、グループ、ってことだよね。グループどっちになるかが決まるんだよね、次にね。いやー、どうなるかな。2ヶ月後 ?3 ヶ月後 ?2 ヶ月後かな。ステージ2。なんかさ、もう極まりすぎてな、出場チームな。お、来るぞ。
I hope you guys are recovered from the grand finals just now of stage 1, but it's time for the VCT Pacific draw show where we're going to find out what the groups are for stage 2. And as you guys can see, the groups really do matter. I'm your host, Victoria, and my co-host, Gen.G.
네, 지금부터는 스테이지 2를 위한 조 추첨식을
この勝ち抜けチーム때문에 그룹
진행하도록
알파,
추첨이 어떻게
그룹
되는지에
오메가
따라서 향후 팀들의 향방이 갈릴 예정이니까요. 오늘 매우 중요한 조 추첨식 끝까지 함께해 주시길 바라겠습니다. 조 추첨식에는 빅토리아가 수고해주도록 하겠습니다.
Now, we cannot proceed through the draw show without our one and only Seok-won Lee from Riot Korea Competitive Operations.
네, 오늘 그리고 드로우를 해주실 뭐였죠? 경기 운영팀의 이석원님 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다.
말고逆グループになると思った。
Now the rules are very important, of course, and I don't want to get any of this wrong, so let's go through it one more time. And as you guys know, the 12 teams in VCT Pacific are divided into 2 groups. We've got Alpha and Omega, and the basic group structure for Stage 2 remains the same as Stage 1. However, based on the standings from the Stage 1 group stage, new seeds have been assigned to each group.
네, 먼저 추천 방식에 대해서 설명해 드리도록 하겠는데요. 그룹 구성은 스테이지 1과 마찬가지로 알파와 오메가 이렇게 두 개의 그룹으로 나뉘게 됩니다. 그런데 스테이지 1 순위에 따라서 시드가 현재 새로 배정된 상태이고요. 여러분들 보실 수 있도록 이어서 추가적인 규칙 설명해 드리도록 할게요.
Now the 6 seeds are divided into 3 pairs. It's going to be the first and second, then the third and the fourth, and the fifth and the sixth. And each pair is placed into its own bowl, resulting in a total of 3 draws. So from each draw bowl, 1 seed slip is drawn and swapped with a team from the other group, creating a completely new group composition through these exchanges.
네, 이어서 여기 6개의 팀들이 각각 3개의 그룹으로 분류가 될 텐데요. 1번 시드와 2번 시드가 같은 추첨통에 들어가 있고 3번 시드와 4번 시드가 같은 추첨통, 그리고 5번 시드와 6번 시드가 같은 추첨함에 들어가게 돼 있습니다. 이렇게 3개로 분류가 된 가운데 총 3번의 추첨이 진행될 예정이고요. 이어서 뽑힌 팀은 서로의 그룹을 맞바꾸게 된다는 점 이해해 주시면 됩니다.
Now I think we're ready. Sogwan, are you ready? Okay, let's start from the top. We're going to start with the first and second seeds here, so that we Boom, RRQ, DRX, and Talon. We're going to find out how these seeding swaps are going to go.
네, 가장 먼저 1, 2번 시드의 조추첨 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
오, RRQ.
Okay. It's RRQ. It's going to make that swap here.
With Boom. 네, 1번 시드끼리 맞바꾸게 됐는데요. 투명성을 위해서 나머지 공 하나도
That's right. For integrity reasons, we want to make sure you guys believe us when we say this is not rigged. So you will see both of these opened up.
네.
Shall we swap? Well, RQ, our new grand finalists of stage 1, and Boom, also the top of their group. All right, let's move on to the third and fourth seeds here. This includes Gen.G, T1, Paper X, and Nongshim.
引いたチームが
3, 4 시드 조추첨
どっちがどっちに行くのこれ
진행하도록 할게요.
これで出てきたチームが4番シードがアルファに行くのかちょっと待って4番シードが入れ替わるってことか
네, 다시 한번 남아
最初
있는
に引いたやつが
하나
入れ替わるのね
And that's right, we're going to reveal the second one again for integrity reasons and for transparency, so you guys
GenG 가
know
入れ
this
替わる
is
と
not rigged.
투명성을 위해서 나머지 하나도 공개를 해드렸고요. 농심과
最初に行ったのが入れ替わるんだよね
자리
오케이 오케이
바꾸겠습니다.
Ooh, this is already looking really spicy right now as we go into the third group here with the 5th and 6th seed. We've got Global Esports, Zeta Division, DFM, and Team Secret.
チーム変わっても
5, 6번 시드 진행하도록 할게요.
This is going to be very exciting because we know a lot of changes are going to be happening with these 4 teams as we come into stage 2.
But regardless, we have the Japanese teams facing each other anyways. 6번 시드 바꾸겠습니다. 나머지 하나도 공개해 주시죠.
本当どこ行っても負けだね
This is very exciting, guys. That yes, the 2 Japanese teams will be facing off, and they are going to be in Group Omega.
6번 시드
いいチームが入れ
수업
替わって
진행하겠습니다.
オメガが日本チーム2チームだ
All right.
これで
Guys, we have our groups now. Shall we go through all of them? In Group Alpha, we've got RRQ, DRX, Gen.G, Nongshim, Global Esports, and Team Secret. And in Group Omega, we've got Boom Esports, Talon Esports, T1, Paper X, Zeta Division, and DFM.
네, 그룹 다시 한번 정리해드리도록
타론,
하겠습니다.
T1,
스테이지 2에는 그룹 알파의 RRQ와
알파가
DRX,
RRQ,
젠지,
DRX,
글로벌 e스포츠
젠지,
팀 시크릿이 있습니다. 3명의 한국 팀이 이렇게 같은 그룹에 묶이게 됐고요.
RRQ,
오메가
DRX,
스테이지 2에서는
NS가
붐 e스포츠, 탈론, T1, 페이퍼
DRX,
엑스,
젠지,
제트와
NS가
DFM 이렇게 두 일본 팀이 같은 그룹에 위치하게 됐습니다.
Do you have a side that you're more excited about?
Well, I would say no.
No?
I would say this is a good group. It's a good group.
This is going to be very exciting, I think, especially the performance we've been seeing from stage 1. So either way, we're going to have an awesome stage 2. I would like to thank our Riot Korea competitive ops guy, Sogwan Lee. Thank you so much.
네, 경기 운영팀의 이석원님 고생 많으셨습니다.
And thank you, Jen. I'm Victoria. Everyone, see you at stage 2 and Masters Toronto. And I want you guys to all support our 3 teams going, Paper X, RRQ, and Gen.G.
네, 마스터즈 토론토에서 활약해줄 저희 퍼시픽의 3팀 많은 응원 부탁드리고요. 저희는 마스터즈 이후에 퍼시픽 스테이지 2로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다.
토프 4 抜け いやまあトップ4抜けで考えてもどっちもえぐいな。スタイにキックオフ王者いる。何が起きてんのと。OK。じゃあ、またね。
Has been here literally every single time, so that drone doesn't mean much.
Oh, Bot's back here. Texture trying to get out. Mo's down two. Drawn out, knows that he's going to be low on HP, but Khan dips in, finds a headshot, swings out, and takes down Crazy Guy. The 4K Red Bull clutch, Karan. So we're going forward, Epoxy 9 trying to hit this flank here in mid, but Chemkin activating, finds a headshot, Mo's down 3, and RRQ. They finally had enough! 13 to 11, an unthinkable scoreline on this map.
Close out the TP. Sparrow is so ready for this.
Swing out for the reset on this spray. Frantically shooting with the Sheriff, trying to see what he can get done. Karan. Oh, and Sparrow creeping forward. They're trying to keep the interest going, and there you have it. Right between the shoulder blades, a 4K for Sparrow. Ash scaling forward. Sparrow going to be noted here on that attempted flank in through mid, and Cushy with it. Pop flashes his way in. Trying to find the punish here on the texture. Pumpkin trying to flash his way in, but Cushy now on for an ace. Karan swooping, Cushy collecting. Oh, yeah. The King of Kings. Long may they reign. They are your Stage 1 champions.
Rise Pacific. Rule the game.
Destiny on the line. Knocked out 100 times. Right back up, we climb, we climb, we climb, we climb. Victory on the mind. All we know is the grind. When we at war, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight.